Hello guys, welcome to Soul Fiction. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter was adopted by Zeus and raised on Mount Olympus with Hercules. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Prince of Olympus drops in. You want to know about pressure? You think pressure is finals week at a fancy boarding school or trying to ask a cute girl to the dance without tripping over your own tongue? Nah, forget that noise. Pressure is staring down a 7-foot-tall wall of celestial muscle named Hercules, who's currently trying to turn your ribcage into a fine powder, all while you're standing on a floating marble platform 10,000 feet above the Empire State Building. That was my Tuesday. Come on, Bolt. Hercules roared, his voice booming like a timpani drum inside a cathedral. He cracked his knuckles, and the sound was literally louder than a gunshot. Stop dancing around like a nymph and hit me. Dad's watching. I wiped a streak of sweat, and maybe a little blood, from my forehead, grinning. I could feel the static charge building up in my hair, making the black strands float around my head like a halo of dark energy. My name is Harry Potter, but up here, in the nosebleed section of reality, they call me Bolt. Adopted son of Zeus. Scourge of the gymnasium. And currently, the guy about to get pulped by his big brother. I'm not dancing, Herc, I shot back, bouncing on the balls of my feet. The marble beneath my sneakers was already scorched black from where I'd been landing. I'm giving you a chance to catch your breath. You're looking a little winded. Getting old? Big mistake. You don't call the god of strength old. Hercules laughed, a deep, belly-shaking sound that rattled the weapon racks lining the arena. Cute. Real cute. Let's see how cute you look when I fold you like a lawn chair. He launched himself. Now, when I say he launched, I don't mean he ran at me. I mean he exploded from his position. The sound barrier shattered instantly, boom, and the marble floor where he'd been standing just ceased to exist, turning into a crater of dust. He was a blur of golden skin and lion-skin cape, moving way faster than a guy that size has any right to move. But I'm not slow. I tapped into the spark. That hum in my blood. The thing that makes the air taste like ozone before a storm. I didn't dodge, I became the dodge. I sidestepped to the left, moving so fast the world turned into a smear of colors. Hercules' fist occupied the space where my head had been a microsecond ago. The wind pressure from his punch alone tore the sleeve off my shirt. Crack. I didn't just dodge, though. Auntie Athena taught me better than that. Deflect and redirect. As Herc flew past, momentum carrying him forward, I slammed my palm into his side. I didn't push him with muscle. I'm strong, sure, bench pressing small cars strong, but I'm not Herc strong. Instead, I let the lightning loose. A jagged arc of blue-white electricity, thick as a tree trunk, blasted out of my hand and into his ribs. It was like hitting a mountain with a taser. Grah! Hercules grunted, his muscles seizing up for a split second. That was all I needed. I spun, pivoting on my heel, and delivered a roundhouse kick fueled by a thunderclap. My shin connected with the back of his knee. He buckled. Just for a second. The mighty Hercules, down on one knee. I didn't hesitate. I vaulted off his back, flipping into the air, calling down the juice. The clouds above the open-air gym swirled, turning an angry charcoal gray. Sorry, bro. I yelled over the rising wind. Lightning strikes twice. I brought both fists down. A double hammer blow aimed right for the top of his head, trailing enough voltage to power Las Vegas for a week. But Herc, man, he's a veteran for a reason. He didn't try to stand up. He just looked up, grinned that stupid, lovable grin, and caught my fists. Caught them. Like I was tossing him a baseball. The collision sent a shockwave rippling out that shattered the decorative vases 50 yards away. The lightning discharged, frying the air, blindingly bright, but Herc's hands were like vice grips around my wrists. He grounded the charge. I watched the electricity fizzle out over his skin, doing nothing but making his tan look better. "Good hit," Herc said, his eyes twinkling. "My turn." He didn't throw me. He spun me. 1 second I was vertical, the next I was a human helicopter rotor. He spun me so fast the G-force threatened to pop my eyeballs, and then he let go. I flew. I crossed the entire length of the Olympian arena, which is the size of 3 football fields, in about 2 heartbeats. I was heading straight for the royal box, where a certain king of the gods was currently sipping nectar and reading a newspaper. I had to brake. Panic flared, but I clamped it down. Air resistance. Use the heat. I flared my aura, creating a cushion of superheated air in front of me. I hit the invisible wall, bouncing off it, tumbling, and managed to skid to a halt just feet away from the throne, carving 2 deep trenches into the golden-laid floor with my heels. Smoke was rising from my sneakers. My shirt was gone. I was panting like a dog in July. Zeus didn't even look up from his paper. The headline read, "Poseidon denies flooding Atlantis again, claims it was a plumbing issue." "You're leaving your guard open on the left, Harry," Zeus rumbled. His voice didn't just hit your ears, it vibrated in your chest cavity. It sounded like distant thunder rolling over a valley. "And Hercules, stop throwing your brother at the furniture. We just had the floors done." Hercules jogged over, not even breaking a sweat. He slapped me on the back so hard I almost face-planted. "He's getting faster, Dad." I almost had to use 10% effort there. 5%, I wheezed, straightening up and brushing dust off my jeans. "That was 5% tops, you lying meathead." 6, Herc winked. Zeus folded the newspaper and set it down. The atmosphere in the gym shifted instantly. The playful sparring vibe evaporated, replaced by the heavy, electric tension that meant business. When the king of Olympus stops reading, you start listening. He stood up. 7 feet tall, beard crackling with literal sparks, eyes like storms trapped in glass. He looked at me, and I felt that familiar mix of awe and annoyance. He was Dad, yeah, but he was also Zeus. "Harry," he said. "No nickname. Training is over." I straightened my posture. "What's up? Is it Ares? Did he start another war in a parking lot?" "Worse," Zeus said, walking down the steps of the dais. The air grew cold. "It's Britain." I groaned. "Oh, come on. Why?" "It's always raining, the food is boiled, and the wizards there are so stuck up. Can't you send Hermes? He loves their tea." "Hermes is busy fixing a market crash in Tokyo," Zeus said, stopping right in front of me. He placed a hand on my shoulder. It felt heavy, grounding. "And this isn't a courier job, son. It's a cleanup job." He waved his hand, and the air shimmered. An image materialized in the mist, a dark, grainy view of a forest clearing. There were tents burning. People in black cloaks and silver masks were marching, laughing, shooting green skulls into the sky. The Quidditch World Cup, I recognized it. Sporting event. Wizards flying on broomsticks. Cute. "Look closer," Zeus commanded. I squinted. The image zoomed in. The people in masks, they weren't just causing chaos. They were chanting. And the magic coming off their wands wasn't the usual stick-waving gibberish. It was dark. Sludgy. It looked like oil spilling into water. "I smell it," Hercules whispered, his jovial demeanor gone. He sniffed the air as if the smell was coming from the image itself. Sulfur. Rot. And ichor. Old blood, Zeus confirmed. Titan magic. My stomach dropped. Titans were bad news. Like, end of the world, eat your children bad news. They were supposed to be locked up in Tartarus. If their magic was leaking out. Someone is tapping into the deep magic, Zeus said, his eyes narrowing. Someone in Britain thinks they can play with the precursors of the gods. These Death Eaters are just pawns, but their master, he's reaching for something he doesn't understand. So, what's the play? I asked, feeling the adrenaline start to pump again. I go down there, fry a few bad guys, tell them to knock it off. You go down there, Zeus said, his voice hard as diamond, and you remind them why they used to fear the sky. You're not going as Harry Potter, the little wizard boy they lost 14 years ago. You're going as my son. He snapped his fingers. Instantly, my tattered jeans and ruined sneakers were replaced. I was wearing combat gear, black tactical pants made of dragon hide, heavy boots with celestial bronze grip, and a fitted gray jacket with a lightning bolt insignia stitched subtly in silver over the heart. Hermes will drop you. Hercules will stay on reserve in case you need the heavy artillery, Zeus said. I don't need backup for a bunch of stick wavers, I scoffed, checking the fit of the gloves. They were fingerless, woven with adamantine threads to conduct electricity without burning my skin. Don't get cocky, Hercules warned, crossing his massive arms. Magic is tricky. It's not about how hard you hit, it's about what they can hex. Keep your guard up. And Harry? I looked at my brother. If you see anything that looks like it belongs in a Greek nightmare, don't try to be a hero. Call me. I'm always a hero, Herc. It's in the job description. I grinned, trying to mask the sudden nerves. Zeus pointed to the edge of the platform, where the clouds dropped off into the mortal world below. Go. The veil is thin tonight. They are terrorizing innocents. Make an entrance. I walked to the edge. The wind whipped at my face. Below me, thousands of miles down, was Earth. Britain. A place I hadn't seen since I was a baby in a basket. See you on the flip side, Dad, I called back. And then, I jumped. Falling is peaceful if you know how to do it. Most people scream. I just adjust my angle. The air rushed past me, roaring in my ears, stripping the heat from my body, but I liked the cold. It kept me sharp. I fell through the cloud layer, punching a hole through a cumulonimbus, and suddenly, the night sky of England opened up below me. It was chaos. From 10,000 feet, the Quidditch World Cup campsite looked like a bonfire gone wrong. Fires were spreading in frantic, jagged lines. Tiny sparks of light, spells, were flashing everywhere. I could hear the screams now, faint but growing louder as I plummeted. I angled my body, diving headfirst, streamlining like a missile. Target acquired. A group of the masked freaks was marching a family of muggles through the center of the camp. They were levitating them, spinning them around, laughing. It made my blood boil. It's one thing to fight a warrior, it's another to torture people who can't fight back. That's bully behavior. And I hate bullies. I reached out with my senses, feeling the storm clouds I just passed through. I grabbed a tendril of static and pulled it down with me, wrapping myself in a cloak of ozone and noise. 3,000 feet. I saw the wizards below stop. They looked up. They must have felt the pressure change. The air was getting heavy, charged. Hair standing on end. 1,000 feet. I drew my fist back. No wand. I didn't have a wand. Wands were for people who needed to ask the magic for permission. I didn't ask. I commanded. 500 feet. Boom. I yelled, just for the hell of it. I slammed into the earth right in the middle of the procession. The impact was satisfying. I didn't just land, I arrived. The ground exploded outward in a shockwave of dirt and displaced air. The fire closest to me was instantly snuffed out by the sheer force of the wind. The Death Eaters, about 12 of them, were blown off their feet, tumbling like bowling pins. The levitated muggles dropped, but I was ready. I shot out a gentle pulse of wind, a localized cushion, catching them just before they hit the hard ground and setting them down softly. Dust swirled around me. Silence fell over the clearing. The only sound was the crackle of blue sparks arcing off my shoulders and the deep, rhythmic thrumming of my heart. I stood up slowly from the crouch, rolling my neck. Crack. "Evening, gents," I said, my voice cutting through the ringing silence. "I think you dropped these." I pointed to the muggles huddling on the ground behind me. The Death Eaters scrambled up, their black robes stained with dirt. They looked confused. Terrified. They'd probably expected Aurors, or maybe Dumbledore. They definitely didn't expect a teenager dropping from orbit like a kinetic bombardment. One of them, the leader by the look of his fancy silver mask, stepped forward. His wand hand was shaking, but he pointed it at me. "Who are you?" he snarled. "You dare interrupt the Dark Lord's servants?" "Servants?" I laughed. It was a harsh, barking sound. "Is that what you call yourselves?" "I call you cowards in Halloween costumes. Avada Kedavra." The green light rushed at me. The killing curse. Instant death. Unblockable. Or so they say. I didn't try to block it with magic. I moved. My perception shifted into overdrive. The green bolt looked like it was moving through molasses. I sidestepped, letting the curse sizzle past my ear, close enough to feel the cold void of it, and closed the distance. I was in his personal space before he could even blink. "Too slow," I whispered. I grabbed his wrist, the one holding the wand, and squeezed. I didn't use lightning this time. Just good old-fashioned Olympian strength. The bones crunched audibly. He screamed, dropping the wand. I caught it before it hit the ground and snapped it in half with 2 fingers. "That's one," I said. The other Death Eaters panicked. "Get him. Stupefy. Expulso. Reducto." A storm of spellfire erupted. Red, blue, and purple lights converged on me. I grinned. "Now we're talking." I slammed my palms together. Thunderclap. The sound was deafening. A physical wall of sonic force blasted outward from my hands, shattering the incoming spells into harmless sparks. The shockwave hit the Death Eaters like a physical truck, knocking them flat on their backs again. I didn't let up. I was a blur of motion. I surged forward, grabbing 2 Death Eaters by their collars. I lifted them off the ground, 2 grown men, like they weighed nothing, and slammed their heads together. Bonk. They slumped, unconscious. Another one tried to flank me, slashing his wand in a purple flame whip. I ducked under the lash, feeling the heat, and swept his legs. As he fell, I tapped him on the chest with a finger charged with low-voltage static. ZZZZT. He convulsed once and passed out. Tazzed. "This is embarrassing," I yelled, spinning to kick a spell out of the air, literally kicking the magic, disrupting its structure so it fizzled into smoke. "Is this the best British wizards have to offer? My gym teacher hits harder than you, and he's been dead for 3,000 years. There were only 3 left standing. The leader, clutching his broken wrist, and 2 cronies who looked like they were about to wet themselves. The leader stared at me, his eyes wide behind the mask. What are you?" I straightened my jacket, brushing a speck of dirt off the lightning insignia. The clouds above rumbled in approval, a low growl of thunder that shook the ground. "I'm the forecast," I said. I raised a hand. The sky answered. A single, precise bolt of lightning, thin as a needle but hot as the sun, zipped down and struck the ground right between the leader's legs. The earth fused into glass. "Leave," I commanded. "Before the next one doesn't miss." They didn't need telling twice. With cracks of apparition, they vanished, leaving behind the smell of fear and ozone. I let out a breath, the adrenaline slowly fading. I turned to the muggles, a mom, a dad, and 2 kids. They were staring at me with wide, terrified eyes. "You guys okay?" I asked, dropping the tough guy voice and trying to sound vaguely normal. "Sorry about the noise. Family drama, you know how it is." The dad just nodded, speechless. "Right. Run towards the woods. There's police, Aurors, that way." As they scrambled off, I knelt down by one of the unconscious Death Eaters. The one-eyed Tazd. I needed to know who these clowns were. I reached for his mask to pull it off. "Stop right there." I froze. I knew that tone. That was the authority figure tone. I looked up. Emerging from the smoke were 3 people. A red-haired man who looked like he'd been fighting a losing battle, a bushy-haired girl clutching a wand like a lifeline, and a skinny kid with messy black hair and glasses. Wait. Glasses. Messy hair. I blinked. It was like looking into a funhouse mirror. The kid looked exactly like me, minus the muscle, the tan, the confidence, and about 6 inches of height. "Harry," the red-haired man gasped. I stood up, holding my hands out peacefully. Technically yes. But I go by Bolt. Harry is a bit pedestrian, don't you think? The bushy-haired girl, Hermione, my brain supplied the name from Zeus's files, stepped forward, her wand unwavering. "Who are you?" "You look like, but you can't be, Harry Potter," I finished for her. "Yeah. Long story. Kidnapped by gods, raised by wolves, well, not wolves, more like a really intense frat house. It's a whole thing." The skinny kid, my doppelganger, stepped forward. He looked confused, angry, and scared all at once. "I'm Harry Potter," he said defensively. I looked at him. This was the famous boy who lived. He looked like a stiff breeze would knock him over. Zeus was right, the magical world had gone soft. "You're the one they put on the lunchboxes, huh?" I smirked, crossing my arms. "Look, kid, no offense, but you look like you need a protein shake and a nap." "I'm the other Harry. The upgrade." "Upgrade?" Ron Weasley sputtered. "You just fell out of the sky and punched a Death Eater. You didn't even use a wand." "Wands are crutches," I said dismissively. "Real power comes from," I stopped mid-sentence. The smell hit me again. Stronger this time. I spun around, ignoring the trio, and walked back to the unconscious Death Eater I'd been inspecting. The one whose mask I hadn't removed yet. The smell wasn't coming from the guy. It was coming from his pocket. I knelt down and ripped the pocket open. A small, black amulet tumbled out. It was shaped like a skull, but not a human one. It was elongated, with too many eye sockets. It pulsed with a faint, sickly purple light. Hercules was right. It smelled like sulfur and ancient blood. "Don't touch that," the skinny Harry yelled. "It's probably cursed." "It's worse than cursed," I muttered, picking it up. My fingers tingled. The amulet tried to bite me, literally, little shadowy teeth formed on the surface, but I sent a jolt of electricity through it, and it went dormant with a hiss. "This is Titan forged," I said, mostly to myself. "Primitive stuff. Iron Age. Someone dug this up." I stood up, pocketing the amulet. I needed to get this to Hephaestus for analysis. But first, I looked at the chaos around us. The fires were still burning. The Aurors were finally starting to arrive, popping in with loud cracks, looking overwhelmed. "Look," I said to the trio. "I'd love to stay and chat about our matching scars and tragic backstories, but I've got a job to do. Tell the old man, Dumbledore, that the rent is due." "What?" Hermione asked, utterly baffled. What does that mean? He'll know, I said. I looked up at the sky. The clouds were swirling again. I could feel Hermes waiting for the pickup. Hey, skinny me, I called out to the other Harry. He glared at me. My name is Harry. Sure it is. Listen, word of advice. Start doing push-ups. War is coming, and that twig in your hand isn't going to save you when the big boys come out to play. And with that, I crouched down. Wait, the kid yelled. You can't just leave. Who are you really? I grinned, and for a second, my eyes glowed pure, electric blue. I told you. I'm the storm. I launched myself upward. The force of my jump shattered the ground beneath me again, knocking the trio off their feet. I shot into the air like a rocket, leaving a trail of blue afterimages. The wind roared, welcoming me back. As I ascended, leaving the burning campsite behind, I pulled the black amulet out of my pocket. It was vibrating again. Zeus, a voice hissed from the stone. We see you. I crushed the amulet in my hand, turning it to dust. Yeah. I whispered to the wind. Well, get ready. Because I'm coming for you. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, Hogwarts has a new transfer student. So, here's the thing about magical castles. They're usually drafty, smell like old parchment, and are run by people who think wearing a bathrobe in public constitutes formal wear. Mount Olympus has heated floors, ambrosia on tap, and the best view in the universe. Hogwarts. Hogwarts looked like a pile of rocks that couldn't decide if it wanted to be a fortress or a theme park for people who like damp basements. I stood at the massive oak doors of the Great Hall, listening to the muffled sounds of hundreds of teenagers eating. My stomach gave a loud growl. Jumping from the stratosphere and fighting Death Eaters burns a lot of calories. Like, 5,000 calories. I needed protein, and I needed it 10 minutes ago. You sure about this, Bolt? Hercules' voice buzzed in my ear via the localized percom Ares had set up for us. I can beam down. We can make an entrance. I'll throw a chariot through the roof. It'll be great. Negative, Herc, I whispered, adjusting the collar of my tactical jacket. The lightning insignia on my chest pulsed with a faint, steady rhythm. Dad wants this handled with subtlety. If you drop a chariot, Dumbledore is going to have a stroke, and I don't want to do CPR on a 100-year-old wizard. I'm going in solo. Just keep the sky clear. Boring, Herc grumbled. Call me if you find a hydra. Or a buffet. The connection cut. I took a deep breath. The air here tasted different than the ozone-rich atmosphere of the peak. It tasted like magic, thick, sugary, and old. It made my skin prickle, like walking through a spiderweb. I didn't knock. Knocking is for guests. I wasn't a guest. I was an intervention. I kicked the doors. Boom. The heavy oak doors didn't just swing open, they flew open with enough force that they slammed against the inner stone walls, cracking the masonry. The sound echoed like a cannon blast through the cavernous room. Silence. Instant, absolute silence. I stepped into the light. The Great Hall was impressive, I'll give them that. Floating candles, nice touch, though a fire hazard. The ceiling was enchanted to look like the night sky, which was cute, but seeing as I just fell through the actual night sky, it felt a bit like looking at a low-res photo. For long tables were packed with students in black robes, staring at me with forks halfway to their mouths. At the head table, the staff sat frozen. In the center, on a golden throne-like chair, sat Albus Dumbledore. He looked exactly like the intel reports, long silver beard, twinkling eyes that were currently wide with alarm, and robes that looked like he'd skinned a galaxy. I walked down the center aisle. My combat boots thudded heavily on the stone floor. Thud. 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 Every step was a statement. I wasn't wearing robes. I was in my Olympus gear, dragon-hide pants, fitted gray jacket, fingerless gloves. I looked like I'd just walked off a Spec Ops battlefield, which, to be fair, I had. "Sorry I'm late," I said, my voice projecting effortlessly to the back of the room without shouting. Traffic was murder. Literally. Had to murder some traffic. I stopped in the middle of the hall, right between the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff tables. I scanned the room. I saw fear. I saw confusion. And then I saw him. The skinny kid. Specs. The Harry Potter I'd met at the World Cup. He was sitting at the Gryffindor table, looking pale. Next to him was the redhead and the bushy-haired girl. They were gaping at me like I was a ghost. "Evening, Specs," I gave him a lazy two-finger salute. "Did you take my advice? Do any push-ups yet?" The kid didn't answer. He just stared. "Who are you?" The voice came from the high table. A tall, severe-looking woman with a tight bun and emerald robes had stood up. "McGonagall. Deputy Headmistress. Tough, according to the files, but rigid." "Name's Bolt," I said, turning my attention to the staff. "But you guys probably have me on the roster as Harry Potter. The original one. Not the remix you have sitting over there." I jerked a thumb at Specs. Whispers exploded across the hall like wildfire. "Harry Potter. But Harry's right there. Is that a dark wizard? He's hot." "Okay, I heard that one from the Slytherin table." "Nice." Dumbledore stood up. He didn't look happy. The twinkle was gone, replaced by a cold, calculating gaze. He radiated power, but it was subtle, like a deep undertow. Not like Zeus, who radiated power like a nuclear explosion. "Silence," Dumbledore said. The room went quiet instantly. He looked at me over his half-moon spectacles. "You claim to be Harry Potter? That is impossible. Mr. Potter has been with us since his first year." I sighed and ran a hand through my hair, letting a few sparks of static discharge. "Look, old man, sorry, headmaster. I don't know what kind of cloning experiment or polyjuice fiasco you've got running with Specs over there, or maybe he's just a cousin who took the title for the fame. I don't really care. I'm here on business." "Business?" A greasy-haired man with a hooked nose sneered. "Snape. Ares had warned me about him. Said he smelled like bitterness and potions ingredients. You break into this school, disrupt our feast, and claim to be on business. You are an intruder. I should have you thrown in the dungeon." Snape reached for his wand. Bad move. My instincts flared. Before he could even get the wood out of his pocket, I stomped my foot. Crack. A jagged line of electricity shot through the stone floor, racing up the dais, and zapped the chair right out from under Snape. He yelped, actually yelped, and fell backward in a heap of black robes. "Don't reach for the twig, Greaseman," I warned, my voice dropping an octave. "I have a twitchy trigger finger, and I'm heavily caffeinated." Students screamed. Some ducked under the tables. The teachers were all on their feet now, wands drawn. Dumbledore raised a hand, stopping the staff from firing. He looked at the scorched mark on the floor, then back at me. His expression shifted from anger to curiosity. "Wandless magic," Dumbledore murmured. "And highly volatile elemental control. You are dangerous." "I'm efficient," I corrected. "And I'm hungry. Is there any meat left, or did the giant guy eat it all?" I pointed at Hagrid, who looked ready to wrestle me. "Hagrid didn't eat it," a voice said from the entrance. I turned. Entering the hall were two groups of students I hadn't noticed outside. The foreign delegations. Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. They must have been waiting in the antechamber while I made my scene. Leading the Beauxbatons group was a girl who literally glowed. Silver blonde hair, deep blue eyes, and an aura that screamed Vila. She walked with a grace that rivaled Aphrodite's nymphs. But unlike the nymphs, who were mostly airheads, this girl had steel in her eyes. She stopped a few feet away from me, looking me up and down. She didn't look scared. She looked intrigued. "You have a very loud presence," she said, her French accent thick. "I'm a loud guy," I shrugged. "You must be Fleur. Nice aura. Smells like potpourri and fire." She blinked, surprised. "You can smell my aura?" "I can smell a lot of things," I said, tapping my nose. Then I looked at the Durmstrang group. Their leader was a scowling guy with a crooked nose and the posture of someone who spent too much time on a broomstick. Victor Crumb. "And you smell like leather polish and ego," I told him. Crumb grunted, crossing his massive arms. "You talk too much." "I fight better than I talk," I promised. Dumbledore cleared his throat, regaining control of the room. "This is highly irregular. However, tonight is the selection of the champions for the Triwizard Tournament. If this young man, whoever he is, wishes to stay, he must submit to interrogation by the ministry officials." "Interrogation?" I laughed. "Pass. I'm not here to answer questions about my childhood. I'm here because there's a rot in your kingdom, Dumbledore. A rot that smells like ancient death. And since you guys are busy playing games," I gestured to the giant wooden cup sitting in the center of the room, "I figured someone had to come do the heavy lifting." I walked over to the Gryffindor table and sat down right across from Specs. The students scrambled away, leaving a wide circle around us. I grabbed a chicken leg from a platter and took a massive bite. "So," I said, chewing. "This tournament. People die in it, right?" Specs, Harry, stared at me. He looked terrified, but there was a spark of defiance in his green eyes. "Yeah. That's what they say." "Good," I said. I was worried it would be boring. The rest of the feast was awkward, to say the least. I ate about 4 plates of food. Every time I reached for a jug of pumpkin juice, the students flinched. I tried to make small talk with the bushy-haired girl, Hermione. "So, you read a lot?" I asked, pointing a fork at the book sticking out of her bag. Yes," she stammered. "Who are you?" "Really? You can't just be Harry Potter." "Harry is right here." "Multiverse theory?" I suggested, wiping grease off my mouth. "Or maybe Hermes dropped the wrong baby off at the wrong doorstep." "Look, don't overthink it. I'm Bolt. He's Harry. We can coexist. Unless he tries to steal my thunder. Then we have a problem." "You're remarkably arrogant," she observed, her fear giving way to annoyance. "It's not arrogance if you can back it up," I winked. "And I can back up a dump truck." Finally, the plates cleared. Dumbledore stood up again. The hall went silent. The moment had arrived. The goblet of fire. It was a rough-hewn wooden cup, unremarkable except for the blue-white flames dancing at the rim. "Wait. Blue-white?" I narrowed my eyes. My vision shifted, overlaying the spectral spectrum on the physical world. The fire wasn't just magic fire. It was soul fire. The kind they use in the underworld to keep the shades in line. "Hades," I whispered. "You sneaky uncle." "The time has come," Dumbledore announced, his voice grave. "The goblet of fire will now choose the champions." The flames flared red. A piece of parchment shot out. "The champion for Durmstrang," Dumbledore caught the paper, "is Victor Crumb." Cheers. Crumb stood up, looking smug. He fist-bumped his headmaster, Karkaroff, and marched into the side chamber. The flames flared again. "The champion for Beaux Batons is Fleur Delacour." Polite applause. Fleur glided across the room. As she passed me, she paused. "Maybe we will see how loud you really are," she whispered. Count on it, Frenchie, I grinned. The flames flared a third time. The champion for Hogwarts is Cedric Diggory. The Hufflepuff table exploded. A handsome, generic-looking guy stood up, beaming. He looked like the kind of guy who helps old ladies across the street and flosses twice a day. Good for him. He was going to get eaten alive. Excellent. Dumbledore clapped his hands. We have our 3 champions. Now, if you will all, whoosh. The goblet didn't go out. It turned angry. The blue flames roared higher, turning a sickly, necrotic gray. The air in the hall dropped 20 degrees. Frost crept across the stone floor. Dumbledore stopped. The entire hall held its breath. A 4th piece of parchment shot out. It wasn't parchment. It was black papyrus. It fluttered through the air, carried by a cold wind that smelled of sulfur. Dumbledore snatched it out of the air. His hand trembled slightly. He read the name. Then he looked up. He didn't look at Specs. He looked at me. Harry Potter. I didn't put my name in. Specs yelled immediately, standing up. I swear. I know you didn't, kid, I said, standing up slowly. I wiped my hands on a napkin. Because that paper smells like the river Styx. Harry Potter, Dumbledore repeated, his voice tight. Which one of you? It's me, I said, stepping over the bench. Obviously. The goblet knows quality when it sees it. This is preposterous. Karkaroff yelled, spitting slightly. Hogwarts gets 2 champions. This is rigging. This is corruption. Hey, Discount Dracula, calm down, I snapped. I didn't enter your little contest. Someone entered me. I walked up to Dumbledore and snatched the black paper from his hand. The moment my skin touched it, I felt the connection. A dark, oily magical thread leading somewhere south. Who entered you? Dumbledore demanded, his blue eyes piercing. This is powerful dark magic. A binding contract. A binding contract? I scoffed. I held the paper up. You think a piece of paper can bind me? I'm bound to the sky, old man. Not to a cup. I squeezed my fist. Zap. I channeled a concentrated burst of lightning into the paper. It shrieked, an actual, vocal shriek of pain, and disintegrated into ash. Contract voided, I declared. The goblet of fire shuddered. The flames turned red, then sputtered and died. You destroyed the contract. Bagman, a round man in a wasp-colored suit, looked like he was about to faint. That's impossible. The magic is ancient. And I'm fresher, I said. But here's the deal. Someone wants me in this tournament. Someone went through a lot of trouble to mail that invite from the underworld. And I hate to be rude. I turned to face the hall. I'm in. You cannot be in. McGonagall argued. You are not a student. You are an intruder with dangerous abilities. I'm a transfer student, I improvised. From, the Mount Olympus Academy for Gifted Delinquents. Put me in Gryffindor. Red is my color. This is against the rules. Karkaroff was turning purple. Rules are for people who can't fly, I said. I looked at Dumbledore. Well? Are you going to kick me out and let the bad guy win, or are you going to let me play so I can expose whoever rigged your cup? Dumbledore stared at me for a long, heavy minute. He was reading me. Or trying to. But my mind is protected by mental barriers constructed by Athena herself. He wouldn't find anything but a "no trespassing" sign and a mental image of me bench pressing his desk. Very well, Dumbledore said finally. Mr. Bolt, was it? Bolt works. Mr. Bolt will compete. But be warned. The tournament is not a playground. Mortal peril is real. I eat mortal peril for breakfast, I said. Usually with eggs. I turned and walked toward the antechamber where the other champions had gone. As I passed the Slytherin table, a pale, pointy-faced kid with slicked-back platinum hair stood up. "You think you're funny, don't you?" Draco Malfoy sneered. He had two goons behind him, Crabbe and Goyle. They looked like mountains of mashed potatoes in robes. "Waltzing in here, claiming to be Potter. There's only one Potter, and he's a half-blood loser. You're just a filthy imposter." I stopped. I turned slowly. The entire hall watched. This was the social hierarchy test. I knew it. He was the alpha of the snobs. "Did you say something, Tinkerbell?" I asked, tilting my head. Draco's face flushed pink. "My father will hear about this. You don't know who you're messing with. I'm a Malfoy." He drew his wand. Fast. Faster than Snape. He aimed it right at my face. Densajo. A hex. Designed to make my teeth grow. Cute. I didn't use magic. I didn't need to. I slapped the spell. Literally. I swung my hand backhand, my palm connecting with the jet of light. My skin, toughened by dips in the river Styx, okay, just the finger dip, but the invulnerability spreads if you train hard enough, deflected the magic. The spell ricocheted, bouncing off my hand and hitting Goyle right in the pants. Goyle yelped as his trousers suddenly inflated. But I wasn't done. The momentum of my backhand carried forward. Smack. My hand connected with Draco's cheek. It wasn't a full power punch. If I'd punched him, his head would be in the rafters. It was a correction. But even a correction from a demigod hits like a brick wrapped in velvet. Draco lifted off the ground. He spun in the air, a full 360-degree rotation, and crashed onto the Slytherin table, sending platters of leftover pudding flying. He slid down the length of the table and landed in a heap on the floor, groaning. Silence again. Then, a few nervous giggles. I looked at the Slytherin table. Anyone else have a dad they want to call? No. Good. I saw a girl sitting a few seats down from where Draco had landed. She hadn't flinched. She had golden blonde hair and eyes like ice chips. She was sipping her pumpkin juice calmly, watching me over the rim of her goblet. Daphne Greengrass. I remembered the name from the dossiers. Pure blood. Smart. Dangerous. She raised an eyebrow at me. A challenge? Or an invitation? I winked at her. She didn't smile, but the corner of her mouth twitched. I turned back to the antechamber door, pushed it open, and walked into the room where the champions were waiting. Cedric, Fleur, and Crumb looked up. "What is happening out here?" Fleur asked. It sounded like a riot. "Just taking out the trash," I said, leaning against the wall and crossing my arms. "So, when do we start fighting monsters? I'm getting bored." Later that night, the castle was buzzing. You could feel the energy in the stone walls. Rumors were flying faster than Hermes on an espresso binge. I had declined the offer to sleep in the Gryffindor dorms. Too crowded, I'd told McGonagall. And Specs snores. I can tell by his deviated septum. Instead, I found my way to the astronomy tower. It was the highest point in the castle. Closer to the sky. Closer to Dad. The wind was whipping around the stone parapets, freezing cold, but I didn't feel it. I sat on the ledge, legs dangling over the abyss, looking out at the forbidden forest. "You're not supposed to be up here," a voice said. I didn't turn around. "And you're not supposed to be sneaking up on a guy who can throw you off a tower, Specs." Harry, the skinny one, stepped out of the shadows. He was wearing an invisibility cloak, but he'd let the hood down. Rookie move. Also, I can hear heartbeats. His was racing like a hummingbird. I wanted to ask you, Harry said, his voice trembling slightly. Are you real? Or am I going crazy? We're both real, kid, I said, looking at the moon. Just different paths. You took the path of the orphan in the cupboard. I took the path of the gym rat in the clouds. Did your parents die too? He asked softly. Biologically? Yeah, I said, feeling a pang of something old and dull. Voldemort got them. Hermes snatched me before the house collapsed. Raised me as a ward of Olympus. But I know the story. Lily and James. Brave. Stupid. Dead. Harry flinched. Don't call them stupid. They died without a weapon in their hands, I said harshly. That's tactical stupidity. But it was brave. I'll give them that. I turned to look at him. He looked so small. So fragile. He was clutching his wand like it was the only thing keeping him upright. Why are you here? Harry asked. Really? Because you're not ready, I said bluntly. Look at you. You're shaking. You rely on that stick. You rely on Dumbledore. What happens when the stick breaks? What happens when the old man is gone? Harry didn't answer. There's a war coming, Specs. A real one. Not schoolyard hexes. Gods and monsters. Titans. And you. I poked him in the chest. It was bony. You are the target. I'm here to make sure you don't become a casualty. I can fight, Harry said defensively. I've fought Voldemort before. 3 times. And you got lucky 3 times, I countered. Luck runs out. Muscle doesn't. I stood up, towering over him. Go to bed, kid. Get some sleep. Tomorrow, I'm going to start your training. Training? Harry blinked. I didn't agree to, I'm your big brother now, I grinned, ruffling his messy hair. You don't get a choice. Be at the lake at 5 a.m. Bring running shoes. And for the love of Zeus, eat a steak. Harry pulled away, fixing his hair. You're annoying. I'm charming, I corrected. Now shoo. He put the cloak back on and vanished. I listened to his footsteps fade down the stairs. Once he was gone, I pulled the shard of the black amulet from my pocket, the one I'd crushed at the World Cup. It was vibrating again. Bolt to base, I whispered into the wind. Reading you, Bolt, Hercules' voice came back instantly. The goblet was rigged with underworld magic. Hades blew. Someone is channeling the dead to force a confrontation. Hades? Hercules sounded surprised. Uncle H usually keeps to himself unless someone owes him money. You think he's backing the snake-face guy? No, I said, looking at the dark forest. Hades hates clutter. Voldemort is clutter. But someone stole fire from the underworld to light that cup. That means we have a thief. A thief with divine access. Prometheus fan club? Herc suggested. Maybe. Or Ares is handing out party favors to the bad guys again. I'll ask him, Herc said. Subtly. I'll punch him and see if he confesses. Classic interrogation technique, I agreed. Hey, Herc. Yeah. Send me some weights. The gym here is non-existent. I think they exercise by lifting heavy books. Copy that. Supply drop incoming at 0600. Don't hit the squid. I cut the connection. I looked down at the castle grounds. The Durmstrang ship was submerged in the lake. The Beauxbatons carriage was parked near the forest. And somewhere, deep in the castle, a fake Moody was probably plotting my demise. I cracked my knuckles. Welcome to Hogwarts, Bolt, I whispered to myself. I leaned back against the stone parapet and closed my eyes. I didn't need a bed. I just needed a storm. And as if on cue, thunder rumbled in the distance. The next morning, breakfast was interesting. I walked into the great hall wearing a tight black t-shirt that said Zeus GYM, we build gods on the back. My arms were exposed, showing off the faint, lightning-patterned scars that ran down my triceps, love taps from Dad during sparring. The whispering started immediately. I grabbed a seat at the Slytherin table this time. Why? Because the Gryffindors were too noisy, and I wanted to see if Draco had learned his lesson. He wasn't there. Probably in the hospital wing getting his ego re-inflated. I sat down next to Daphne Greengrass. She didn't look up from her toast. You're sitting at the wrong table, Potter. Bolt, I corrected, grabbing a pitcher of water. And I sit where the view is good. You're the only person in this hall who isn't looking at me like I'm a zoo animal. She turned to face me. Her eyes were cool, calculating. That's because I'm analyzing you. You're an anomaly. No wand. Physical strength exceeding magical augmentation. Elemental manipulation without incantation. You're either a genetic experiment or. I prompted, taking a bite of an apple. Or you're something older, she said softly. My family studies bloodlines. Old bloodlines. There are stories. Warriors who could call the sky. Smart girl, I said. Keep that big brain of yours hidden, or people will think you're a Ravenclaw. I'm a Slytherin, she said coolly. We don't hide our ambition. We just choose our battles. Like last night? I asked. You didn't help Draco. Draco is a fool, she said, cutting her toast with precise, surgical movements. He picks fights he can't win to impress a father who doesn't love him. You, on the other hand, you pick fights because you enjoy them. I laughed. Guilty. The first task is in November, she said, changing the subject. Dragons. I choked on my apple. Dragons? Seriously? She nodded. My father has contacts in the Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. They're importing nesting mothers. Dragons, I repeated, a grin spreading across my face. Real, fire-breathing, flying lizards. Yes, she looked at me like I was insane. Why do you look happy? They are lethal killers. Because, I said, leaning in, I've always wanted to wrestle a dragon. The Nemean lion was soft. I need something with scales. Daphne stared at me. For the first time, her icy mask slipped, revealing genuine shock. You're not sane, she whispered. Sanity is a mortal constraint, I said. Hey, you doing anything later? I need someone to explain arithmancy to me. It sounds like math, and I hate math. I don't tutor charity cases, she sniffed, but she didn't move away. I'll trade you, I said. I'll teach you how to punch someone so hard they forget their middle name. She looked at her manicured hands, then back at me. A small, dangerous smile touched her lips. 3 p.m. Library. Don't be late. It's a date, I said. It's a transaction, she corrected. Sure it is. I stood up, leaving the Slytherin table confused and terrified. I scanned the hall. Specs was at the Gryffindor table, looking exhausted. He hadn't shown up for the 5 a.m. run. Figures. I walked over to the staff table. Dumbledore was watching me like a hawk. Headmaster, I nodded. Quick question. Where do you keep the dangerous stuff? Like, the really bad monsters. I need a warm-up before class. Dumbledore sighed, looking suddenly very old. Mr. Bolt, please try to refrain from destroying the school infrastructure. And the Forbidden Forest is off limits. Forbidden means enter here in my language, I said cheerfully. I turned and marched out of the hall. I had a library date to prepare for, a brother to bully into shape, and a dragon to look forward to. As I exited the castle, I looked up at the sky. It was gray and cloudy. Perfect. I snapped my fingers, and a small bolt of lightning arced between them. Let the games begin. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, the first task, not just a dragon waiting is the worst part of any fight. Ask any soldier, any athlete, or any god waiting for a sacrifice. The adrenaline spikes, then it crashes, then it spikes again until your blood feels like carbonated acid. I was sitting on a rickety wooden bench in a tent that smelled like wet canvas and fear. Not my fear. I don't do fear. I do anticipation. But the other champions? They were practically radiating terror. It was thick enough to chew on. Cedric Diggory was pacing back and forth, wearing a path into the grass. He looked like he was trying to remember how to walk. Back and forth. Swish, swish went his yellow Hufflepuff robes. He was muttering incantations under his breath, probably trying to convince himself he wasn't about to be turned into a charcoal briquette. Fleur Delacour was sitting in the corner, looking slightly green. Her usual glow was dimmed, like a light bulb on a dying circuit. She kept wringing her hands, her beautiful Vela composure cracking under the weight of knowing she had to face a giant fire-breathing lizard. Victor Crumb was the only one holding it together, mostly. He was leaning against a support pole, staring at the ground, looking grumpy. But I could hear his heart rate. Thump thump. Thump thump. It was fast. He was scared, he was just too stubborn to show it. And then there was Specs. My little brother from another mother. Or same mother, different dimension. Whatever. Harry, the skinny one, was sitting with his head between his knees, looking like he was going to vomit. He was clutching his wand so hard his knuckles were white. Breathe, kid, I said, kicking my feet up onto a crate of dragon-keeping supplies. I popped a grape into my mouth, stolen from the fruit bowl on the buffet table. You're going to pass out before you even get into the ring. And that would be embarrassing for both of us. Harry looked up, his face pale, glasses askew. How can you be eating? We're about to fight dragons. Dragons, Bolt. They breathe fire. They eat cows whole. They're just lizards with an attitude problem, I shrugged, tossing a grape at him. He didn't catch it. It bounced off his forehead. Reflexes, Specs. Work on them. Look, dragons are simple. They're big, they're territorial, and they're dumb. Don't stand in front of the mouth, don't get stepped on, and you'll be fine. Easy for you to say. Cedric stopped pacing and looked at me. He looked sweaty. You don't even have a wand. How are you going to get past a dragon without a wand? I have these, I held up my fists. And I have good cardio. Besides, wands are flammable. Wood burns, remember? Fleur made a choking noise. You are insane. You are mocking death. I've met Thanatos, I said casually. Nice guy. Terrible sense of humor. Loves crossword puzzles. Death isn't the enemy, Frenchie. Hesitation is. Just then, the tent flap opened. Ludo Bagman bounced in, wearing his old Quidditch robes which were a bit tight around the middle. He looked way too happy for a guy organizing a teenage death match. Champions, he beamed. Already? Good, good. Now, it's time to pick your dragons. He held out a purple silk bag. Ladies first. Fleur reached in with a trembling hand. She pulled out a tiny, moving model of a dragon. It had green scales. The Welsh green, Bagman announced. A solid choice. Number 2. Crumb stepped up. He reached in and pulled out a red one. The Chinese fireball. Boo, nasty temper on that one. Number 3. Cedric stepped forward. He closed his eyes, reached in, and pulled out a grayish-blue dragon. The Swedish short snout. Fast and agile. Number 1. That left 2 dragons. Bagman looked at me and Harry. Well, boys? Who's next? Go ahead, Specs, I gestured. Save the big one for me. Harry swallowed hard. He reached into the bag and pulled out the Hungarian horntail. It was black, spiky, and even the miniature version tried to bite his thumb. Bagman grimaced. The Hungarian horntail. Number 4. Bad luck, Harry. Harry looked like he wanted to cry. That leaves me, I said, standing up. I walked over and reached into the bag. There was nothing left but a tiny slip of paper. Bagman looked confused. That's odd. There should be 5, wait. I pulled the paper out. It wasn't a model. It was a note. It read, surprise. I recognized the handwriting. Jagged, sharp, like it had been carved with a knife. Ares. What does it say? Bagman asked, trying to peek. It says I get the mystery box, I grinned, crumbling the paper into dust. Don't worry about it, Bagman. Just point me to the arena when it's my turn. Right, well, Bagman looked unsettled. Mr. Diggory. You're up first. The whistle will blow in 10 minutes. Cedric turned an even paler shade of white. He looked at me, then at Harry. Good luck, he whispered, and walked out. I sat back down. This was going to be interesting. Ares didn't send notes unless he was planning something that involved a lot of pain. Hey, a soft voice came from the back of the tent. I turned. The tent flap had been slit open from the outside. Daphne Greengrass slipped in, looking out of place in her pristine Slytherin robes amidst the mud and straw. You're not supposed to be here, I said, but I smiled. Come to give me a goodbye kiss. I came to give you intel, she said, ignoring my charm. She walked over, keeping her voice low. I spoke to the handlers. They brought a 5th cage. It's covered in heavy enchantments. Runes I've never seen before. Even the dragon keepers are scared of it. Sounds fun, I said. What's in it? They don't know, Daphne frowned, her ice blue eyes scanning my face for any sign of fear. She didn't find any. They said it arrived this morning via a storm cloud. Dropped right into the paddock. Bolt, whatever is in there, it's not a normal dragon. Nothing about me is normal, Daph, I said, leaning closer. You worried? I'm invested, she corrected, crossing her arms. I have a lot of social capital riding on you not dying today. If you get eaten, I look bad. Can't have that, I said. Tell you what. When I win, you owe me dinner. Somewhere that doesn't serve pumpkin juice. If you win, she said. But she reached out and squeezed my hand quickly. Her hand was cold, but her grip was strong. Don't play with your food, Bolt. Kill it fast. She slipped back out through the slit in the tent. I looked at my hand. Specs was watching me. She's terrifying, Harry said. She's brilliant, I corrected. Now, shut up and listen. I can hear the crowd. Cedric is starting. We listened. That's all we could do. We heard the roar of the crowd. Then the roar of a dragon. Then a lot of screaming. Bagman's voice boomed over the magical loudspeakers. Oh. A clever transfiguration. But oh dear, that was close. He's going for the egg, got it. But, ouch. That's going to leave a mark. Cedric came back into the tent 20 minutes later. Half his face was covered in orange burn paste. He was shaking, clutching a golden egg. He collapsed onto a bench, staring at nothing. Alive? I asked. Barely, Cedric croaked. Good job, I nodded. Next. Fleur went next. She used some kind of sleeping charm. I could feel the magic from here, it felt like a lullaby made of heavy syrup. The crowd went quiet. Then a loud cheer. She came back looking disheveled, her skirt singed, but she had her egg. Crumb was brutal. I heard him yelling curses. Conjunctivitis. The dragon screamed in pain. The crowd gasped. Crumb came back looking angry that it had taken him so long. He stomped to the corner and sat down. Then the whistle blew for Harry. Specs stood up. He looked like he was walking to his execution. "Hey," I called out. He stopped. "You fly, right?" I asked. "Yeah," he whispered. "Then fly," I said. "Don't try to out-magic it. Don't try to be Dumbledore. Be a seeker. Get the snitch. The egg is the snitch." Harry nodded, took a deep breath, and walked out. I waited. I heard the summoning charm. Accio firebolt. Then came the whoosh of a broomstick. The crowd roared. I could visualize it. Harry in the air, doing what he does best. Diving, weaving. The horntail screeching, snapping its jaws. It went on for a while. A long while. Harry was playing cat and mouse. Finally, a massive cheer erupted. "He's got it. The youngest champion has the egg." Harry stumbled back into the tent a few minutes later. He had a deep gash on his shoulder, bleeding sluggishly. He looked exhausted, covered in soot, but he was grinning. He held the golden egg up like a trophy. "I did it," he breathed. "I actually did it." "Not bad, kid," I said, standing up and stretching. My joints popped like firecrackers. "You didn't die." 7 out of 10. "You lost points for getting scratched." "Let's see you do better," Harry challenged, the adrenaline making him bold. "Watch and learn," I said. The whistle blew. A long, sharp sound that cut through the noise. "Ladies and gentlemen." Bagman's voice boomed. "And now. The final champion. The mystery challenger. Bolt." I walked out of the tent. The transition from the dim tent to the arena was blinding. The sun had come out from behind the clouds, but it wasn't warm. The arena was a massive rocky enclosure carved into the side of the hill. Thousands of students, teachers, and officials were packed into the stands that rose up on all sides. The noise was deafening. A mix of cheers, boos, and confused murmuring. I walked into the center of the rocky pit. No wand in hand. Just me, my tactical gear, and a whole lot of attitude. I looked around. There was no dragon. Just a large, iron gate at the far end of the enclosure. It was covered in chains. Runes glowed angrily on the metal. "Where's the lizard?" I yelled, my voice amplified by a trick of the air, using the acoustics of the stadium to project without a spell. Bagman's voice wavered over the commentary. "The judges have decided, due to the unique nature of Mr. Bolt's entry, he will face a unique challenge. Release the beast." The gates didn't open. They exploded. The iron bars were torn apart like wet paper. A massive, scaly bulk surged out into the sunlight. It wasn't a dragon. It was bigger. Much bigger. Its body was a mass of shifting, iridescent scales that looked like oil on water. It had 4 thick, stump-like legs that cracked the bedrock with every step. A tail thick as a redwood tree swept behind it, smashing a boulder into dust. But the heads. That was the problem. There wasn't one head. There were 5. Long, serpentine necks writhed and coiled around each other, hissing with a sound like steam escaping a boiler. The heads were lipless, with rows of serrated teeth and eyes that burned with a hateful, intelligent yellow light. A hydra. Not just any hydra. This thing smelled ancient. It smelled like the swamps of Lerna. It smelled like Uncle Poseidon's bad mood mixed with Aunt Demeter's compost heap. The crowd went dead silent. Even the dragon keepers looked terrified. This wasn't supposed to be here. This was a monster from the age of myths. "Oh, you have got to be kidding me," I muttered, staring up at the beast. It towered over me, at least 30 feet high. "Ares. You unoriginal hack." A low chuckle rolled across the sky like thunder, audible only to me. "Test yourself, nephew. Show them what real power looks like." The Hydra saw me. All 5 heads locked onto my position. 10 yellow eyes narrowed. It roared. A discordant, multitonal scream that shattered the glass in the spectator boxes. A wave of stench hit me, rotten meat and poison. Then, the center head lunged. It moved faster than a snake. A blur of scales and teeth. I didn't panic. I reacted. I sidestepped to the right, letting the head slam into the ground where I had been standing a microsecond before. Rock shards exploded outward like shrapnel. "Is that it?" I yelled, taunting it. "My grandma bites harder than that." The Hydra didn't like that. 2 more heads snapped at me from the left and right. A pincer movement. Smart. I jumped. I launched myself 20 feet into the air, clearing the snapping jaws. I landed on the neck of the left head. The scales were slick and slimy. I dug my fingers in, my grip strength is enough to crush granite, and held on. The Hydra thrashed, trying to shake me off. It was like riding a roller coaster without a seatbelt. "Yeehaw!" I shouted, feeling the rush. The crowd finally found its voice. They were screaming. Some in horror, some in excitement. Up in the judge's box, Dumbledore was on his feet, wand drawn. He looked ready to intervene. "Stay out of it, old man." I roared, my voice carrying over the chaos. "This is family business." I cocked my right fist back. I channeled the spark. Blue lightning crackled around my knuckles, condensed and angry. Knock knock. I punched the Hydra in the side of the neck. Boom. The impact sounded like a bomb going off. The force of the punch sent a shockwave rippling through the beast's flesh. The head I was riding went limp instantly, its eyes rolling back. The neck snapped sideways with a sickening crunch. I backflipped off the falling head and landed in a crouch on the rocky floor. One down, I dusted off my hands. 4 to go. But I forgot my mythology. The limp head didn't stay limp. The flesh bubbled. It hissed. The neck split open. From the stump of the one head I had disabled, 2 new heads burst forth in a spray of green slime. They grew instantly, fully formed, screaming in rage. Now there were 6 heads. "Oh, right," I groaned. "Cut off one head, 2 more take its place." I always hated that rule. The Hydra was pissed now. It didn't just bite. It opened its mouths. Green, acidic sludge sprayed out in a wide arc acid. I yelled. "Gross." I scrambled back, moving faster than humanly possible. The acid hit the ground where I had been and dissolved the rock instantly, sizzling and smoking. I needed a strategy. Punching it just made it angrier, and multiplied it. I needed fire. I needed to cauterize the wounds. But I didn't have a torch. And I didn't use fire magic. I used lightning. Wait. Lightning is heat. Lightning is hotter than the surface of the sun. I grinned. Okay, let's turn up the voltage. The 6 heads lunged at once. A wall of teeth and acid. I didn't dodge this time. I stood my ground. I planted my feet, cracking the stone beneath my boots. I took a deep breath, pulling in the ambient magic of the arena, the fear of the crowd, the static in the air. Thunderclap. I slammed my hands together. The sonic boom was directional. I aimed it forward. The shockwave hit the Hydra like a physical wall. The heads were blown back, necks tangling together. The beast stumbled, its massive legs struggling for traction. I saw my opening. I sprinted. I wasn't running away. I was running at it. I slid under the flailing heads, right between its front legs. I was under the belly of the beast. It smelled terrible down here. I jumped up, grabbing the thick scales of its chest. I climbed, scrambling up the main body like a spider. I reached the base of the necks, the central hub where all the heads connected to the torso. "Hey, ugly!" I yelled. All 6 heads twisted around to look at me, perched on their shoulders. "Say cheese." I raised both hands to the sky. "Zeus!" I screamed. "Drop the hammer." The clouds above the arena turned black instantly. A vortex formed directly overhead. A single, massive bolt of lightning, pure, white, divine power, crashed down. It didn't hit me. It hit through me. I acted as the lightning rod. I channeled the energy, letting it flow through my body and out of my hands. I grabbed the 2 central necks. ZZZZZRT. The electricity surged into the Hydra. Its skeleton lit up like a cartoon X-ray. The beast shrieked, a sound that made people in the stands cover their ears and bleed. The heat was intense. The smell of burning reptile filled the air. I held on. The feedback was agony, my nerves felt like they were on fire, but I laughed. This was power. This was what I was made for. The 2 necks I was holding blackened and withered. The stumps fused shut instantly. No regrowth. It works. I yelled over the roar of the thunder. 4 heads left. The Hydra was convulsing. It tried to roll, to crush me. I leaped off, landing a safe distance away. The crowd was silent again. They were witnessing something they couldn't comprehend. A boy fighting a monster with his bare hands and the weather. The Hydra was wary now. It was hurt. It backed up, hissing, protecting its remaining heads. "Come on." I taunted, bouncing on my toes. "I'm just getting warmed up." The Hydra lashed out with its tail. I didn't see it coming. Wham! The tail hit me in the chest. It felt like getting hit by a freight train. I flew. I crossed the entire arena in under a second. I smashed into the rocky wall of the enclosure. The stone shattered, burying me in rubble. Bolt! I heard Harry scream from the tent entrance. Dust settled. A pile of rocks sat where I had landed. The Hydra roared in triumph. It started to move toward the pile, drooling acid. Bagman was screaming into the mic, "He's down. Bolt is down. Medical team. Stand by." Under the rocks, I groaned. My ribs hurt. Definitely broken. My tactical jacket was shredded. But I wasn't dead. Not even close. I pushed a boulder off my chest. It weighed about 2 tons. I tossed it aside like a basketball. I stood up, shaking off the dust. I spat out a mouthful of blood. "Okay," I growled, my eyes glowing a furious, electric blue. "Now I'm mad." I walked out of the rubble. The aura around me flared. Arcs of blue electricity danced across my skin, snapping and popping. The air pressure dropped so low people's ears popped. The Hydra hesitated. It sensed the shift. Predator had become prey. "You want to play rough?" I whispered. "Let's play rough." I started running. I accelerated. Faster. Faster. I became a blur. The Hydra snapped at me. I ducked under a jaw, grabbed a fawn, and ripped it out. The beast screamed. I kept moving. I got behind it. I grabbed the tail, the thing that had just hit me. It was thick, heavy, covered in spikes. I dug my heels into the ground. I activated every muscle fiber, every demigod enhancement, every drop of ichor in my blood. Up. I roared. I lifted. The tail came up. The back legs came up. The crowd gasped. It was impossible. Physics said no. Biology said no. But I am not bound by physics. I am the son of the king. I spun. I swung the Hydra. A 30-foot, multi-ton monster. I swung it by its tail. 1 rotation. 2 rotations. I was a tornado of force. The wind whipped up a dust storm. Have a nice flight. I let go. The Hydra flew through the air. It sailed across the arena, flailing helplessly, and smashed into the opposite wall with earth-shaking force. Crash. Rocks rained down. The Hydra slumped, dazed, broken. I didn't let it recover. I was on it instantly. I jumped onto its chest again. 3 heads were unconscious. One was weakly trying to bite me. I slapped it. Hard. It went limp. I stood on the heaving chest of the defeated monster. The golden egg was nestled in a nest of rocks behind it. I didn't take the egg. Not yet. I looked up at the sky. The clouds were churning. Are you not entertained? I screamed at the crowd. Silence. Then, slowly, the applause started. It wasn't polite golf claps. It was a roar. The Weasley twins were jumping up and down. Daphne was standing, a hand over her mouth, looking stunned. Even Crumb was nodding in respect. I walked over to the nest and picked up the golden egg. It felt heavy. I walked back to the Hydra. I placed a hand on its flank. I sent a pulse of low-level electricity through it, not to hurt it, but to stabilize its heart rate. It was a magnificent beast, even if it was trying to kill me. It wasn't its fault Ares was a jerk. Sleep it off, buddy, I muttered. I turned and walked toward the exit. The gates opened. The medical team rushed in. Madame Pomfrey was leading the charge, looking frantic. Mr. Bolt. Mr. Bolt. Oh, good heavens, you're bleeding. Your ribs. I'm fine, Doc, I said, waving her off. My ribs were already knitting themselves back together. Demigod healing factor is a beautiful thing. Just a scratch. You were hit by a tail that can crush diamonds, she shrieked. I drink milk, I said. I walked into the tent. The other champions were staring at me. Cedric looked like he wanted to ask for my autograph. Crumb looked like he wanted to fight me to see if I was real. Fleur. Fleur walked right up to me. She ignored the blood on my face and the soot on my clothes. You. She started, her voice breathless. You threw the dragon. You threw it. Technically a Hydra, I corrected, wiping my face with a towel. Different genus. More heads. More annoying. You have great strength, she said, her eyes dilated. The Vila allure was usually something she projected, but right now, she looked like she was under a spell. My spell. I work out, I grinned. You were pretty good out there too, Frenchie. Singing to a dragon. Ballsy. She blushed. Actually blushed. Harry came over. He looked at me, then at the egg, then back at me. You're a monster, he said. But he said it with a smile. I'm the upgrade, I reminded him. Told you. Bagman burst into the tent. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. I've never seen anything like it. The judges are deliberating the scores. Don't care, I said, sitting down on the bench and wincing slightly as my ribs finished snapping into place. Is there food? Fighting makes me hungry. Scores are up. Bagman squealed. We looked out the tent opening at the magical scoreboard. Maxime, 10 Crouch, 10 Dumbledore, 10 Bagman, 10 Karkaroff, 4-4. I yelled. Are you kidding me? I suplexed a Hydra. What does a guy have to do to get a 10 from the vampire? Kill it. Karkaroff is biased, Cedric said, shaking his head. Ignore him. That was the coolest thing I've ever seen. Thanks, pretty boy, I said. I leaned back, closing my eyes. The adrenaline was fading, leaving a pleasant buzz in my limbs. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a small, crushed metal fragment I'd snagged from the Hydra's collar when I was wrestling it. I examined it covertly. It was etched with a symbol. A boar's head inside a spear. The mark of Ares's personal stable. So, the war god wasn't just watching. He was supplying the weapons. Game on, uncle, I whispered. Game on. Daphne appeared at the entrance of the tent again. She didn't come in this time. She just stood there, leaning against the post, looking at me. She held up a finger. One dinner. I gave her a thumbs up. I looked at the golden egg in my lap. It was screeching faintly, vibrating. The first task was over. I had survived. The school now knew I wasn't just a wizard. I was a force of nature. But as I looked at the dark cloud still lingering over the stadium, I knew this was just the warm-up. The real war hadn't even started yet. And I needed to teach Specs how to throw a punch before it did. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, The Yule Ball blitzed the problem with being a celebrity, well, a bigger celebrity than I already was, is that people stop treating you like a person and start treating you like a loaded gun. After the first task, the vibe at Hogwarts shifted. Before, I was the mystery guy or the imposter. Now, I was the guy who threw a Hydra. Students parted like the Red Sea when I walked down the corridors. The Slytherins stopped sneering and started taking notes. Even the ghosts gave me a wide berth. It was annoying. I missed the trash talk. But December brought a new kind of torture. A torture worse than Hydras, worse than Death Eaters, worse than Ares's gym playlist. Social dancing. I have to what? I asked, staring at McGonagall like she had just asked me to eat my own boots. Dance, Mr. Bolt, McGonagall said, her lips pursed. We were in the Transfiguration classroom. She had kept me and Harry back after class. The Yule Ball is a tradition of the Triwizard Tournament. As champions, you are required to open the ball with a partner. I don't dance, I said flatly. I fight. I lift heavy objects. I occasionally save the world. I do not waltz. You will waltz, McGonagall said, her tone leaving no room for argument. Or you will look foolish in front of the international magical community. And I suspect, given your ego, that is not something you desire. She had me there. Olympian pride is a real weakness. Fine, I grumbled. But if I step on someone's toes and break their foot, I'm not paying the medical bill. I'm sure you'll manage, she said dryly. She turned to Harry. And you, Mr. Potter? Have you secured a partner? Harry turned bright red. Working on it. Work faster, she advised. The ball is in 3 days. We walked out of the classroom. Harry looked panicked. I'm doomed, he moaned. I can't ask a girl. I can't even talk to girls without stuttering. Cho Chang just looks at me and my brain turns off. You're pathetic, I said affectionately, slinging an arm around his shoulder. Look, it's easy. You just walk up to them, look them in the eye, and say, hey, want to be the envy of every woman in the room? Works every time. For you, maybe, Harry muttered. You're you. And you're me, just with less protein, I said. Ask the Parvati girl. She keeps looking at you like you're a snack. Or ask Hermione. She's a girl, right? Hermione's a friend, Harry said quickly. Besides, she said she's already going with someone. Didn't say who. Mystery man, I mused. Probably Crumb. I saw him staring at her in the library. He looked like he was trying to figure out a puzzle. We reached the Great Hall. It was decorated for Christmas. 12 massive trees, snow falling from the enchanted ceiling, icicles hanging from the banisters. It was disgustingly festive. So, Harry asked, who are you going to ask? Fleur. Too easy, I dismissed. Fleur expects me to ask her. She thinks her Vila mojo works on me. It doesn't. It just smells like perfume. Then who? I scanned the hall. My eyes landed on the Slytherin table. Daphne Greengrass was sitting with her friends, looking bored as usual. She was reading a book on advanced defensive theory while eating a green apple. Her, I said. Harry's eyes bugged out. A Slytherin? The Ice Queen. Are you crazy? Malfoy will have a stroke. Exactly, I grinned. Plus, she owes me dinner. I let go of Harry and marched over to the Slytherin table. The chatter died down instantly as I approached. Malfoy, who was still sporting a faint bruise on his cheek from our first encounter, shrank back into his seat. I stopped in front of Daphne. Greengrass, I said. She didn't look up. Bolt. To what do I owe the pleasure of your looming presence? You owe me a meal, I said. I'm cashing in. She finally looked up, closing her book. Her expression was unreadable. I thought we agreed on a restaurant. Not the Great Hall. I'm thinking bigger, I said, leaning one hand on the table. The Yule Ball. You. Me. Dancing. Making everyone else look bad. The Slytherins gasped. A Gryffindor asking a Slytherin to the biggest event of the year. Scandalous. Daphne studied me. She looked for the joke. She didn't find one. You want me to be your date? She asked slowly. Knowing that my father is a neutral traditionalist and being seen with you, a radical wild card, will cause a political storm. I love storms, I said. And I need a partner who can keep up. I hear you're the best duelist in your year. I need someone who won't faint if things get loud. Loud? She raised an eyebrow. Are you planning on fighting the orchestra? I'm planning on surviving the night, I said seriously. My instincts are itching. Something is going down at this party. I need a second in command, not a damsel. Daphne stared at me for a long moment. Then, the corner of her mouth curled up. It was a genuine smile. A scary, shark-like smile. I'll wear silver, she said. Don't clash. I'll wear black, I promised. Pick you up at 8. I walked away. Malfoy looked like he had swallowed a lemon. You're actually going with him? I heard Pansy Parkinson shriek as I left. He suplexed a hydra, Pansy, Daphne's cool voice drifted back. What have you done lately? The night of the ball arrived. I did not wear dress robes. Dress robes are like wearing a tent. I wore a custom suit Hermes had dropped off. Italian cut, midnight black, with a silk shirt that shimmered slightly like oil. No tie. Top button undone. And, of course, my tactical boots polished to a mirror shine. You never know when you need to kick someone. I met Daphne at the bottom of the marble staircase. I stopped. She wasn't wearing traditional robes either. She was wearing a sleek, silver gown that looked like it was made of liquid mercury. It hugged her frame and flared at the bottom. Her blonde hair was cascaded down her back in intricate waves. She looked regal. Dangerous. Not bad, I said, offering her my arm. You clean up nice, Greengrass. You look like a mob boss, she observed, taking my arm. But it suits you better than lace. Ready to shock the masses? Always. We walked into the great hall. The reaction was immediate. Silence, then whispering. The golden boy, the muscular version, and the Slytherin Ice Queen. We were a visual contradiction. We walked past Harry. He had managed to ask Parvati Patil. He looked terrified. Parvati looked disappointed that Harry wasn't paying attention to her. Breathe, Specs, I whispered as I passed him. Don't trip. We took our places for the Champions Waltz. The music started. A slow, haunting melody. I placed a hand on Daphne's waist. She placed a hand on my shoulder. Do you actually know how to waltz? She asked skeptically. Apollo taught me, I said, moving her into the first step. He's the god of music. He's very particular about footwork. We moved. And yeah, we were good. We glided across the floor. Daphne was light, responsive. She anticipated my movements perfectly. It wasn't just dancing, it was sparring set to music. Push and pull. Lead and follow. So, she said, her voice low as we spun near the edge of the crowd. What's the threat? You said your instincts were itching. Smell the air, I said, dipping her. Beneath the pine and the roasted pork. She sniffed subtly as I pulled her back up. Ozone. And, rot. Dead things, I confirmed. Someone invited crashers. Assassins, she asked, her eyes narrowing, not with fear, but with calculation. Maybe. My guess. Someone wants to test me again. The Hydra was round one. This is the bonus stage. As if on cue, the tempo of the music changed. The Weird Sisters took the stage for the rock portion of the evening. The slow dancing ended. The mosh pit began. We moved off the floor, grabbing drinks. Keep your wand close, I murmured, scanning the enchanted ceiling. It looked like a starry night, but the stars were moving wrong. They were clustering. Always, Daphne tapped her silver clutch. It has an expansion charm. My wand is in my hand. Good girl. Crash. It wasn't the drums. The enchanted ceiling shattered. Not metaphorically. The actual magic holding the illusion together broke. Shards of sky fell like glass rain. Screams erupted. Students scrambled for cover. Dropping from the rafters were dark shapes. 12 of them. They weren't Death Eaters. They were shades. Shadows given form. Humanoid silhouettes made of black smoke, wielding solid jagged daggers. Underworld assassins. Get down. I yelled, shoving a first year out of the way of a falling piece of masonry. The shades landed silently. They moved like oil. They ignored the screaming students. They ignored the teachers firing stunners that passed right through their smoky bodies. They were coming for me. Bolt. Daphne yelled. One of the shades lunged at me from behind. I didn't turn. I sensed the air displacement. I drove my elbow back. Thud. My elbow connected with something solid inside the smoke. The shade hissed, a sound like dry ice on skin. Solid core. I shouted to Daphne. Aim for the chest. They have a heartstone. I spun and kicked the shade. My boot connected with the obsidian stone in its center. The stone shattered. The smoke dissipated instantly with a wail. Got it. Daphne didn't hesitate. She drew her wand. Reducto. Her aim was surgical. The blue spell hit a shade rushing her. It struck the chest. The shade exploded into wisps of darkness. Nice shot. I complimented, dodging a dagger swipe from another assassin. Less talking, more killing, she yelled back, shielding a group of terrified Hufflepuffs with a Protego charm. The hall was chaos. Dumbledore was firing massive blasts of light, but the shades were fast. They were teleporting through the shadows. 3 of them surrounded me. Okay, I cracked my neck. Let's dance. I didn't use lightning. Too many bystanders. I couldn't risk frying a student. I had to go physical. I grabbed the wrist of the first shade. It was freezing cold, sucking the heat out of my skin. Cold hands, cold heart, I quipped. I twisted. The wrist snapped. I used the shade as a shield to block a dagger from the second one. The dagger sank into the first shade's chest, shattering its own heartstone. 2 for 1. I tossed the dissipating corpse at the third one. Harry! I yelled across the room. Specs was cowering under a table with Parvati. Get up! I roared. Fight back! Use the light! Lumos solum! Harry looked at me, terrified. Then he looked at Parvati, who was crying. Something clicked in his eyes. He scrambled out. He pointed his wand. Lumos solum. A blinding flash of sunlight erupted from his wand. The shades shrieked. The light solidified them, stripping away their smoky camouflage. They were vulnerable. Now. I commanded the room. Hit them. The other students, Dumbledore's army in the making, reacted. Stunners and hexes flew from every direction. I moved through the chaos like a shark. A punch here, a kick there. I was breaking stones left and right. I reached the center of the room. The leader of the shades, a larger, denser shadow, was waiting for me. It didn't attack. It floated there. The war god sends his regards, it whispered. The voice sounded like grinding stones. Tell him his gifts suck, I growled. I charged. The shade raised a hand. A blast of necrotic energy shot at me. I couldn't dodge. It was too wide. Suddenly, a silver shield shimmered into existence in front of me. Crystalline, beautiful, and hard as diamond. The necrotic blast hit the shield and dissipated. I looked back. Daphne was standing there, wand raised, sweat glistening on her forehead. Her eyes were fierce. Go, she yelled. I've got your back. I grinned. That's my girl. I punched through Daphne's shield, it allowed physical objects out, just not magic in, smart design, and slammed my fist into the shade leader's chest. I didn't just punch. I released the charge I'd been holding. Olympian uppercut. My fist connected with the heartstone. I channeled a localized thunderbolt directly into the rock. Kaboom! The shade didn't just dissipate. It was vaporized. The explosion cleared a circle in the center of the hall. Silence fell again. The music had stopped. The decorations were ruined. There were scorch marks on the floor. I stood in the center, breathing hard, smoke rising from my knuckles. Daphne walked over to me, her silver dress torn at the hem, her hair slightly messy. She looked exhilarating. You owe me a new dress, she said, holstering her wand. Put it on my tab, I said. You fought well, Greengrass. Cersei would be proud. She froze. How do you know about that? I told you, I winked. I know things. Your family line, it has a touch of the divine. Minor goddess, sorcery. That's why your shields are so pretty. She looked at me with a mix of shock and new respect. We don't talk about that. I won't tell if you don't, I promised. Dumbledore approached, looking grave. He inspected the spot where the shade leader had vanished. Underworld magic, Dumbledore murmured. Inside Hogwarts. The wards should have stopped them. They were invited, I said loud enough for the room to hear. Someone let them in. You have a traitor, headmaster. I looked at Moody, the fake Moody, who was standing by the punch bowl, looking disappointed. He caught my eye and took a swig from his flask. And I'm going to find them, I added. Mr. Bolt, McGonagall said, her voice shaky. Are you injured? Nope, I said. Just annoyed. They ruined the song. I like the Weird Sisters. I turned to the students. They were staring at me again. But this time, it wasn't just fear. It was awe. And gratitude. Show's over, folks. I clapped my hands. Go to bed. Lock your doors. And hey, I pointed at Harry, who was helping Parvati up. Nice lumos, Specs. You blinded them. Good assist. Harry beamed. He actually smiled. I offered my arm to Daphne. Shall we? Where are we going? She asked. The kitchens, I said. Fighting makes me hungry. And I promised you a meal. She laughed. A real, unpolished laugh. Lead the way, Bolt. As we walked out of the ruined hall, I felt a vibration in my pocket. Another message from Herc via the Percom, nice moves, bro. But heads up. Dad is pissed about the shades. Hades is denying involvement. Someone is stealing from the armory of the dead. I clenched my jaw. The Shield of Deimos. I remembered the name from a lesson with Ares. The Shield of Terror. It was lost eons ago. If the enemy had that. I looked at Daphne. I looked at Harry. I needed to get stronger. And I needed to do it fast. Because next time, they wouldn't send shadows. They would send nightmares. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 4, the Yule Ball Blitz. You know what's harder than wrestling a 5-headed reptile that breathes acid? Trying to find a tie that matches a tactical suit. Seriously. Fighting monsters is instinct. You punch the thing, you dodge the pointy bits, you go home and eat pizza. But social engagements? That's a battlefield I wasn't built for. The castle had been weird since the first task. Before, people looked at me like I was a curiosity or a threat. Now, they looked at me like I was a walking nuclear warhead that they really wanted an autograph from. It was exhausting. I couldn't walk to the Great Hall without a gaggle of first-years trailing behind me like ducklings. I was currently hiding in the Transfiguration courtyard, eating an apple I'd swiped from a Hufflepuff. The weather was turning. The air smelled like snow and pine needles. It was December, and the Scottish winter was trying its best to freeze the stone solid. Mr. Bolt. I didn't turn around. I knew the footsteps. Sharp, precise, no nonsense. Professor McGonagall, I said, taking a bite of the apple. If this is about the crater in the Quidditch pitch, I already told Sprout I'd fix it. Just waiting for a dry day. McGonagall walked around the bench and stood in front of me. She looked stressed. Her hat was slightly askew, which for her was the equivalent of a nervous breakdown. The pitch is being repaired by the house elves, she said tightly. This is about something far more pressing. The Yule Ball. I groaned. Oh, right. The dance. Do I have to go? I feel like my presence might intimidate the punch bowl. It is traditional for the champions to open the ball, she said, her voice brooking no argument. You represent the school, or rather, your unique affiliation. You will dance. And you will do so with a partner. A partner, I repeated. You want me to inflict my company on some poor girl for an entire evening? I am sure you will find plenty of volunteers, she said dryly, glancing at a group of Ravenclaw girls who were currently peering at us from behind a pillar and giggling. However, I expect you to behave. No lightning. No breaking furniture. And try to wear something other than, whatever that is. She gestured to my dragonhide combat pants. These are practical, I defended. What if the buffet attacks? Mr. Bolt, she warned. Fine. I'll wear a dress. Happy? She sighed, a long, weary sound. Just get a date, Bolt. And teach Mr. Potter how to dance while you're at it. He moves like a newborn giraffe. She marched away, leaving me with a half-eaten apple and a headache. Dancing. Great. I finished the apple and tossed the core into a bush. I needed to find Specs. If I was going down, he was going down with me. I found Harry in the library. He was sitting at a table buried under a mountain of books, looking miserable. Ron was there too, trying to build a tower out of quill tips. Hermione was aggressively scribbling on a piece of parchment. Sup, nerds, I said, pulling out a chair and spinning it around to sit backward. Harry jumped. Bolt. Don't sneak up on me. I didn't sneak. I walked. You just have zero situational awareness. If I was a ninja, you'd be toast. I leaned my chin on the back of the chair. So, McGonagall just threatened me with bodily harm if I don't dance. I assume you got the same speech. Harry put his head on the table. She made us practice. In front of the whole house. I stepped on Neville's foot. Twice. Neville's a big boy, he'll survive, I said. The real question is, who are you taking? You can't open the ball solo. It looks sad. I don't know. Harry wailed, his voice cracking. I can't talk to girls. I try, and my throat closes up. I asked Cho if she liked owls, and she just looked at me weird and walked away. Because that's a stupid question, Specs. Everyone likes owls. They deliver the mail. I looked at Ron. What about you, Red? You got a date? I asked Fleur, Ron whispered, staring at the table in horror. I blinked. You asked the Vila champion? The one who looks like she eats models for breakfast. I didn't mean to. Ron said, his ears turning purple. It just happened. I shouted at her in the corridor. Then I ran away. I laughed. I couldn't help it. It was a loud, barking laugh that earned me a severe shushing from Madame Pants. Okay, that's tragic, I wiped a tear from my eye. Look, guys. It's not rocket science. Girls are just people. Dangerous, complicated, terrifying people, but people. You just gotta be direct. Confidence is key. Even if you're faking it. Easy for you to say, Harry muttered into the wood grain. You're you. You threw a hydra. And you killed a basilisk, I reminded him. Stop selling yourself short. You're the boy who lived. Act like it. I stood up. I'm gonna go secure my target. Watch and learn. Who are you asking? Hermione looked up, pen pausing. Top secret, I winked. But let's just say, it's going to make the political landscape very interesting. I walked out of the library, whistling. I had a plan. A stupid plan, but those were usually the most fun. I headed for the dungeons. Most Gryffindors avoided the dungeons like the plague. It was cold, dark, and full of Slytherins who liked to hex people in the corridors. But I wasn't a Gryffindor, technically. I was a free agent. And the cold didn't bother me. I found the entrance to the Slytherin common room. A stretch of bare stone wall. Password, the wall asked. Open up or I'll replace you with a bead curtain, I said. The wall didn't open. Right. Magic. I tapped the stone. I sent a tiny pulse of electricity through the masonry. Just enough to tickle the enchantments. Come on. I'm not here to raid the place. Just looking for someone. The wall rumbled and slid aside. I guess the castle wards decided it was safer to let me in than risk me getting creative with the structural integrity. The Slytherin common room was fancy. Green lamps, leather couches, tapestries that looked expensive and depressing. A bunch of students were lounging around. They all froze when I walked in. Potter? A fifth-year girl with a pug nose stood up. Pansy Parkinson. What are you doing in here? This is a private house. Relax, pug face, I said, scanning the room. I'm not the Potter you hate. I'm the cool one. I spotted my target. Daphne Greengrass was sitting by the fire, reading a book thick enough to stop a bullet. She didn't look up when the room went quiet. She just turned a page. I walked over. Malfoy was sitting nearby, nursing his bruised ego. He saw me and practically climbed over the back of his sofa to get away. Greengrass, I said, stopping in front of her chair. She finished reading the paragraph, marked her page with a silver ribbon, and looked up. Her eyes were blue. Not sky blue like mine. Ice blue. Cold and sharp. Bolt, she said calmly. To what do I owe the intrusion? Did you get lost looking for the gym? I never get lost. I have a divine GPS, I said. I'm here to collect. Collect? You owe me dinner. Remember? The bet. I didn't get eaten by the Hydra. I remember, she said. I assumed we would go to Hogsmeade. Sometime next year. I'm impatient, I said, leaning down so our faces were level. The firelight danced in her eyes. I'm cashing it in now. The Yule Ball. The room gasped. I heard a glass shatter somewhere. Daphne didn't blink. You want me to go to the Yule Ball with you? As your date. Partner, I corrected. Date implies I'm going to buy you flowers and try to hold your hand during the slow songs. Partner implies we're going to walk in there, look better than everyone else, and handle whatever chaos goes down. Chaos? She raised an eyebrow. My instincts are buzzing, I said, tapping my temple. Something's gonna happen. I need someone who can watch my six. Someone who isn't going to faint if a chandelier explodes. I hear you're the best duelist in Slytherin. She stared at me. She was analyzing. Weighing the pros and cons, social suicide versus the most interesting night of her life. My father won't like it, she said softly. Your father isn't invited, I countered. Just you. And me. And a lot of bad music. She looked at Malfoy, who was shaking his head frantically in the corner. Then she looked back at me. A slow, dangerous smile spread across her face. I'll wear silver, she said. Try not to look like a vagrant. I'll wear a suit, I promised. Pick you up at 8. I straightened up and looked around the room. As you were, snakes, I said. I walked out. I could feel Daphne watching me leave. Step 1 complete. Now I just needed a suit that didn't itch. The days leading up to the ball were a blur of panic for everyone else and boredom for me. I dragged Harry to the empty Charms classroom every evening for training. Okay, Specs, I said, pacing around him. Dance stance. Harry awkwardly held up his arms like he was holding a beach ball. Wrong, I said, slapping his elbows down. Relax. You're stiff. If you're stiff, you trip. If you trip, you look stupid. If you look stupid, I look bad by association. I hate this, Harry grumbled. Why can't we just practice disarming spells? Because the waltz is a combat maneuver, I lectured. It's about control. Leading your opponent, partner, where you want them to go. Anticipating their movement. It's footwork, Harry. Boxing is dancing. Sword fighting is dancing. I grabbed a mop from the corner. Here. This is Parvati. Dance with the mop. I am not dancing with a mop, Harry protested. Dance with the mop or I zap you, I threatened, sparking my fingers. Harry danced with the mop. He was getting better. Less stepping on toes, more flowing. You asked Parvati? I checked. Yeah, Harry sighed. She said yes. She seemed excited. I don't know why. Because you're famous, dummy. And because she thinks you're mysterious. Don't ruin it by talking about Quidditch all night. What do I talk about? Ask her questions. Girls love talking about themselves. Ask about her robes. Ask about her classes. Not a lot. And for Zeus's sake, smile. We practiced for an hour. By the end, Harry could waltz a mop around the room without tripping over the bucket. Progress. The night of the ball. Christmas Day. I was in the dormitory. Dean and Seamus were freaking out about their ties. Ron was wearing, well, it looked like a moldy curtain with lace. Bloody hell, Ron, I said, staring at his dress robes. Did you lose a bet? It's traditional. Ron shouted, his face red. My mom sent them. Your mom hates you, I stated. Here. I went to my trunk. I pulled out a simple black spell knife. Hold still. I walked over and sliced the lace ruffs off his cuffs and collar. Hey! Ron yelped. Trust me, I said. I cast a quick cleaning charm to get the musty smell out. Better. Now you just look retro, not ancient. I turned to my own gear. Hermes had come through. A package had appeared on my bed that morning with a note, don't embarrass the family. H. I pulled out the suit. It wasn't wizard robes. It was a muggle tuxedo, but tailored by gods. The fabric was midnight black, absorbing the light. The lapels were satin. The shirt was white silk. I put it on. It fit like a second skin. No restriction in the shoulders. I could throw a punch in this. I laced up my boots. I kept the tactical boots. They were polished black, so they passed for dress shoes, but they had grip. If I had to run, I wasn't going to be sliding around on leather soles. I checked my pockets. No wand. But I had a few surprises. A pouch of celestial bronze dust. A pair of knuckle dusters Hermes had slipped in. You look like a hitman, Harry said, adjusting his glasses. He was wearing neat green bottle robes. He looked decent. I'm a diplomatic envoy, I corrected, checking my hair in the mirror. It was messy, but intentionally so. With a license to kill. Let's get this over with, Harry muttered. We walked down to the common room. Parvati was waiting. She looked pretty in pink. She gasped when she saw Harry. Hi, Harry squeaked. Then he cleared his throat. Hi. You look nice. You too, she giggled. I gave Harry a thumbs up behind her back. Go get Tiger, I whispered. I separated from the Gryffindors at the bottom of the stairs. They went into the Great Hall. I waited in the entrance hall. The doors opened. Students were streaming in. Colors, noise, excitement. Then I saw her. Daphne was coming down the marble staircase. I actually stopped breathing for a second. She wasn't wearing robes. She was wearing a gown made of silver silk that poured over her like liquid metal. It was sleeveless, showing off toned arms. The bodice was fitted, the skirt flared out. Her hair was down, a cascade of gold waves. She wore a simple silver choker with a small emerald. She looked like a weapon wrapped in silk. She reached the bottom of the stairs and looked at me. She scanned the suit, the boots, the lack of tie. You look like you're going to a funeral, she noted. I'm mourning the hearts I'm about to break, I shot back, offering my arm. You, on the other hand, look like a disco ball. In a good way. Charming, she took my arm. Her grip was firm. Ready to scandalize the school. Born ready. We walked to the doors of the great hall. McGonagall was there, organizing the champions. Mr. Bolt, Miss Greengrass, she nodded, her eyes widening slightly at Daphne. Get in line. Diggory is leading. Cedric was there with Cho Chang. Krum was there with Hermione. I blinked. Hermione looked amazing. Her hair was sleek, her dress was blue periwinkle. Krum looked like he had won the lottery. Way to go, Granger, I whispered as we lined up. She beamed nervously. The doors opened. The music started. A fanfare. We walked in. The great hall was transformed. It was a winter wonderland. Frost on the walls, mist on the floor. But the temperature was warm. As we walked down the center aisle, the whispering started. It was like a wave crashing around us. Is that Greengrass? With Bolt? Look at her dress. Look at his arms. I kept my head high, a smirk on my face. Daphne was cool as ice, staring straight ahead, ignoring the stares. We were a power couple. We knew it. They knew it. We reached the head table. Dumbledore was smiling. Karkaroff looked sour. Madame Maxime was clapping politely. Take your positions, McGonagall hissed. The champions formed a circle on the dance floor. The music changed to a waltz. Don't drop me, Daphne whispered. I never drop anything I want to keep, I said. I placed my hand on her waist. She put hers on my shoulder. We moved. Apollo really did know his stuff. The rhythm took over. 1 2 3, 1 2 3. We glided. Daphne was light. She followed my lead instantly, reacting to the subtle shifts in my weight. We spun. Her silver dress flared out, catching the light. You can actually dance, she sounded surprised. I'm full of surprises, I spun her out and pulled her back in. I also cook, clean, and exorcise demons. Useful skills, she murmured. Everyone is staring. Let them stare. They're just wondering how I got the prettiest girl in the room. She rolled her eyes, but she smiled. Flattery won't get you a discount on the dinner you owe me. Worth a shot. We danced. For a few minutes, the war, the titans, the dark magic, it all faded. It was just movement and music. It was nice. Then the music ended. The crowd applauded. We stepped back, bowing to each other. Not bad, Bolt, Daphne said. You passed the test, Greengrass, I said. The weird sisters took the stage. The music shifted from classical to wizard rock. Drums kicked in. Guitars wailed. The students flooded the floor. Drink? I suggested. Please. We grabbed 2 goblets of punch and moved to the side of the room, near an ice sculpture of a reindeer. So, Daphne sipped her drink, her eyes scanning the crowd. The itching. Still there. Worse, I said, my smile fading. I looked up at the enchanted ceiling. The stars were swirling in a pattern that wasn't natural. The air pressure is dropping. Can you feel it? I feel a chill, she admitted. But it's winter. Not this kind of chill, I said. This is the chill of a grave. I set my cup down. Stay close. Keep your wand ready. Always, she touched the hidden pocket in her dress. Suddenly, the music stopped. Not a fade out. A cut. A screech of feedback tore through the hall. Students covered their ears. Then, the ceiling broke. It didn't crack. It shattered. The illusion of the night sky fell away, replaced by a gaping black void. Crash. Shards of magic rained down like glass. Down! I yelled, grabbing Daphne and pulling her under the shelter of a stone archway. Screams erupted. The panic was instant. From the hole in the roof, shadows dropped. They poured in like black oil, solidifying as they hit the floor. Shades. I recognized them from Ares's lectures. Spirits of the restless dead, bound into physical form by dark alchemy. They were humanoid, faceless, made of smoke and hate. They held jagged blades that looked like solidified shadow. There were 12 of them. They landed in a circle in the center of the dance floor. Assassins, Daphne breathed. She didn't scream. She had her wand out. Targeted, I said. They aren't attacking the crowd. They're looking. One of the shades turned its faceless head. It pointed a blade directly at me. Found me, I muttered. The shade screeched, a sound like metal tearing, and charged. Move. I shoved Daphne to the left and rolled to the right. The shade lunged through the space where we had been, its blade slicing through the stone pillar like butter. Stupefy. Daphne yelled. A jet of red light hit the shade. It passed right through the smoke. Magic doesn't work on the smoke form. I shouted, scrambling to my feet. You have to hit the core. There's a stone in the chest. Obsidian. Got it. Daphne adjusted instantly. Confringo. She aimed for the center of the mass. The blasting curse hit something solid inside the smoke. Boom. The shade exploded into wisps of harmless vapor. Nice shot. I yelled. 2 more shades were on me. They moved fast, unnaturally jerky. I didn't have a wand. I didn't need one. The first shade swiped at my head. I ducked, feeling the cold wind of the blade pass over my hair. I stepped into its guard. Sorry, buddy, you're in my personal space. I drove my fist into its midsection. I felt the hard lump of the heartstone. Crack. I punched right through the smoke and shattered the stone with my knuckles. The shade dissolved. The second one tried to flank me. I spun, sweeping its legs, or where its legs should be. The smoke disrupted, and it stumbled. I grabbed a heavy silver platter from a nearby table and smashed it over the shade's head. The impact jarred the stone loose. I stomped on it. Crunch. 3 down. I counted. The Great Hall was a war zone. Students were running, screaming. The teachers were trying to engage, but the shades were fast, phasing through tables and walls. Dumbledore was in the center, wielding his wand like a conductor. Massive whips of fire were keeping 3 shades at bay, but he was worried about hitting students. Bolt! Daphne screamed. I turned. A massive shade, bigger than the others, wearing tattered armor, was looming over her. It raised a massive greatsword of shadow. She had a shield up, a shimmering, translucent barrier, but the blade was cracking it. I couldn't reach her in time. Specs. I roared across the hall. Harry and Ron were hiding under a table. Do something. Harry looked out. He saw Daphne. He saw the monster. He pointed his wand. Lumos Solum. Harry screamed. It was the spell from first year. Sunlight. A blinding beam of pure, solar light erupted from Harry's wand. It washed over the hall. The shades shrieked. The light burned away their shadowy camouflage, revealing the withered, corpse-like forms beneath. They were solid now. Vulnerable. The big shade flinched, blinding it for a second. That was all the time I needed. I launched myself off a table. I flew through the air, tackling the armored shade away from Daphne. We crashed into the buffet table, sending turkey and gravy flying. The shade was strong. It grabbed my throat with a cold, skeletal hand. The grip was like iron. It squeezed. "You have the scent of the sky," the shade rasped. Its voice was dust and old graves. "And you smell like expired milk," I choked out. I grabbed its wrist. I let the spark loose. Clear. I channeled a high-voltage shock directly into its arm. Zzzzzt. The shade convulsed. Its grip loosened. I rolled off, stood up, and grabbed a chair. I smashed the chair over its back. It went down to one knee. Daphne was there. She jumped onto the table, her dress torn, hair wild. She pointed her wand at the shade's exposed head. Reducto. The spell hit point blank. The shade's helmet, and the head inside it, disintegrated. The body crumbled into dust. "Teamwork," I panted, wiping gravy off my shoulder. "You're messy," Daphne said, breathless. The rest of the shades were falling. With Harry's light keeping them solid, the teachers and older students were picking them off. Moody blasted one into oblivion. McGonagall transfigured one into a coat rack. Silence slowly returned to the hall. The only sound was the whimpering of terrified students and the settling of dust. Dumbledore lowered his wand. He looked furious. The air around him crackled with suppressed power. "Secure the doors," he ordered the staff. "Check for injuries." I looked at Daphne. She was shaking slightly, the adrenaline crash hitting her. "You okay?" I asked, stepping closer. She took a deep breath and straightened her spine. The mask of the Ice Queen slid back into place, but her eyes were warm. "I'm fine," she said. That was efficient. "We make a good team," I said. "You've got a mean blasting curse, Greengrass." "Family secret," she whispered. I looked over at Harry. He was standing on the table, wand still glowing, looking stunned that he had actually helped. "Nice one, Specs." I called out. "You're learning." Harry grinned, a shaky, relieved smile. I walked over to the pile of dust that used to be the leader shade. I kicked the ashes. Something glittered in the remains. I knelt down and picked it up. It was a small metal chit. Bronze. It was stamped with a symbol. A dog. 3 heads. Cerberus. "Hades," I hissed. So, the underworld was definitely involved. But Hades usually didn't send assassins. He sent lawyers. This was rogue. This was someone stealing from the boss. I pocketed the chit. "Mr. Bolt," Dumbledore was beside me. He moved silently for an old guy. "What is this?" "Party crashers," I said, standing up. "Underworld shades. Someone with high-level clearance sent them." "This is grave news," Dumbledore said, looking at the ruined ceiling. "The wards were bypassed." "They weren't bypassed, Professor," Daphne said, stepping up beside me. "They were keyed in. Someone from the inside opened the door." Dumbledore looked at her, surprised by her boldness. "A astute observation, Miss Greengrass." "We have a traitor," I said loud enough for Karkaroff, who was hiding behind a pillar, to hear. "And I'm going to find them. And when I do, I'm going to throw them off the astronomy tower." "Let us not be hasty," Dumbledore cautioned. "But yes. Investigation is required." "Investigation is boring," I muttered. "I prefer interrogation." I looked at Daphne. "I think the ball is over," I said. "And you never got your dinner." "I'm not hungry anymore," she said, looking at the smashed turkey. "Kitchens," I suggested. "House elves make great hot chocolate. And it's bomb-proof down there." She looked at me, then at the chaos of the hall. "Lead the way, Bolt." We walked out of the hall together. The students parted for us again. But this time, it wasn't just awe. It was respect. We had stood our ground. As we walked down the corridor toward the kitchens, my prayer-com buzzed. Bolt. It's Herc. Dad saw the shades. He's closing the borders of Olympus. He thinks a titan is waking up. Be careful, little brother. The gloves are coming off. I stopped. What is it? Daphne asked, sensing my tension. Just family drama, I said, forcing a smile. Nothing I can't handle. But as I looked at the dark shadows stretching down the hallway, I felt a shiver. A titan. If a titan was backing Voldemort, this wasn't just a wizard war. It was a cosmic war. And I was standing on the front line in a tuxedo. Hey, I said to Daphne. You ever fight a giant? No, she said. Stick with me, I grinned, though my eyes were serious. You might get the chance. We turned the corner, leaving the darkness behind, walking into the warmth of the kitchens. The war could wait until tomorrow. Tonight, I needed cocoa. And maybe a nap. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, Descent into the Underworld. For a secret society that prides itself on being hidden, wizards really like to put their most dangerous stuff in the most obvious places. A school full of children. Let's hide a giant three-headed dog on the third floor. A government building. Let's put the Department of Mysterious Death Weapons in the basement next to the cafeteria. But Gringotts? Gringotts is a whole different level of, what were you thinking? It was 2 a.m. The Yule Ball had ended in disaster, or triumph, depending on if you like watching shadow monsters get punched in the face. Most of the school was currently shivering in their beds, probably having nightmares about smoke demons. Not me. I was wide awake. The adrenaline from the fight was still humming in my blood, crackling under my skin like static electricity. I stood in the center of Hogsmeade, staring at the apparition point. The village was dark, silent, and covered in snow. The only light came from the faint blue glow radiating off my tactical jacket. You're insane, a voice said from the shadows. I turned. Bill Weasley stepped out. He looked different from the rest of his family. Long red hair in a ponytail, a fawn earring, and boots made of dragon leather. He looked like he played bass in a band that only toured in war zones. Insane is a strong word, Bill, I said, checking the straps on my gloves. I prefer proactive. Also, you agreed to come. I agreed to talk, Bill corrected, crossing his arms. He looked nervous, which was fair. I had just dragged him out of bed after he'd spent 3 hours securing the castle perimeters. You said you had intel on the shades. You didn't say we were going to rob a bank. We're not robbing it, I clarified. We're inspecting it. Aggressively. Look, Bill, you're a curse breaker. You work for Gringotts. You know the layout better than anyone. I need a guide. To the vaults? Bill asked. Lower, I said. Much lower. Beneath the gold. Beneath the dragons. I need to go to the foundation. Bill's face went pale. In the moonlight, he looked like he'd seen a ghost. There's nothing down there but rock and old magic, Bolt. The deep caverns. Even the goblins don't go past the dragon level without a treaty. Someone went down there, I said, pulling the bronze chit I'd found at the ball out of my pocket. I tossed it to him. Bill caught it. He examined the symbol, the three-headed dog. His eyes widened. This is. He swallowed. This is a gate key. Where did you get this? Dug it out of the remains of a shadow assassin that tried to slice up your little brother, I said grimly. Someone opened a back door to the underworld, Bill. And the draft is coming from your bank. Bill stared at the chit. He was a professional. I could see the gears turning. He knew Gringotts was built on top of ley lines. He knew the rumors about what lay beneath the bedrock. He sighed, tucking the chit into his jacket. If we do this, we're declaring war on the Goblin Nation. They will kill us on sight if we breach the lower levels. Let them try. I cracked my knuckles. I need a workout. You in, Weasley? Or are you going to let the bad guys use your bank as a highway for the dead? Bill looked at me. Then he looked at the dark sky. He grinned, a sharp, reckless grin that reminded me of the twins. I always hated the audit department, Bill said. Let's go. Getting to London took seconds. I grabbed Bill's shoulder. Hold on, I warned. I don't do side-along apparition. It feels like being squeezed through a straw. I travel via the express. The what? Bill asked. Zeus Air, I said. I looked up. I focused on the destination, Diagon Alley. I tapped into the current of the wind. Zip. We didn't vanish. We moved. We became a streak of lightning. For a split second, the world was nothing but a blur of gray clouds and electricity. Crack. We landed in the middle of Diagon Alley. The cobblestones shattered under my boots. Bill stumbled, looking green. That. He gasped, leaning against a brick wall. That was fast. And loud. Stealth is for people who can't take a punch, I said, straightening my jacket. The alley was deserted. The shops were boarded up for the night. At the end of the street, the white marble facade of Gringotts loomed like a tombstone. Okay, Bill whispered, pulling out his wand. The front doors are enchanted with anti-thief charms. If you touch the handle without a key, you get sucked inside and trapped in a stasis bubble for 10 years. Cute, I said. I don't have a key. I walked up the steps. The massive bronze doors gleamed in the starlight. The poem about "Enter stranger but take heed" was etched into the metal. Bolt, wait. Bill hissed. We need to disable the wards. I am the ward breaker, I muttered. I didn't touch the handle. I placed my palm flat against the center of the door. The metal was cold. I could feel the magic humming inside it, complex, layered, greedy magic. I pushed. Not with muscle. With aura. I sent a pulse of pure, high-frequency static into the door. It wasn't an attack, it was an overload. The magic inside the door tried to analyze the energy, tried to categorize it as a threat or a key. But it couldn't. My energy isn't wizard magic. It's divine. It's the raw stuff of creation. The door vibrated. The bronze heated up. Click. Clack. Snap. The locking mechanisms fused. The enchantments short-circuited. Open sesame, I said. I kicked the doors. Boom. The doors flew inward, tearing off their hinges. They skidded across the marble floor of the lobby, creating a deafening echo. Bill stared at me, his mouth open. You just shorted out 1,000 years of goblin security. Their wiring was outdated, I shrugged. Let's move. We walked into the lobby. It was empty of customers, obviously, but not empty of guards. Goblins swarmed out from the side corridors. These weren't the bankers in suits. These were the security forces. They wore leather armor and carried spears tipped with silver. Intruders, a lead goblin screeched. Kill them. Bill, I said calmly, not slowing my stride. You handle the magic ones. I'll handle the pointy ones. Right, Bill said, his voice shaking slightly but his wand steady. Stupefy. A jet of red light hit the first goblin. The fight was on. There were about 20 of them. They rushed us, spears lowered. I didn't draw a weapon. I am the weapon. I met the charge head-on. The first goblin thrust his spear at my gut. I sidestepped, grabbed the shaft of the spear, and yanked. The goblin flew forward. I met his face with my knee. Crunch. He went down. Two more came at me from the sides. I spun, sweeping my leg in a low arc. My boot connected with their shins. They toppled like dominoes. We just want to talk to the manager. I yelled, punching a goblin in the helmet. The metal dented, and the goblin went cross-eyed and collapsed. Bill was dancing around the edges, deflecting hexes and firing stunners. He was good. Efficient. He moved like a duelist. They're calling reinforcements. Bill shouted. We need to get to the carts before the warlocks arrive. Way ahead of you. I grabbed a goblin by the back of his armor. He was snarling, swiping at me with a dagger. You. I shook him. You look like you know the way. What's your name? Rot Fong, the goblin spat. Release me, wizard scum. I'm not a wizard, Rot Fong. I'm a customer with a complaint. I shifted my grip to his collar. Take us to the carts. Now. Never. I let my eyes glow. I let a little bit of the storm leak out. The air pressure in the lobby dropped. The marble floor cracked under my feet. Take us to the carts, I enunciated, my voice layering with the rumble of thunder. Rot Fong went pale. He dropped his dagger. This way, he squeaked. We ran. We sprinted past the high counters, jumped the turnstiles, and bolted through the heavy door leading to the tracks. A cart was waiting. It was a rusty mine cart sitting on rails that disappeared into the darkness. Get in. I shoved Rot Fong into the front seat. Bill jumped in the back. I took the middle. Drive. I ordered. Rot Fong slammed a lever. The cart jerked and shot forward. We plunged into the dark. The Gringotts ride is famous for being nauseating. But usually, it goes at a safe, regulated speed. We were not going at a safe speed. Faster. I yelled over the wind rushing past my ears. It doesn't go any faster. Rot Fong screamed, clutching the brake lever. Yes it does, I said. I placed my hand on the back of the cart, right over the mechanism. I visualized the gears. I pumped a jolt of electricity into the axle. Zap. The cart surged. It accelerated from fast to suicidal. We whipped around corners so sharp the wheels lifted off the track. Bill was screaming something that sounded like a prayer. Rot Fong was just screaming. We passed the first level. The vaults for the rich families. We passed the second level. The high-security vaults. The air got colder. Stalactites zoomed past my head, missing by inches. Where are we going? Bill yelled, his hair whipping around his face. This is the dragon level. We have to stop. Keep going. I ordered. Down to the roots. We passed the dragon. It was a pale, blind thing chained in a massive cavern. It roared as we zoomed by, a blast of fire singing the back of the cart. Hi, Fluffy. I waved. The track started to change. The smooth rails became jagged. The stone walls turned from granite to obsidian. The air smelled of sulfur and stagnant water. This is the end of the line. Rot Fong shrieked. The tracks end here. The thief's downfall. Ahead, a waterfall washed over the tracks. It washed away all concealments and enchantments. Hold your breath. I yelled. We hit the water. It was freezing. It washed over us, stripping away any protective charms Bill had cast. But it couldn't wash away me. I'm not an enchantment. I'm real. The cart shot out the other side. The tracks didn't end. They just dropped. A vertical drop. Here we go. I laughed. The cart plummeted. It was freefall. We were falling into the abyss. Bill was screaming. Arresto momentum. His spell hit the cart, slowing us down just enough so we didn't turn into paste when we hit the bottom. Crash. The cart slammed onto a lower set of rusted rails, sparks flying everywhere. The wheels screeched in protest. We skidded to a halt in a massive, silent cavern. We had arrived. I hopped out of the cart, my boots crunching on gravel. The air here was dead. No wind. No sound. Just a heavy, oppressive silence. "Welcome to the basement," I said. Bill climbed out shakily. He looked around. "I've never been this deep. This is pre-goblin. This is ancient." The cavern was huge. The ceiling was lost in shadows. In the distance, a massive pair of stone doors stood carved into the living rock. They were 50 feet high, covered in runes that glowed with a sickly green light. Rotfang was cowering in the cart. "I'm not going out there. The guardians, they eat flesh." "Stay here, Rotfang," I said. "Guard the ride." I started walking toward the doors. Bill followed, his wand lit with illumos. "Bolt," Bill whispered. "Look at the floor." I looked down. The ground was littered with bones. Not goblin bones. Human bones. Wizard bones. Previous customers, I noted. We were halfway to the doors when the ground shook. Thump. Thump. From the shadows near the doors, shapes emerged. They weren't goblins. They were golems. Massive constructs made of black stone and iron, animated by dark magic. They were shaped like warriors, but crude, blocky. They held hammers the size of cars. There were 2 of them. "Gatekeepers," Bill said, his voice tight. "They're immune to most magic. You have to break the runes on their chests to stop them." "Runes," I repeated. "Got it. You distract the left one. I'll break the right one." "Distract it?" Bill squeaked. "With what?" "Be annoying." I launched myself forward. The right golem saw me. It raised its hammer. I didn't slow down. I ran right at it. The hammer came down. Wham! The ground exploded. I rolled forward, diving under the swing. I was fast, but the golem was surprisingly quick for a pile of rocks. It swept its arm back, catching me in the ribs. I skid across the cavern floor, digging my heels in to stop. "Okay," I grunted, dusting off my jacket. "You hit hard. I respect that." I charged again. This time, I zigzagged. Bill was doing his part. He was firing blasting curses at the other golem's head. The spells bounced off, but they got its attention. The golem roared, a grinding sound of stone on stone, and chased Bill. "Run, Weasley!" I shouted. I focused on my target. The rune on its chest was glowing red. I needed to get up there. I waited for the hammer swing. It came down again. This time, I jumped. I landed on the hammer. I ran up the handle. The golem looked confused. It tried to shake me off. I reached its shoulder. I was eye level with its blank stone face. "Sorry, buddy. You're evicted." I jumped from the shoulder, aiming for the chest. I pulled back my fist. I channeled everything I had into a single point. No lightning this time. Just kinetic force amplified by divine density. Crack. My fist connected with the rune. It felt like punching a mountain. But the mountain broke. The rune shattered. A shockwave of magical energy released, blowing the golem's chest apart. The light in its eyes died instantly. It crumbled, falling backward into a pile of harmless rocks. I landed on top of the rubble. One down. I yelled. I looked over at Bill. He was cornered. The other golem had him backed against a wall. It raised its hammer for a killing blow. "Hey! Pebble brain!" I screamed. I picked up a boulder, about the size of a fridge, from the remains of my golem. I spun and threw it. The boulder sailed through the air. It hit the second golem square in the back of the head. The golem stumbled, its aim ruined. The hammer smashed into the wall next to Bill, showering him in dust. "Now, Bill!" I yelled. "The chest." Bill didn't hesitate. He scrambled up the golem's arm while it was dazed. He placed the tip of his wand directly against the glowing rune. Confringo Maxima. Bill jumped away. Boom. The rune exploded. The golem collapsed. Bill landed on his feet, panting heavily. He looked at the pile of rocks, then at me. That, Bill wheezed, was absolutely terrifying. "Let's never do it again." "You did good, Weasley," I grinned. "You got hustle." We stood before the massive stone doors. Now that the guardians were gone, I could feel the energy radiating from them. It was cold. A deep, soul-sucking cold. "The gate to the underworld," I whispered. "Or at least, the service entrance." "How do we open it?" Bill asked. "We don't," I said, pointing to a crack near the bottom of the doors. It was a fissure, barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through. "It's already open." "That's the problem." A faint, purple mist was leaking out of the crack. It smelled like sulfur and old lilacs, funeral flowers. "Masks up," I said, pulling my collar over my nose. "Don't breathe the mist. It'll make you see things you don't want to see." We squeezed through the crack. Inside, the world changed. We weren't in a cavern anymore. We were in a void. The floor was gray ash. The sky was a swirling nebula of dark clouds. In the distance, I could hear the rushing of a river. The Styx. This was a pocket dimension. A threshold between the living world and Hades' domain. And in the center of this gray wasteland stood a single, solitary structure. It was a vault. But not a Gringotts vault. It was a Greek temple, small and ruined, made of black marble. And chained to the pillars of the temple was a man. He looked terrible. His robes were tattered rags. His hair was matted and long. His skin was gray, translucent, as if he was fading away. He was kneeling, his arms shackled by chains made of shadow. The chains pulsed, sucking light from his body and feeding it into the temple. "Sirius," I breathed. It was him. The prisoner. The mass murderer. My godfather. But he didn't look like a murderer. He looked like a battery. Bill gasped. "Is that Sirius Black? But he's in Azkaban." "He broke out," I said, walking forward. "Or so they say. Looks like he didn't get very far." We approached him. The ash crunched under our feet. Sirius lifted his head. His eyes were haunted, sunken deep into his skull. But when he saw me, a spark of recognition flared. "James," he rasped. His voice sounded like dry leaves skittering on pavement. "Harry," I corrected, kneeling in front of him. I reached out to touch the chains, but they burned my fingers with cold fire. "Bolt." "Harry." Sirius tried to smile, but it looked painful. "You look different. You got big." "I ate my veggies," I said softly. I felt a surge of anger. Not at him. For him. This man was family. And he was being used. "Who did this to you, Sirius? Who chained you here?" "The master." Sirius whispered. "He promised freedom. But he lied. He needs a conduit. A black, to open the black door." Voldemort? I asked. No. Sirius shook his head weakly. Older. Darker. The one who whispers, in the metal. He looked at the temple behind him. The chains were connected to the door of the temple. He's inside, Sirius warned. Not him. It. The breaker. Bill, I said, standing up. Can you break these chains? Bill examined the shackles. He waved his wand over them. The diagnostic spell turned an angry red. This is soul magic, Bolt, Bill said, his voice trembling. They're binding his life force to the vault. If I break the chains violently, it might kill him. I need time to unravel the knot. You have 5 minutes, I said. I'm going to see what he's powering. I walked past Sirius, up the steps of the Black Temple. The doors were open. Just a crack. I pushed them wide. Inside, on a pedestal of obsidian, sat a shield. It wasn't a normal shield. It was round, made of a metal that seemed to absorb all light. But in the center, there was a face embossed in the metal. A screaming face. The moment I looked at it, a wave of terror hit me. Run. My brain screamed it. Run away. Hide. You are small. You are weak. You are going to die. I stumbled back. My heart hammered against my ribs. I felt sweat break out on my forehead. I saw images, Zeus striking me down, Hercules dead, the world burning. No, I growled. I shook my head. I bit my tongue until I tasted copper. I am not afraid, I whispered. I am the fear. I stepped forward. The terror intensified. It was a physical weight, pressing down on my shoulders. This was the shield of Deimos. The shield of terror. A divine artifact forged by Ares for his son. It radiated a magical field that turned brave men into cowards. But I'm not just a man. I reached out. My hand was shaking. Shut up. I roared at the shield. I grabbed it. The moment my skin touched the cold metal, the screaming in my head stopped. The terror vanished, replaced by a surge of dark, aggressive power. Power. Conquest. War. The shield accepted me. It recognized the blood. Nice toy, I muttered, lifting it. It was light, perfectly balanced. I turned to leave. And that's when the alarm went off. Not a bell. A roar. The entire pocket dimension shook. The gray sky turned red. Bolt. Bill screamed from outside. I ran out of the temple, the shield strapped to my arm. The ash floor was cracking open. From the fissures, skeletal hands were clawing their way up. Hundreds of them. An army of the dead. We triggered the failsafe. Bill yelled. He was still working on Sirius's chains. I can't get them open. The magic is reacting to the theft. Leave me. Sirius yelled. Take the boy. Run. I don't leave family behind. I shouted. I reached them. I looked at the chains. Bill was right, they were too complex to untie. Bill, stand back, I ordered. What are you doing? I'm cutting the power cord. I raised my fist. I summoned the lightning. But not just static. I reached deep. I called on the storm that lived in my marrow. Sorry, Sirius, I said. This is going to sting. I grabbed the chains with my bare hand. I poured the lightning into them. Zzzzzt. The electricity raced down the shadow links. It hit the anchor points on the temple. The magic fought back, purple versus blue. Break. I screamed. The chains shattered. Sirius collapsed, free but unconscious. Got him. Bill grabbed Sirius's arm. But we have company. The skeletal warriors were fully out of the ground. They were armed with rusted swords. They were everywhere. Go! I yelled, swinging the shield of Deimos. I bashed a skeleton that lunged at me. The shield didn't just break bones, it released a pulse of black energy that disintegrated the undead instantly. The cart! Bill yelled. We have to get back to the cart. We ran. Bill dragged Sirius. I covered their retreat. It was a chaotic sprint through the gray wasteland. Skeletons clawed at us. I punched, kicked, and shield bashed a path through the horde. We squeezed back through the crack in the massive stone doors. We tumbled out into the cavern. Rot Fong! Start the car! I yelled. Rot Fong, who had been sleeping, woke up with a start. He saw the army of skeletons squeezing through the crack behind us. Start the car, he screamed, slamming the lever. We threw Sirius into the cart. Bill jumped in. I vaulted into the back just as the cart started moving. A skeleton grabbed the rim of the cart. I smashed its fingers with the shield. Drive, drive, drive. The cart shot up the track. We were fighting gravity now, but the magical acceleration kicked in. We zoomed up the vertical shaft. Are we clear? Bill asked, checking Sirius's pulse. He's alive. Weak, but alive. Not clear yet, I said, looking back. Something was following us. A shadow. Flying up the shaft. Faster than the cart. It's the guardian of the artifact, Bill yelled. A wraith. It was catching up. A flying spirit in tattered robes, reaching out with icy hands. I've had enough of ghosts for 1 week, I growled. I stood up in the moving cart. I braced my legs. I held up the shield of Deimos. Hey, ugly! I shouted. The wraith looked at me. I punched the back of the shield. Clang. The sound reverberated. The terror aura of the shield amplified. The wraith stopped. It flinched. It felt the fear. Eat this. I raised my right hand. I pointed at the stalactites on the ceiling of the shaft far above us. Call lightning. I didn't need a cloud. I used the ambient magic of the earth. An arc of blue fire shot from my finger, hitting the ceiling. A massive stalactite, sharp as a spear, broke loose. It fell. It skewered the wraith. Pinned it against the wall of the shaft. The wraith shrieked and dissolved. Home run. I cheered. We crested the top of the drop. The cart leveled out. We sped back through the waterfall, soaking us again, past the dragon, who roared again, and up toward the lobby. We crashed through the lobby doors at 60 miles per hour. The cart flew off the tracks, skidded across the marble floor, and smashed into the front desk. Gold coins rained everywhere. We tumbled out. Bruised, wet, and exhausted. The goblins were waiting. Hundreds of them. Warlocks. Guards. They surrounded us. Spears pointed at our throats. Surrender, the head goblin barked. I stood up slowly. I helped Bill up. I checked on Sirius, who was groaning. I held the shield of Deimos in one hand. We're not here to rob you, I said, my voice echoing in the silent bank. We're here to file a report. I threw the shield onto the floor. It clattered loudly. The head goblin looked at the shield. He went pale. He recognized it. That was in the deep vaults, he stammered. The vault of the exile. Yeah, I said. And someone was using it to power a necromancy ring inside your bank. You have a security breach, Ragnarok. The head goblin looked from the shield to me. He saw the lightning still crackling around my shoulders. He saw Bill Weasley, his employee, looking fierce. If you kill us, I added, my dad is going to come down here. And he doesn't use doors. He uses thunderbolts. You want to explain to Zeus why you killed his son after he saved your bank from a Titan infestation? Ragnar hesitated. He was a businessman. He weighed the options. War with Olympus versus admitting a mistake. Stand down, Ragnar ordered the guards. The spears lowered. Get them out of here, Ragnar snarled. And take that cursed metal with you. We want no part of the gods' wars. Pleasure doing business with you, I said. I picked up the shield. Bill levitated serious. We walked out of the front doors of Gringotts into the dawn light of Diagon Alley. We sat on a bench in the deserted alley. Sirius was awake now, sipping a potion Bill had conjured. Harry, Sirius whispered, looking at me with awe. You saved me. We saved you, I said, nodding at Bill. And don't get used to it. You look terrible. You need a bath and a steak. The shield, Sirius pointed at the artifact leaning against the bench. Do you know what that is? Yeah, I said, tracing the screaming face on the metal. It's a weapon. Ares' weapon. Voldemort. Sirius coughed. He doesn't know what he's waking up. He thinks he's using the Titan magic. But the Titan is using him. The smell, down there, it was Cronus. I froze. Cronus. The king of Titans. My grandfather. The guy who ate his kids. If Cronus was involved, this wasn't just a rebellion. This was an apocalypse. Bill, I said sharply. Take Sirius to Hogwarts. Dumbledore will hide him. Use the Shrieking Shack if you have to. What about you? Bill asked, standing up. Where are you going? I stood up. I strapped the shield of Deimos to my back. It felt heavy, but right. I have a phone call to make, I said, looking up at the morning sky. And then. I have to go have a little chat with my brother about his creepy side of the family. Hercules? Bill asked. No, I said, my eyes grim. The other one. The one who gave this shield to the enemy. I cracked my neck. War is here, Bill. Get back to the castle. Arm the students. Bill nodded. He grabbed Sirius and Apparat away. I stood alone in the alley. I touched the prayer-com in my ear. Herc. Yo, Bolt. You alive? Dad's pacing. The Weather Channel is predicting hurricanes everywhere. I found it, I said. I found the leak. It's the shield of Deimos. And Sirius said the magic smells like Cronus. Silence on the line. A long, heavy silence. Cronus is in Tartarus, Hercules said, his voice deadly serious. Chopped up. Million pieces. Someone is gluing him back together, Herc. Or siphoning his juice. Get back to the castle, Hercules ordered. I'm coming down. If Grandad is waking up, we're gonna need a bigger hammer. Bring it, I said. I cut the connection. I looked at the Gringotts building one last time. Next time, I whispered to the goblins inside, I'm taking the gold too. I tapped into the wind. Zip. I was gone. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, The Brother Arrives. Sleep is for mortals and people who don't have ancient artifacts screaming in their luggage. I had been back at Hogwarts for exactly 4 hours. I spent 3 of them staring at the shield of Deimos, which I had shoved under my bed wrapped in 3 layers of celestial bronze mesh and a pair of dirty gym socks. The socks were a tactical choice. Even a divine artifact gets discouraged by the smell of rigorous cardio. The shield was a problem. It wasn't just a piece of metal, it was a radio receiver for the bad guys. Every time I touched it, I felt that cold, oily connection to something ancient. Something that tasted like old time and eaten children. Cronus. I sat up, rubbing my face. My tactical watch, a gift from Hephaestus that told time, altitude, and barometric pressure, read 7 a.m. It was Saturday. Hogsmeade weekend. The dormitory was quiet. Dean and Seamus were snoring. Ron was mumbling something about spiders in his sleep. Neville was hugging a potted plant. I got up. I didn't feel tired. My body runs on a different battery than these guys. A quick jolt of static to my own heart, zap, and I was awake. Caffeine is for amateurs. I dressed in my usual gear, black cargo pants, combat boots, and a heavy gray hoodie with the sleeves rolled up. I grabbed my gloves. The air in the castle felt heavy today. The wards were strained. I could feel the hum of the protective magic vibrating in the floorboards, trying to patch the holes left by the shades and the internal sabotage. I walked down to the common room. Empty. Just the dying embers of the fire. I needed fresh air. I needed to hit something. I climbed out of the portrait hole and jogged down the moving staircases, jumping over the trick steps without looking. I headed straight for the entrance hall. Daphne was waiting for me. She was leaning against a pillar, wrapped in a sleek, dark green winter coat with a fur collar. She looked like a Russian spy waiting for a drop. "You're late," she said, checking her nails. "I didn't know we had a schedule," I said, stopping next to her. "How long have you been standing there?" "Long enough to hear the rumors," she said, her blue eyes sharp. "The Daily Prophet is going to have a field day. Gringotts breached. Security golems destroyed. Lightning storm in the basement." "Fake news," I grinned. "It wasn't a storm. It was a localized weather event." "Bolt," she stepped closer, lowering her voice. "My father sent an owl this morning. The greengrass vaults are on the second level. He said the goblins are in a frenzy. They say a godling tore the doors off the hinges. They are demanding reparations from the ministry. Tell your dad not to worry. I didn't touch his gold. Just took out the trash." I opened the heavy oak doors. A blast of cold Scottish wind hit us. "Come on. We're going to Hogsmeade. I promised Specs I'd meet him there." "Why?" Daphne fell into step beside me as we crunched through the snow. "Potter, the other one, is a nervous wreck." "Why do you bother with him?" "Because he's me," I said, looking at the white landscape. "Just, without the luck. Without the family. He's got the raw potential, Daph. He just needs someone to tell him it's okay to punch a werewolf." "Is that on the agenda today?" she asked dryly. "Punching werewolves? You never know," I winked. "It's a big world." Hogsmeade looked like a Christmas card. Thatched roofs covered in snow, enchanted candles floating in the street lamps, the smell of butterbeer and roasting chestnuts filling the air. It was disgusting. I prefer places that smell like sweat and victory, but I guess it had charm. The village was packed with students. Third years were running around like they'd never seen candy before. Couples were huddling for warmth. I spotted the trio near the 3 broomsticks. Harry, Specs, was wearing a coat 3 sizes too big. Hermione was lecturing Ron about something, probably homework. Ron looked like he was regretting being born. "Yo!" I called out. They turned. Harry looked relieved to see me. Hermione looked suspicious. Ron just looked at Daphne and turned a shade of pale usually reserved for ghosts. "You brought her?" Ron whispered loudly. "She's a Slytherin." "Observant, Weasley," Daphne said, her voice cool. 10 points to Gryffindor for basic visual recognition. "Play nice," I warned. "We're here for a team meeting. Not a house war." "Team meeting?" Hermione asked, crossing her arms. "Harry said you wanted to talk about training." We already have defense against the dark arts. You have a paranoid ex-Auror teaching you how to shout louder, I corrected. That's not training. That's theater. I'm talking about survival. Cardio. Reflexes. Situational awareness. Things that actually keep you alive when a Death Eater is trying to curse your eyebrows off. I don't need cardio, Ron muttered. I have a wand. Your wand can be snapped, I said. Your legs can't. Well, they can, but it takes more effort. We walked toward the edge of the village, away from the crowds. I led them up a small hill overlooking the shrieking shack. It was secluded, snowy, and quiet. Okay, I said, clapping my hands. The sound echoed like a gunshot. Listen up. The Yule Ball was a wake-up call. The bad guys are inside the gates. They have access to shadow magic. They have access to artifacts that shouldn't exist. You guys. I pointed to the three of them. Are targets. High value. We know, Harry said quietly. Knowing isn't enough. You have to be ready. I looked up at the sky. It was gray, heavy with clouds. Perfect. I called for some equipment, I said. It should be arriving, now. I pointed a finger at the sky. Nothing happened. Ron said. Wait for it, I said. A low hum started. It wasn't thunder. It was displacement. The air pressure dropped rapidly. Boom. A sonic boom shattered the quiet of the afternoon. Snow fell from the trees. A dark shape plummeted from the clouds. It wasn't a bird. It was a man. A very large man. He didn't slow down. He didn't cast a cushioning charm. He just smashed into the ground about 20 yards away from us. Crash. Dirt, snow, and rocks exploded upward in a geyser. The ground shook so hard Hermione fell over. What was that? Ron screamed, pulling his wand. A meteor? Nope, I grinned, feeling the familiar resonance in the air. That's my ride. The dust cloud settled. Standing in the center of a 5-foot crater was a man. He was 7 feet tall, with muscles that looked like they were carved from oak. He was wearing a lion-skin cape over a modern gym tank top that read, Olympus CrossFit, and denim shorts that struggled to contain his thighs. He had a beard that looked like it could scrub pans, and a smile that shone like a lighthouse. Bolt, the man roared. His voice was loud enough to vibrate my teeth. He leaped out of the crater, a casual 10-foot vertical jump, and landed in front of us. Herc! I yelled back. Hercules, the god of strength, the slayer of monsters, my big brother, grabbed me in a bear hug. Now, when Hercules hugs you, your spine adjusts. I felt 3 vertebrae pop back into place. I wheezed, my ribs protesting. You look skinny. Hercules shouted, slapping my back. The impact would have killed a normal wizard. Are you eating? I told you, protein every 2 hours. You can't fight titans on salads. I'm eating, you giant oaf, I gasped, shoving him away. You're late. I said noon. Traffic, Hercules waved a hand the size of a dinner plate. Had to detour around a storm front over the Atlantic. Also, stopped in Paris for a crepe. They make good crepes. He turned his attention to the group. The wizards were staring at him with mouths wide open. Daphne was the only one who kept her composure, though her eyes were wide. So. Hercules beamed. These are the mortals. Cute. Very small. He pointed at Ron. You. You're the red one. Bolt mentioned you. You look breakable. Thanks. Ron squeaked. He looked at Hermione. And you're the brain. Good. We need brains. I usually just hit things until they stop being problems. It's a valid strategy, but Dad says I need to diversify. He looked at Harry. He stopped smiling. He leaned down, staring right into Harry's face. Harry shrank back. Hercules smelled like ozone, old leather, and raw power. You're the other Bolt, Hercules said softly. The one who stayed. I'm Harry, Specs whispered. Hercules straightened up, his grin returning. Nice to meet you, Harry. I'm Hercules. But you can call me Herc. Or, sir. Or, please don't throw that tree at me. Hercules. Hermione found her voice. The Hercules. The mythological figure. Son of Zeus. That's me, Hercules flexed. His bicep moved like a tectonic plate. Though the myths get a lot wrong. The Hydra had 9 heads, not 7. And I didn't kill the lion with my bare hands. I choked it. Different technique. He's real, Ron whispered to Harry. Bolt's brother is actually Hercules. We're friends with a god. Demigod, Hercules corrected. I kept the mortality status for tax purposes. Plus, it makes the gambling more fun. He turned back to me. So, little brother. You called for the cavalry. What's the situation? Dad is pacing holes in the floor. He says the barometer in the underworld is fluctuating. It's bad, Herc, I said, my tone shifting to business. I found the shield of Deimos. It was in Gringotts. Being used to power a soul siphon. Hercules' face darkened. The jovial giant vanished, replaced by the warrior who had cleaned the stables of Augeas. Deimos? Ares' shield. That thing has been lost since the Trojan War. If it's here. Then Ares is here, I finished. Or his proxies. And I think they're trying to wake up Grandpa. Hercules spat on the ground. The spittle sizzled. Cronus. That explains the smell. I caught a whiff of it over the English Channel. Smells like sulfur and bad parenting. We need to get these guys ready, I gestured to the group. If the sky falls, they're going to be squashed. Right, Hercules clapped his hands again. Training. I love training. Who wants to wrestle? No one wants to wrestle you, Herc, I said. You'll rip their arms off. We start with basics. The next 2 hours were brutal. And hilarious. Hercules didn't understand magic. He understood physics. Why are you standing still? Hercules yelled at Ron, who was trying to cast a stunning spell at a log Hercules had thrown. Move your feet. Magic comes from the core, not the wrist. Plant your heels. I'm trying. Ron yelled, dodging a pinecone thrown at high velocity. Try harder. Hercules laughed. If you can't dodge a pinecone, you can't dodge a killing curse. I was working with Harry. Again, I ordered. Harry panted, sweat dripping off his nose. I'm tired, Bolt. Voldemort doesn't care if you're tired, I said, sweeping his legs. Harry jumped, barely, avoiding my kick. Good, I nodded. Now, counterattack. Don't use a spell. Use the environment. Harry pointed his wand at the snow. A puño. A snowball launched itself at my face. I punched the snowball. It exploded into powder. Creative, I admitted. But too slow. You have to think faster than they can incant. Magic has a casting time. Words take time. Motions take time. A fist is instant. Daphne was over by a tree, practicing precision hexes. Hercules was watching her with approval. She's got good aim, Herc noted, walking over to me. Cold eyes. Reminds me of Artemis. Scary. She's useful, I said. And she knows the politics. Politics, Herc grunted. Boring. I prefer smashing. Suddenly, Hercules stopped. He tilted his head. His ears twitched. Do you hear that? He asked. Hear what? I asked, straining my senses. Paws, Hercules said. Lots of paws. Heavy ones. And the smell, wet dog. I looked toward the tree-line of the forbidden forest, which bordered the clearing. Shadows were moving. Not shade shadows. Physical shadows. Gray shapes. Loping. Fast. Contact. I yelled. Specks. Get behind me. From the trees, they burst out. Werewolves. Not the full moon kind. These were the half-breeds. The ones Greyback kept in his pack who embraced the wolf even in human form. Twisted, hairy, hunched figures with yellow eyes and rusty axes. And leading them was a monster. Fenrir Greyback. He was huge, matted gray hair covering his body, his teeth filed to points. He wasn't transformed, but he didn't need to be. He was an apex predator. There were about 30 of them. Snatchers. Werewolves. Dark wizards in ragged cloaks. Well, Greyback's voice was a gravelly growl. Look what we found. The little Potter. And his shiny copy. Greyback, Harry said, his voice trembling but his wand raised. You're wanted by the Ministry. The Ministry is deaf, Greyback laughed. We answer to a new master. A master who promised us fresh meat. He looked at Hercules. He paused. He sniffed. You. Greyback narrowed his eyes. You smell like nothing I've ever hunted. You smell like ozone. And you smell like you need a bath and a flea collar, Hercules said cheerfully. He cracked his knuckles. Bolt, are these the bad guys? Yep, I said, sliding into a combat stance. The one in the middle eats kids. Hercules's smile vanished. He eats kids. Loves it. Okay, Hercules said. That puts him on the squish list. Kill them all. Greyback roared. Bring me the Potters. The pack charged. It was chaos. Daphne. Shield. I ordered. Daphne didn't hesitate. Protego Maxima. A shimmering dome appeared around Ron and Hermione. Good. They were safe. Harry stood next to me. I can fight. Take the left flank, I told him. Don't let them flank us. Use fire. Wolves hate fire. Got it, Harry said. Incendio. A jet of flame shot from his wand, scorching the snow. A werewolf yelped and scrambled back. But the main force hit us. I met the first wave. 3 snatchers with clubs. I didn't use lightning immediately. I wanted to warm up. I ducked under a club swing. Whoosh. Too slow. I punched the snatcher in the gut. He folded like wet laundry. I grabbed him by the belt and threw him into the second guy. Strike. The third guy tried to stab me. I caught his wrist. I twisted. Snap. Next. I yelled. But the real show was Hercules. Hercules didn't fight. He played. A werewolf leaped at him, jaws snapping. Hercules caught it out of the air by the throat. Down, boy. Herc laughed. He slammed the werewolf into the ground. The earth cracked. The werewolf didn't get up. 2 more jumped on his back. Hercules spun around. The centrifugal force was so high the werewolves lost their grip and flew off, smashing into trees. Is that all you got? Hercules roared, ripping a small oak tree out of the ground, roots and all, and swinging it like a baseball bat. Thwack. 3 snatchers were sent flying into the stratosphere. Home run. Hercules cheered. Greyback saw his pack getting decimated. He howled in rage. He locked eyes with me. You die first, copy. He charged me. He was fast. Supernatural speed. He closed the distance in a blur. I braced myself. He swiped with his claws. I blocked with my forearm. His claws tore through my hoodie but sparked against my skin. My divine durability held, but the force pushed me back, my boots carving furrows in the frozen mud. You're tough, Greyback snarled, drool dripping from his fangs. I'm durable, I corrected. I headbutt him. Crack. It was like hitting a brick wall. Greyback stumbled back, clutching his nose. Blood, black and thick, poured out. My turn, I said. I channeled the juice. My hands ignited with blue electricity. I moved. I was the storm. Jab. Cross. Hook. Every punch landed with a thunderclap. I hit him in the ribs, the jaw, the solar plexus. Greyback roared, swiping blindly. He caught my shoulder, ripping the fabric. It stung. Is that the best you can do? I taunted. My grandma hits harder. Greyback snarled and tried to bite me. His jaws opened impossibly wide. I shoved my electrified fist into his mouth. Eat this. I unleashed a pulse. Zap. Greyback gagged, his eyes rolling back as high-voltage current surged through his skull. He convulsed and spat my hand out, stumbling backward, smoke rising from his mouth. Retreat. Greyback screamed, his voice gargled. Fall back. The remaining werewolves didn't need telling twice. They saw their alpha fried and their packmates being used as bowling pins by a giant in denim shorts. They turned and ran back into the forest. Hercules wound up to throw the tree after them. Let them go, Herc. I yelled. We made the point. Hercules dropped the tree. It shook the ground. Ah, he pouted. I was just getting warmed up. I didn't even break a sweat. He looked around. About 20 unconscious snatchers littered the clearing. Ron and Hermione lowered the shield. They looked terrified but exhilarated. Did you see that? Ron yelled. Hercules threw a tree. An actual tree. I saw, Hermione breathed. The physics, it's impossible. His mass-to-strength ratio. Harry walked over to me. He was panting, his wand smoking. You okay? He asked, looking at my torn shoulder. Just a scratch, I said, watching the wound knit itself together. You did good, Specs. You held the flank. I hit one with a stunning spell, Harry said proudly. Right in the face. That counts, I grinned. Suddenly, a loud crack of apparition echoed through the clearing. We all spun around. A man appeared. He had a wooden leg, a scarred face, and a magical eye that spun wildly in its socket. Alastair, Mad-Eyed Moody. He limped forward, his wand drawn. What happened? I sensed dark magic. Where are they? You missed the party, Captain Hook, I said, relaxing my stance. Greyback and his boys came to play fetch. We sent them home. Moody's magical eye whizzed around, taking in the unconscious bodies, the uprooted tree, and Hercules. His eye stopped on Hercules. It widened. Who is this? Moody growled, his wand twitching toward Herc. Giant blood. Unregistered dangerous beast. Hercules stared at Moody. The smile dropped from Herc's face. The playfulness vanished completely. Hercules took a step forward. The air around him grew heavy. It wasn't the ozone smell of lightning. It was the crushing pressure of gravity. Bolt, Hercules said, his voice low and dangerous. Who is this? That's Professor Moody, I said, confused by Herc's reaction. He's the defense teacher. He's, mostly on our side. Hercules didn't blink. He kept his eyes locked on Moody. He sniffed the air again. He smells wrong, Hercules whispered. He smells like chopped meat. And something else. Moody took a step back, looking genuinely unsettled. What are you staring at, you oversized lummox? I've fought things that wear other people's skin, Hercules said, his voice vibrating with a growl. You don't smell like a man. You smell like a puppet. Hercules took another step. The ground cracked under his sandal. Stay back. Moody shouted, raising his wand. Herc, stand down, I stepped between them. He's weird, but he's an Auror. Dumbledore trusts him. Hercules looked at me. His eyes were gold, burning with divine sight. Dumbledore is a mortal, Hercules said. Mortals get tricked. Bolt, this man, he has the stink of the pit on him. Faint. Buried deep. But it's there. The pit? I asked. Tartarus? Deep Tartarus, Hercules nodded. Where we put the ones who don't die. Moody sneered, but I saw a flicker of panic in his real eye. The boy is delirious. Too many blows to the head. I'm taking these students back to the castle. Greyback might return. Go ahead, I said, eyeing Moody carefully now. We'll catch up. Moody grunted, herded the trio and Daphne, who was watching the exchange with intense interest, and started marching them back toward the village. Constant vigilance. Moody barked as he limped away. I waited until they were out of earshot. You sure, Herc? I asked. I'm sure, Hercules said, crossing his massive arms. That man isn't what he says he is. And he's afraid of me. Did you see his hand shake? I saw, I said. I looked at the retreating figure of Moody. If he's connected to Cronus. I muttered. Then he's the one who rigged the goblet. He's the traitor. Let me squash him, Hercules suggested. I can throw him into the sun. It solves most problems. Not yet, I said. We need proof. And we need to know what his endgame is. If we kill him now, we lose the lead on the master plan. Hercules sighed. You and your plans. Dad always said you took after Athena too much. Sometimes, a club to the head is the best plan. We'll club him later, I promised. Come on. Let's go raid the Hogwarts kitchen. I bet they have steaks. Steaks. Hercules brightened immediately. Lead the way, little brother. I could eat a cow. A whole one. We walked back toward the village. But the mood had shifted. The fun was over. Hercules had arrived. The wolves had attacked. And the enemy was sleeping in the staff quarters. The clouds overhead rumbled. A storm was building. And for the first time, I felt like we might actually have a chance to weather it. Because when you have a brother who can juggle werewolves, the odds get a little bit better. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7, The Second Task. The Black Lake Abyss. February in Scotland is not a climate, it is a personal attack by Mother Nature. The wind off the Black Lake felt like it was made of razor blades. The sky was the color of a bruised plum, low and heavy, threatening to drop a mountain of snow on us at any second. The spectator stands were packed with shivering students huddled under blankets, heating charms flaring like fireflies in the gloom. I stood on the wooden dock, stripped down to my swimming gear. No tactical jacket today. No heavy boots. Just black swim trunks made of dragon hide, flexible, tough, and stylish, my celestial bronze knife strapped to my right thigh, and a whole lot of goosebumps. You look blue, little brother, Hercules said. He was standing next to me, wearing a fur coat that looked like it used to be a bear. He was eating a turkey leg. "You want me to warm up the water? I can throw a fireball in there. Make it a jacuzzi." "Negative, Herc," I said, bouncing on my toes to keep the blood moving. Boiling the hostages is generally considered a disqualification. Besides, the cold keeps me angry. "Angry is good," Hercules nodded, taking a bite of the turkey, bone and all. "But water is tricky. Dad's lightning doesn't play nice with liquid. You zap something down there, you fry everything within a mile radius. Including the fish people. And the hostages. And yourself." "I know the physics, Herc," I snapped, looking at the dark, churning water. "It's a Faraday cage of death. I can't use the bolt. I have to go analog." "Fists and steel," Hercules grinned. "The classics. Just remember, you can't punch water. You have to punch through it." I looked down the line of champions. Cedric was pacing, muttering the incantation for the bubblehead charm. He looked nauseous. Fleur was shivering violently, her Vela blood hating the cold. She was clutching a handful of slimy gray weeds, gillyweed. Crumb was doing squats. He looked focused. He was planning something partial. A transfiguration. Risky stuff. And then there was Specs. Harry was standing at the edge of the dock, staring at the gillyweed in his hand like it was a live grenade. He looked terrified. Neville Longbottom had sprinted down from the castle 10 minutes ago and shoved it into his hand, babbling about herbology books. I walked over to him. "Hey, Specs," I said. "You remember how to swim, right? Kick, stroke, breathe." "Well, don't breathe. That's the important part." Harry looked up. His glasses were fogged. "Neville says this stuff gives you gills. Have you ever eaten gillyweed?" "Once," I lied. "Tastes like rubber and old socks. Chew fast." "I have to find Ron," Harry whispered. "They took Ron. And Hermione. They took the things you'll miss the most," I recited the riddle. Standard villain playbook. Kidnap the sidekicks to motivate the hero. Don't worry. Daphne did some recon. They're in the Mere People village. Center of the lake. About 300 feet down. 300 feet. Harry squeaked. The pressure. Magic protects you from the squeeze, I assured him. Mostly. Just don't pop your ears too hard. Look, kid. Stick to the plan. Get in, grab the ginger, get out. If you see anything with more than 4 legs, swim the other way. If you see me fighting something, don't help. Just run. What are you going to do? Harry asked, looking at my lack of magical herbs or wand. How are you going to breathe? I tapped my chest. Lung capacity. Apollo challenged me to a holding breath contest once. I lasted 40 minutes. I've been training. I can do an hour if I don't exert myself too much. An hour? Harry stared. You're a freak. I'm a demigod. Now eat your weed. Bagman is grabbing the whistle. Ludo Bagman's voice boomed over the magical loudspeakers, echoing off the mountains. Welcome to the second task. Our champions have 1 hour to recover what was stolen from them. 1 hour before the magic fails and, well, let's not talk about the consequences. On the count of 3. I stepped to the edge. I looked at the water. It wasn't just dark, it was thick. I could smell the magic coming off it. Ancient. Salty. Deep. Daphne was in the stands. I could feel her eyes on me. She had told me last night that the lake had changed. The currents were wrong. Something had woken up down there. 1. 2. 3. The cannon fired. Cedric cast his charm, a bubble appeared around his head, and jumped. Fleur and Harry shoved the weed in their mouths and Dove. Crumb pointed his wand at his head, turned into half a shark, and flopped in. I took a deep breath. I filled my lungs until they stretched against my ribs. I hyperoxygenated my blood, a trick Ares taught me for high-altitude drops. I didn't dive. I stepped off. I hit the water feet first. The cold hit me like a sledgehammer. It was instant, numbing, bone-deep cold. But my skin isn't normal skin. It hardened, the pores sealing tight, trapping my body heat. I sank. The surface noise vanished, replaced by the heavy, muffled silence of the underwater world. Bubbles rose around me as I plummeted into the gloom. I opened my eyes. The black lake lived up to its name. The visibility was terrible, maybe 10 feet. The water was filled with silt and swaying weeds that looked like grasping fingers. I oriented myself. Down. I kicked. My legs, powerful enough to shatter stone, propelled me through the water like a torpedo. I didn't need webbed feet. I had thrust. Whoosh. I shot past Cedric, who was dog-paddling frantically. He looked at me, eyes wide inside his bubble, as I rocketed past him without any magical aid. I gave him a thumbs up and kept going. The deeper I went, the darker it got. The pressure started to build. I felt it pressing on my eardrums, squeezing my chest. I flexed my diaphragm, equalizing the pressure. Then, I felt it. The current. It wasn't a natural current. It was a suction. A pull. Something deep in the center of the lake was inhaling. I grabbed a passing rock formation to stop myself from being dragged off course. The rock crumbled in my grip. Shadows. Movement in the weeds to my left. Grindylows. A swarm of them. Small, pale green water demons with sharp fingers and too many teeth. There were dozens. They spiraled out of the gloom, chittering sounds vibrating through the water. They saw me. Fresh meat. They charged. I couldn't zap them. If I released a charge now, I'd stun myself and signal every monster in the lake. I drew the celestial bronze knife. The metal glowed faintly in the dark water. The first Grindylow lunged, aiming for my neck. I didn't have the leverage for a punch. Water-resistant slow strikes. So I grappled. I caught its spindly arm. I twisted. It shrieked in bubbles. I drove the knife into its shoulder, non-lethal, just disabling. I tossed it into the two behind it. 3 more latched onto my legs. Their grip was surprisingly strong. They were trying to drag me down into the weeds. I kicked. A dolphin kick fueled by divine muscle. The force of the motion created a cavitation bubble, a vacuum in the water. Boom. The bubble collapsed with a shockwave. The Grindylows on my legs were blasted off by the concussion. I spun in the water, slashing with the knife. Swish. Swish. I cut through tentacles and fingers. I wasn't trying to kill them, I was just trying to make them regret waking up. They swarmed thicker. They were annoying. Like underwater mosquitoes. Then, a flash of light. Harry. Specs came swimming out of the gloom, moving fast. He had gills on his neck and webbed hands. He looked panicked. He was being chased by his own swarm. He saw me surrounded. He pointed his wand. Bubbles escaped his mouth. Relatio. A jet of boiling water shot from his wand. It hit the Grindylows attacking me. They screamed and scattered, hating the heat. Harry swam up to me. He pointed down. Mere People Village. That way. I nodded. Go. I'll cover. He hesitated, but another group of Grindylows appeared. I shoved him. Move. Harry kicked his webbed feet and shot deeper. I turned back to the swarm. I sheathed the knife. Okay, pests. You want to play? I clapped my hands. Underwater, a thunderclap is devastating. Water is denser than air. Sound travels faster. Force travels harder. I slammed my palms together with everything I had. The water around me compressed and then exploded outward. A visible ring of force rippled through the lake. It hit the Grindilo swarm like a solid wall. They were blown backward, tumbling end over end, knocked unconscious by the sheer sonic pressure. The path was clear. I checked my internal clock. 10 minutes gone. 50 left. My lungs burned slightly, but I had plenty of reserve. I swam down. The Merepeople village was eerie. Crude stone dwellings carved into the rock, statues of fish gods, and gardens of glowing algae. But it wasn't peaceful. The Merepeople were there. Gray skin, yellow eyes, wild green hair. They held spears made of bone. They were floating in a perimeter around the town square. And in the center of the square, tied to a massive statue of a Mare King, were the hostages. Ron Weasley. Hermione Granger. Cho Chang. A small girl with silver blonde hair, Gabrielle Delacour. Fleur's sister. They were floating, unconscious, tethered by thick ropes of woven weed. But there was a problem. The water around the statue was black. Ink black. It swirled. And rising from the abyss behind the statue was something that wasn't on the brochure. It looked like a kraken, but wrong. It had tentacles, yes, but they were covered in eyes. The main body was a pulsating mass of purple flesh that sucked the light out of the water. Titan spawn. A Scylla brood. Or maybe something Charybdis coughed up. It was guarding the hostages. The Merepeople were keeping their distance, terrified. They pointed their spears at the monster, not the champions. Harry was hiding behind a rock wall near the square. He saw me arrive and waved frantically. He pointed at the monster. Big problem. I swam over to him. I grabbed his shoulder. Where are the others? I mouthed. Harry pointed up. Cedric was approaching from the left. Crumb, Sharkhead Crumb, was circling from the right. Fleur was nowhere to be seen. The monster shifted. One of its tentacles, thick as a tree trunk, lashed out. It smashed a stone house into rubble. This wasn't part of the test. Dumbledore wouldn't put a Titan-class monster in the lake. This was an invasion. The monster turned its many eyes toward the hostages. It looked hungry. I looked at Harry. I pointed at Ron. Get him. Go. Harry shook his head. He pointed at Hermione. And her. I grabbed his face. I shook him. One hostage. Rules. Harry glared at me. He pulled away. He swam toward the statue. Brave idiot. Cedric made his move. He swam in, dodging a lazy swipe from a tentacle. He cut Cho loose with a Diffindo. He grabbed her and started to ascend. Good. One down. Crumb charged. He was in a frenzy. The shark transformation had messed with his head. He swam straight at the monster, snapping his jaws. The monster slapped Crumb. Just a backhand flick of a tentacle. Crumb spun through the water and slammed into the silt, dazed. Harry reached Ron. He started cutting the ropes with a jagged rock he'd found. The monster noticed. It roared, a sound that vibrated through the water like a subwoofer. It raised two massive tentacles to crush Harry and the hostages. I couldn't stay on the sidelines. I kicked off the rock. I shot across the square. I didn't swim, I launched. I intercepted the tentacle descending on Harry. I caught it. It was slimy, heavy, and incredibly strong. It tried to push me into the mud. I planted my feet on the statue's base. I roared bubbles. I pushed back. My muscles screamed. The pressure was immense. But I held it. Harry looked up, saw me holding up 1,000 pounds of angry calamari, and his eyes went wide. Go. I signaled. Harry cut Ron free. Then he hesitated. He looked at Hermione. He looked at Gabrielle. He started cutting Hermione's ropes. The monster was angry now. It focused on me. It realized I was the one stopping it from eating. 3 more tentacles shot at me. I released the first one and pushed off, backflipping in the water. The tentacles smashed the statue's head, missing me by inches. I drew my knife. I landed on the monster's back. It felt like stabbing a tire. The hide was thick. I drove the celestial bronze blade into the hilt. The monster thrashed. Black blood, ichor, leaked out, polluting the water. It spun, trying to shake me. I held on. I looked down. Crumb had recovered. He saw Hermione being cut loose by Harry. Crumb swam over, grabbed Hermione from Harry, rudely, and took off. Harry was left with Ron. He looked at Gabrielle. The little girl was still tied up. She looked tiny. Vulnerable. Harry grabbed Ron, but he kept looking back at the girl. He couldn't carry 2. He was struggling with 1. The monster bucked. I lost my grip. I was thrown off. I tumbled through the water, slamming into the lake floor. A cloud of silt blinded me. I stood up. The monster was ignoring me now. It was going for the easy meal. The girl. It lunged at the statue. Its maw opened, a beak surrounded by rows of spinning teeth. No. I screamed into the water. I didn't care about the physics anymore. I didn't care about the shockwave. I crouched. I charged my legs. I sprang. I moved so fast the water vaporized around me, creating a tunnel of steam. I slammed into the monster's side just as it was about to close its jaws on Gabrielle. I punched it. This wasn't a normal punch. This was a depth charge. I released a pulse of kinetic energy so concentrated it glowed. Tum. The impact created a massive cavitation bubble. The monster's ribs, did it have ribs, crunched. It was knocked sideways, crashing into the canyon wall. I landed next to Gabrielle. I slashed her ropes in one motion. I grabbed her by the waist. The monster was recovering. It was screaming now. It was summoning help. From the dark cracks in the canyon floor, more Grindylows poured out. Hundreds. And the suction. The whirlpool current intensified. It was trying to drag us down into the crack. I looked around. Harry was struggling to swim up with Ron. The current was catching him. I had Gabrielle. I looked at Harry. I couldn't leave him. I swam over to them. I grabbed Ron's other arm. Grab on. I yelled, Bubbles. Harry grabbed my belt. So there I was. Carrying a French girl, a Weasley, and towing the boy who lived. I looked up. The surface was a mile away. The monster was coming back. The swarm was closing in. And I was running out of air. My chest burned. The oxygen reserves were depleting fast with the exertion. Hold on tight, I thought. I focused. I couldn't use lightning to attack. But maybe I could use it for propulsion. I focused the charge into the soles of my feet. A controlled burst. Electrolysis. Splitting the water molecules into hydrogen and oxygen and igniting them. A jet. Blast. A stream of superheated bubbles erupted from my boots. We shot upward. We moved like a rocket. The G-force pressed the hostages against me. We tore through the water, leaving the monster and the swarm in the dust. We passed the rock formations. We passed the weed beds. The light grew brighter. My lungs were screaming now. Breathe. Breathe. Not yet. The surface was right there. A shimmering ceiling of light. I kicked one last time. Splash. We broke the surface. I gasped, sucking in the freezing Scottish air. It tasted like sweet nectar. Harry gasped beside me, coughing water. Ron and Gabrielle bobbed up, still unconscious but safe. The crowd went wild. The noise was deafening. They're up. Bolt and Potter are up. And they have. Everyone. I paddled toward the dock, dragging the human raft. Medical wizards rushed forward as we reached the wood. They pulled Ron and Gabrielle out. They hauled Harry up. I pulled myself up last. I collapsed on the wet wood, my chest heaving. Daphne was there instantly. She threw a heavy towel over me. "You're late," she said, but her voice was relieved. "Traffic," I wheezed, grinning. "Had to punch a squid." Fleur was there too. She had failed to reach the village. The Grindylows had forced her back. She was crying, looking at the water. Then she saw Gabrielle being warmed up by Madame Pomfrey. Fleur screamed. She ran over. She hugged her sister. Then she ran to Harry. She kissed him on both cheeks. "You saved her," she sobbed. "You saved her." Harry turned bright red. Bolt helped. Fleur turned to me. She looked at me with those intense Vila eyes. She didn't kiss me. She grabbed my face and looked deep into my eyes. "You are a warrior," she whispered. "My family owes you a life debt." "Put it on my tab," I said, trying to stand up. Bagman was bouncing around. Incredible. Moral fiber. Heroism. The judges are conferring. I looked at the water. The ripples were settling. But I could still feel the monster down there. It hadn't chased us to the surface. It was waiting. Moody, Professor Moody, limped over to the edge of the dock. He offered a hand to help Harry stand up. "Good job, Potter," Moody growled. "You showed grit." "Thanks," Harry said, shivering. "Come on," Moody said, gripping Harry's shoulder tightly. "Let's get you to the tent. Get you dried off." I watched them. Hercules was suddenly beside me. He wasn't looking at the crowd. He was looking at Moody. "Bolt," Hercules whispered. "His hand." I looked. Moody wasn't guiding Harry to the tent. He was steering him toward the edge of the forest. Away from the judges. And he was reaching into his pocket. Not for a flask. For a watch. An old pocket watch. I recognized the motion. Activation. Portkey. I screamed. I lunged. My legs were tired. My energy was low. But I moved. Moody saw me coming. He sneered. He tapped the watch with his wand. "Portus." The air warped. Harry looked confused. "Professor?" I reached them just as the blue light of the portkey flared. I couldn't stop the activation. It was instant. I did the only thing I could do. I grabbed Harry's other arm. "Not today, you fake-legged freak." I roared. The hook behind my navel jerked. The world spun. The dock, the lake, the cheering crowd, it all twisted into a swirl of color. We were being pulled. "Bolt!" Daphne screamed behind me. Then, silence. The wind roared. We were traveling through space. Not normal apparition. Long-distance travel. We hit the ground hard. I rolled, instinct taking over. I came up in a crouch, knife in hand, shivering from the wet swim trunks. Harry landed in a heap next to me. He vomited water. Where? Harry gasped. Where are we? I looked around. It wasn't Hogwarts. It was a graveyard. Old, overgrown, and foggy. A massive yew tree dominated the center. And on the hill, a dark, decrepit house loomed. I knew this place. I'd seen it in the files. I'd seen it in the nightmares. Little Hangleton. I stood up. I wiped the lake water from my eyes. Get up, Specs, I said, my voice cold. I looked at the tombstone we had landed next to. Tom Riddle. We're not in Kansas anymore, I whispered. A figure emerged from the shadows of the yew tree. A short, rat-like man carrying a bundle of cloth that looked like a baby. Wormtail. And in his arms, the thing that smelled like Cronus. My prayer-com buzzed. Static. Then silence. Signal jammed, I muttered. I stepped in front of Harry. Stay behind me, I ordered. And if you have any fire left in that stick of yours, light it up. The rat man smiled. Kill the spare, a high, cold voice hissed from the bundle. A green light flashed. I raised my hand. Not to block. To catch. Chapter 7 End. Chapter 8, The Graveyard of Gods. The transition from a freezing lake to a freezing graveyard is the kind of thermal shock that usually kills people. 1 second, you're wet and buoyant, the next, gravity slams into you like an invisible truck, and the air tastes like moldy earth instead of pond scum. I hit the ground hard. My tactical boots dug into the dead grass, skidding through mud that was half frozen and half rotten. My body was still screaming from the rapid ascent in the lake, lungs burning, muscles twitching from the cold, but adrenaline is a hell of a drug. I was up in a crouch before the portkee's blue light had even faded from my retinas. Specs. I hissed, scanning the perimeter. Sound off. Harry, my skinny, bespectacled counterpart, was on his hands and knees a few feet away, violently coughing up lake water. He looked like a drowned rat in oversized robes. He was shivering so hard his teeth were clattering like castanets. I'm here, Harry gasped, wiping slime from his chin. He looked around, his eyes widening behind his fogged glasses. Where? Bolt, this isn't Hogwarts. The trophy, it was a trap, I finished, my voice low. Yeah. I got that part. I stood up slowly, putting myself between Harry and the dark, looming shape of the house on the hill. We were in a valley. A bowl of shadows. Mist clung to the ground, swirling around ancient, crooked tombstones that jutted out like bad teeth. To my left, a massive yew tree spread its branches like skeletal fingers, blocking out the weak moonlight. It was quiet. Too quiet. No crickets. No wind. Just the heavy, oppressive silence of a place where bad things happen and nobody comes to clean up. I checked my gear. Celestial bronze knife. Still strapped to my leg. Pants. Still dragon hide, thankfully. Shirt. Nope, still shirtless from the swim, which was starting to feel like a tactical error as the wind bit into my skin. Harry, I said, not looking back. Get your wand up. And if I say, duck, you don't ask why. You just eat dirt. Understood? Yeah, Harry stammered, scrambling to his feet. He pulled his wand out. It was shaking in his hand. I know this place. I've seen it in my dreams. The Riddle House. Great. We're in your nightmare. My favorite vacation spot. I took a step forward, my senses expanded. I was looking for the threat. Moody, fake Moody, had sent us here. He wouldn't send us to an empty lot. Then I saw it. Movement near the base of the yew tree. a figure detaching itself from the darkness. It was a short, hunched man in a cloak that looked like it hadn't been washed since the Dark Ages. He was carrying a bundle of cloth in his arms, cradling it like a baby. But the way he held it, he was flinching. Like the baby was hot, or radioactive. Wormtail. Peter Pettigrew. The rat who sold out Harry's parents. He looked terrible. His skin was pasty, his eyes watery and darting around like he expected a hawk to swoop down and eat him. "You came." A voice hissed. It didn't come from Wormtail. It came from the bundle. High, cold, and sharp as a scalpel. It cut through the mist. Harry gasped, clutching his forehead. "My scar. Bolt, my scar." "Ignore the pain, Specs," I ordered, my muscles tensing. "Focus on the rat." Wormtail stepped into the moonlight. He looked at us, first at Harry, with a mix of hunger and fear, and then at me. When his eyes landed on me, he flinched violently. He smelled the ozone. He remembered the reports. The other one," Wormtail squeaked. "The master didn't say, he's big." "Kill the spare," the cold voice commanded from the bundle. "Use the blessing." Wormtail fumbled in his robes. He didn't pull out a wand. He pulled out a rod. A short, black metal rod that pulsed with a dull, red light. It wasn't wizard work. It was divine smithing. Crude, angry, and violent. Avada Kedavra. The green light didn't come from the rod. It came from Wormtail's wand, which he had snapped out with his other hand. The jet of green light raced toward Harry. Time slowed down. I saw Specs freeze. He was a deer in headlights. He wasn't going to dodge. I didn't think. I moved. I sidestepped, putting my body directly in the path of the curse. "No!" Harry screamed. I didn't try to tank it with my chest. Even with divine durability, the killing curse is nasty business. It separates the soul from the body. You can't flex that away. I grabbed the nearest tombstone, a heavy granite slab marked Simon U. Pruitt, and ripped it out of the frozen earth. I swung the tombstone like a shield. Boom! The green light hit the granite. The stone shattered into 1,000 pieces, absorbing the magical impact. Dust and gravel sprayed my face. "Missed me," I growled, tossing the remains of the tombstone aside. Wormtail shrieked, taking a step back. He raised the black rod this time. "Hold him!" Wormtail yelled, slamming the rod into the ground. The earth beneath my feet groaned. Runes, burning, angry red runes, ignited in the grass, forming a circle around me. They weren't wizard runes. They were Greek. Ancient Greek. Bind. Crush. Submit. Gravity suddenly increased tenfold inside the circle. My knees buckled. It felt like the sky had just collapsed onto my shoulders. The air was squeezed out of my lungs. I slammed one hand into the dirt to keep from faceplanting. "Bolt!" Harry yelled, raising his wand to help. "Don't!" I gritted out, forcing my head up. The pressure was immense. It felt like Herc was sitting on me. "Run, you idiot! Get to the cup! Capture the boy," the voice commanded. Wormtail pointed his wand at Harry. "Expelliarmus!" Harry, distracted by my struggle, didn't block it. His wand flew out of his hand. Incarcerus. Ropes shot out of thin air, wrapping around Harry's legs and chest. He fell hard, struggling against the binds. "Let him go, you vermin!" I roared, pushing against the gravity field. My muscles strained, veins popping on my neck. I could stand. I would stand. I forced myself up, inch by inch. The red light of the rod pulsed faster, fighting me. He is resisting the weight of Atlas. Wormtail panicked, looking at the bundle. Master. The rod isn't enough. He is of the blood, the voice hissed, sounding intrigued. Of course he resists. Hurry. The ritual. Use the boy while the beast is trapped. Wormtail dragged Harry toward a massive marble headstone. The name on it was Tom Riddle. The statue of the Angel of Death atop the grave moved. It wasn't subtle. It simply reached down, grabbed Harry, and pinned him against the stone. The scythe in its hand lowered, trapping Harry's neck. Harry was screaming, thrashing. Let me go. Bolt. Help. I snarled, summoning the spark. You want heavy? I'll give you heavy. I channeled lightning into the ground, trying to disrupt the runes. Blue arcs of electricity danced across the dirt, clashing with the red light. The ground shook, cracking. But the rod held. It was anchored deep. Wormtail ignored me. He was busy. He was rolling a massive stone cauldron into the center of the clearing. It was huge, big enough to boil a man. He lit a fire beneath it with a flick of his wand. The liquid inside was already bubbling, a thick, iridescent sludge that looked like mercury mixed with blood. Hurry, the voice shrieked. Wormtail unwrapped the bundle. For a second, I saw it. The thing inside. It looked like a baby, if a baby had been skinned and left in a dark hole for a century. It was raw, scaly, and red. Its face was flat, snake-like, with red eyes that burned with malice. Wormtail dropped the thing into the cauldron. It splashed. The liquid turned a violent purple. Wormtail began to chant. His voice was shaking, high and terrified. Bone of the Father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son. He waved his wand at the grave beneath Harry's feet. A fine dust rose from the earth, bone dust, and floated into the potion. The liquid turned white. It hissed like a nest of vipers. Flesh, flesh of the servant. Wormtail whimpered. He pulled a long, silver dagger from his belt. Willingly given, you will, revive, your master. He stretched out his right hand. The hand missing a finger. Harry squeezed his eyes shut. Don't do it. I watched, disgusted but unable to look away. Wormtail sobbed. He swung the knife. Slice. He screamed. A raw, guttural sound of agony. His hand fell into the cauldron. The liquid turned a vivid, sickly red. Wormtail fell to his knees, clutching the bleeding stump, panting. He is done. The blood, the voice from the cauldron demanded. The blood of the enemy. Wormtail scrambled up. He approached Harry, the bloody knife in his remaining hand. No. I roared. I pushed harder against the gravity field. I managed to take a step. The runes flared, burning my boots. Touch him and I'll rip your head off, rat. Wormtail paused. He looked at Harry. Then he looked at me. He looked back at the cauldron. Master. Wormtail whispered. The prophecy, the blood of the enemy, surely the one who defies gravity is the greater enemy. Take it, the voice in the cauldron boomed. It wasn't high anymore. It was deepening. Resonating. Take the blood of the false god. His vitality will fuel my ascension. Wormtail turned toward me. He scurried over, keeping low, outside the reach of my arms. Don't make me do this, I warned him, sweat dripping down my face as I fought the invisible weight. I'm warning you, Peter. You're making a mistake. My blood isn't like his. My blood is volatile. Master commands it, Wormtail wheezed. He lunged. I tried to kick him, but the gravity was too strong. My leg moved too slow. Wormtail slashed the knife across my forearm. It wasn't a deep cut. Just a scratch. But bright red blood, streaked with shimmering gold threads of ichor, welled up. Got it, Wormtail gasped. He ran back to the cauldron. He held the knife over the bubbling brew. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe. A single drop of my blood fell from the blade. It hit the potion. Silence. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. The bubbling stopped. The liquid went still. Then, the ground groaned. A deep, seismic sound that came from miles beneath us. The potion didn't turn color. It turned into light. Blinding, electric blue light shot out of the cauldron. It was a column of pure energy, shooting straight up into the sky, punching a hole through the clouds. The cauldron began to melt. The stone turned to slag. What is happening? Wormtail shrieked, shielding his eyes. It's too hot. It's too hot. The light changed. It shifted from blue to black. A black so deep it looked like a hole in reality. The pressure in the graveyard shifted. The gravity holding me down flickered and died. I fell to my knees, gasping as the weight vanished. But I didn't celebrate. Because the thing rising from the melted cauldron was far, far worse than a gravity trap. Bolt. Harry whispered, staring in horror. From the steam and the black light, a figure emerged. It wasn't the thin, skeletal Voldemort from the stories. This thing was huge. He stood 8 feet tall. His body was a mass of twisted muscle and pale, alabaster skin that looked like polished marble. He was naked, but shadows clung to him like a cloak. His face was still snake-like, hairless and lipless, but his eyes weren't just red. They were burning coals of golden fire. And he had horns. Small, curled ram horns jutting from his temples. He took a step out of the wreckage. The ground hissed where his bare feet touched it. He looked at his hands. They were large, clawed, and crackling with dark energy. He took a deep breath. The sound was like a vacuum cleaner sucking the air out of the room. Yes. The new Voldemort rumbled. His voice vibrated in my chest. It sounded like rocks grinding together in a landslide. Yes. He flexed. The air around him rippled. I can feel it, Voldemort said, looking at the sky. The old weakness, gone. The mortality, burned away. He turned his gaze to Wormtail, who was cowering on the ground, bleeding. My lord. Wormtail whimpered. You are magnificent. Voldemort looked at Wormtail with disgust. He waved a hand. He didn't use a wand. He just waved. Wormtail was lifted into the air by an invisible force. You served me, Voldemort said casually. But your flesh was weak. Still, a reward is promised. He pointed a finger. A silver substance shot from his fingertip, latching onto Wormtail's stump. It formed a hand. A silver, clawed hand. Thank you, Master. Wormtail sobbed. Voldemort ignored him. He turned his eyes to Harry. Harry was paralyzed with terror. He was staring at a monster that defied every law of magic he knew. Harry Potter, Voldemort smiled. It was a terrifying sight. Too many teeth. You see what I have become? I have transcended. I have taken the blood of the usurper's kin, and I have made it my own. Then, he looked at me. The golden fire in his eyes flared. And you, Voldemort said, taking a step toward me. The anomaly. The bolt. I can taste the storm in you. It is delicious. I stood up. I shook out my arms. My tactical pants were muddy, my skin was cold, but the fire inside me was waking up. You're ugly, I said flatly. I mean, seriously. The horns. Tacky. You look like a goat that fell into a vat of bleach. Voldemort threw his head back and laughed. It wasn't a high cackle. It was a deep, booming laugh that shook the leaves off the yew tree. Arrogance, Voldemort mused. Just like your father. Yes, I know who you are. The shield whispered to me. It told me of the Olympians. It told me of the power that has been denied to wizards for millennia. He reached into the darkness behind him. Accio Daimos. A whistling sound tore through the air. From the shadows, a massive object flew into his hand. It was the shield of Deimos. The one I had recovered from Gringotts. The one I had hidden under my bed. How? I started. The traitor brought it. Voldemort stroked the screaming face on the shield. While you were playing in the lake. It belongs to me now. Or rather, it belongs to the power that fuels me. He strapped the shield to his left arm. It looked small on his massive frame. Now, Voldemort said, pressing his finger to a dark mark on Wormtail's arm. Let us invite my old friends. They will want to see this. The sky turned black. Not night black. Void black. Crack. 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 Apparition sounds filled the graveyard. Hooded figures appeared in a circle. The Death Eaters. They hesitated. They saw the giant, horned monster in the center. They didn't recognize him. Some raised their wands nervously. Do you not know your own master? Voldemort roared. The Death Eaters flinched. Lucius Malfoy stepped forward, his mask trembling. My lord. Lucius whispered. You have changed. I have evolved. Voldemort spread his arms. I have broken the wheel. The wizards of this world are sheep, scratching in the dirt with sticks. I have touched the titans. I have touched the true magic. He looked at me. And tonight, we feast on the son of Zeus. The Death Eaters gasped. They looked at me, then at the monster. Bolt. Harry whispered from the tombstone. Run. I don't run from goats, Specs, I said, cracking my knuckles. I stepped forward. I was half his size. I had no wand. I was shivering. But I was pissed. Hey, Voldroid. I yelled. You talk a lot for a guy wearing a skirt of shadows. You think stealing my blood makes you a god? It just makes you a thief. And in my family, we have a special punishment for thieves. And what is that? Voldemort sneered. We beat them until they give it back. I launched. I didn't hold back. I went from 0 to Mach 1 in a single step. The ground exploded behind me. I closed the distance in a blink. I cocked my fist back, channeling every volt I had into a right cross. Thunder. I punched him in the face. Boom. The impact was loud enough to burst eardrums. A shockwave flattened the grass for 50 yards. The Death Eaters were blown off their feet. I landed the hit. Solid. Right on the jaw. But he didn't move. Voldemort's head snapped to the side, slightly. That was it. He slowly turned his head back to look at me. There was a small bruise forming on his marble skin, but it was already fading. Is that it? Voldemort asked. My eyes widened. That punch could have leveled a building. Oh, I whispered. Voldemort smiled. My turn. He backhanded me. It wasn't a technique. It was just brute force. Crack. I flew. I didn't just fly, I was launched like a cannonball. I smashed through a tombstone. Then another. Then a tree. I slammed into the side of the Riddle house on the hill. The brick wall crumbled, burying me in rubble. Bolt. Harry screamed. I lay in the debris, coughing dust. My ribs were definitely broken again. My head was spinning. That wasn't wizard strength. That was Titan strength. I pushed a pile of bricks off my chest. I stood up, spitting blood. Okay, I groaned. Round 2. I jumped from the ruins, landing back in the graveyard. Voldemort was waiting. He hadn't moved. The Death Eaters were cheering now, jeering at me. He's tough, my lord. Bellatrix Lestrange cackled. Let me play with him. No, Voldemort commanded. He is mine. He raised his hand. Not the wand hand. The hand with the shield. The face on the shield of Deimos opened its mouth. It screamed. A wave of pure terror washed over me. My knees shook. My vision blurred. I saw Hercules dead. I saw Zeus dethroned. I saw myself, small and weak, back in the basket. Fear. Submit. Die. Get out of my head. I roared, biting my tongue to focus on the pain. I charged again. Crucio. Voldemort pointed his wand. The red spell hit me mid-sprint. Agony. White-hot knives in every nerve. My muscles seized. I fell, skidding across the dirt, screaming. It felt like my blood was boiling. But I didn't stay down. I'm a demigod. My pain tolerance is supernatural. I forced myself up, shaking. Is that all you got? I gasped. Voldemort looked annoyed. Stubborn. He pointed the wand again. But this time, a red beam of light shot down from the sky, from the stars themselves, and struck Voldemort. He glowed. He grew larger. His muscles swelled. Ares, I hissed, looking up at the black sky. You cheating piece of. The god of war favors the victor. Voldemort laughed. And I am winning. He charged me. This time, it was a brawl. He swung the shield. I ducked. The edge of the shield sliced the top off a tombstone. I punched him in the gut. It felt like punching a tank. He grabbed my throat. He lifted me up, one-handed, like I weighed nothing. Look at you, Voldemort mocked, squeezing. The son of lightning. Helpless. Not helpless. I choked out. I grabbed his wrist with both hands. Discharge. I dumped my entire magical core into him. A bolt of blue lightning exploded from my body, enveloping us both. It was blinding. The heat was intense. The Death Eaters shielded their eyes. Voldemort roared in pain. His skin blackened. He dropped me. I fell, gasping for air. I scrambled back. Voldemort stood there, smoke rising from his shoulders. He looked angry now. Really angry. Enough games, he growled. He raised both hands. The ground shook. Tartarus grasp. Skeletal hands made of black stone erupted from the earth beneath me. They grabbed my ankles. My wrists. My waist. I struggled, but they were reinforced with that same red divine energy. Ares's energy. I was pinned. Crucified against the ground. Voldemort walked over. He loomed over me, blocking out the moon. He placed a heavy foot on my chest. I felt my sternum crack. You fought well, Voldemort said, looking down at me. For a mongrel. He pointed his wand at my face. But the age of Olympus is over. The age of the Titan begins. He looked over at Harry, who was sobbing, trashing against the statue. Watch, Harry Potter, Voldemort commanded. Watch your savior die. And know that you are next. I looked at Harry. He looked broken. He had given up. I looked at the Death Eaters. They were laughing. I looked at the sky. It was dark. Clouds covered everything. No stars. No moon. I was beaten. Physically overpowered. Outmagicked. And betrayed by my own uncle. But I wasn't dead yet. And as long as I had breath, I had a direct line. I closed my eyes. I stopped struggling against the stone hands. Giving up. Voldemort sneered. Good. No, I whispered. Just making a call. I focused. I didn't reach for the lightning. I reached past it. I reached for the blood connection. The heavy, gold thrum in my DNA. Dad, I thought. I know the rules. No direct interference. No smiting mortals. Let the kids play. I opened my eyes. They weren't blue anymore. They were white. Pure, blinding white. But this guy? I looked at Voldemort's horned face. This guy isn't mortal anymore. He's cheating. He's using Uncle Ares's cheat codes. And he's waking up Grandpa. The wind in the graveyard stopped. So, I'm asking for permission. Voldemort frowned. He felt it. The shift in the air. The static rising from my skin, making the hairs on his arms stand up. What are you doing? Voldemort hissed. I'm asking, I said aloud, my voice echoing with a weird, double-layered resonance. Permission to disengage safety protocols. Permission to go full power. Permission to bring the mountain to the molehill. Thunder rumbled. Not a distant roll. A deafening crack that sounded like the planet splitting in half. The clouds above us began to swirl. A vortex opened. A single, massive eye of the storm. And in that eye, I saw a flash of gold. Granted. The word wasn't spoken. It was felt. It vibrated in the marrow of every living thing in England. I smiled. My teeth were bloody, but the smile was genuine. You made a mistake, Riddle, I whispered. What? Voldemort stepped back, looking at the sky nervously. You took my blood, I said. You think that gave you my power? No. It just gave me a GPS tracker to your ass. The stone hands holding me shattered. They didn't break, they turned to dust. I stood up. I didn't use my muscles. I levitated. Lightning didn't arc off me. It became me. My skin turned into pure, translucent energy. My tactical gear burned away, replaced by armor made of condensed storm clouds. I was a living bolt of lightning. Voldemort stumbled back, shielding his eyes. The shield of Deimos screamed, but the scream was drowned out by the roar of the thunder. Kill him. Voldemort shrieked at the Death Eaters. Kill him now. 50 killing curses shot at me. Green light filled the graveyard. I didn't dodge. I raised a hand. The green spells hit my aura and vanished. Eaten. Consumed by the superior energy. My turn, I said. My voice was the storm. I raised my right hand to the sky. A lightning bolt the size of a skyscraper descended. It didn't hit me. It hit us. The entire graveyard was bathed in white light. The world went silent. Chapter 8 End. Chapter 9, The Siege of Hogwarts. The problem with calling down the wrath of the heavens is the hangover. You think partying with Dionysus gives you a headache? Try channeling a gigawatt of pure, unadulterated celestial judgment through a mortal nervous system. It feels like your blood has been replaced with battery acid and your bones are vibrating at a frequency that makes your teeth itch. The graveyard in Little Hangleton was gone. I don't mean it was messy. I mean it was erased. The lightning bolt I had summoned, with a little help from Dad, had vaporized the grass, the tombstones, the creepy yew tree, and about 6 inches of topsoil. The area looked like a glazed donut made of glass. Smoke was rising from my skin. My armor, the one made of storm clouds, was flickering, fading back into the tattered remains of my tactical gear. I dropped to one knee, gasping for air that smelled like ozone and melted rock. Bolt. I looked up. Harry, Specs, was alive. He was huddled behind the overturned statue of the Angel of Death, which was now just a lump of slag. He looked terrified. His glasses were cracked, and his hair was standing straight up from the static. Did you get him?" Harry squeaked, looking at the crater where Voldemort had been standing. I scanned the impact zone. In the center of the glass floor, a figure was kneeling. He was smoking. His pale, marble skin was cracked like a broken vase, revealing glowing red energy underneath. The shield of Deimos, strapped to his arm, was screaming, a high, thin wail of pain. Voldemort stood up. He staggered, but he stood. He wasn't dead. The Titan magic, the blood of the enemy, the blessing of Ares, it had held him together. Just barely. "You." Voldemort rasped. His voice sounded like a chainsaw cutting through gravel. "You broke the rules." "I am the rules," I wheezed, trying to stand. My legs felt like jelly. "Stay down, you ugly goat." Voldemort laughed. It was a wet, gurgling sound. He raised his wand. The wood was charred, but the phoenix feather core was pulsing. "The rules of the game have changed," Voldemort hissed. "The board is cleared. Now, we invade the castle." He didn't attack me. He pointed his wand at the sky. Mors Mordra. The dark mark erupted into the sky. But it wasn't just a skull and snake. It was huge. It covered the entire horizon. And behind the skull, a red spear appeared. The signal. "Harry!" I yelled, adrenaline spiking through the exhaustion. "The cup. Get the cup." The Triwizard Cup was lying on its side near the edge of the blast zone. It was glowing blue. Harry didn't hesitate. He scrambled over the glass, sliding on his knees. Voldemort saw him. "Stop them." The surviving Death Eaters, the ones who hadn't been fried, were pulling themselves out of the rubble. Bellatrix Lestrange, her hair singed, screamed and raised her wand. Avada, I didn't have the juice for another lightning bolt. I didn't have the strength to run. So I improvised. I grabbed a handful of the glass pebbles from the ground. I threw them. I threw them with divine aim and pitching speed. Thwack. 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 The glass shards hit Bellatrix in the hand, the shoulder, and the face. She shrieked, dropping her wand. "Grab it, Specs." I roared. Harry grabbed the handle of the cup. "Bolt." Harry reached out his other hand. I lunged. I dove through the air, ignoring the pain in my ribs. My fingers brushed Harry's wrist just as the port key activated. The world spun. The graveyard vanished. The screaming Voldemort vanished. We were sucked through the vortex of space and time. We hit the ground at Hogwarts. Specifically, we hit the maze. The hedge maze on the Quidditch pitch. We crashed through a hedge, tangled in vines, and landed face first in the grass outside the entrance. The band was playing. People were cheering. They thought we had won. "They're back." Bagman's voice boomed. "Harry Potter and Bolt have returned." I spat out a leaf. I stood up, swaying. The crowd was clapping. Dumbledore was walking toward us, smiling. They didn't know. They didn't see the smoke coming off me. They didn't feel the shift in the air pressure. Silence. I screamed. My voice was amplified. I didn't use a spell. I used my lungs. The sound hit the stands like a physical blow. The band stopped playing. The cheering died instantly. "The graveyard." I yelled, pointing at the sky. "He's back. Voldemort is back. And he's bringing an army." Panic rippled through the stands. Dumbledore stopped. His smile vanished. He looked at me, then at Harry, who was clutching the cup and sobbing. Then, the sky above Hogwarts turned black. Not night black. The sun just went out. The clouds swirled. The massive dark mark, the one with the red spear, burned itself into the air directly above the astronomy tower. "He is coming," I said, walking toward Dumbledore. "The wards. Lock them down. Now." Dumbledore didn't ask questions. He turned to the teachers. "Secure the students." Dumbledore ordered, his voice commanding. "Prefects, lead your houses to the Great Hall. Teachers, to the battlements. Activate the statues. Activate the protection of the founders. Bolt." Daphne was running toward me from the stands. She jumped the barrier and sprinted across the grass. She was wearing her school robes, but she had her wand out and a look of absolute focus on her face. "You look like you fell into a volcano," she said, grabbing my arm to steady me. Briefly, I grunted. "Listen to me, Daph. This isn't a skirmish. This is a siege. They're coming for the school. They want to break the line." "Who is coming?" she asked. "Everyone," I said. "Death Eaters. Werewolves. Giants. And him. The big bad." "Giants?" Hercules appeared next to us. He was eating a bag of popcorn he must have stolen from a student. He looked at the sky, sniffing. "Yep," Herc nodded, tossing the popcorn aside. "I smell them. Unwashed feet and bad attitudes. Also, Dementors. Lots of them. The air is getting cold." "Herc," I said, gripping his massive forearm. "The bridge. The viaduct bridge. It's the only main entrance for the big guys. You have to hold it." Hercules cracked his neck. It sounded like a gunshot. "Hold the bridge," Herc grinned. "Like Horatius." "I like it. Can I hit them with other giants?" "I insist on it," I said. Bolt, Dumbledore was beside us now. "The wards are strong, but if Voldemort possesses the power you say he does. He has the shield of Deimos," I told him. "And he's juice-jacking Titan magic. The wards won't stop him. They'll just slow him down. We need to buy time." "For what?" Dumbledore asked. "For me to recharge," I said, looking at my trembling hands. "And for Dad to realize things have gone foobar." Boom. The first impact hit the wards. It sounded like a gong being struck by a meteor. The purple dome covering the castle flared visible for a second, then cracked. "They're here," Harry whispered, standing up. He looked pale, but he wasn't crying anymore. He gripped his wand. "I'm fighting." "No," I said. "You're leading. Get the DA. Get the students who can actually cast a shield charm. We need a second line of defense in the courtyard. If they get past Herc, they get to you." "I can do that," Harry nodded. "Ron. Hermione." The trio ran off to rally the troops. "Daphne," I turned to her. "You're with me. We're going to the front steps. We're the command center." "I'm not a secretary, Bolt," she snapped, her eyes flashing. "I'm a combatant." "I know," I said, drawing my celestial bronze knife. "That's why I need you watching my back. I'm running on fumes." She looked at me, saw the exhaustion in my eyes, and nodded. "Okay. Let's go defend this drafty castle." We ran through the castle. The halls were chaotic. Students were screaming, portraits were yelling advice, ghosts were floating through walls looking panicked. "To the Great Hall." McGonagall was shouting, hurting first years. "Do not panic. Move in an orderly fashion." "Orderly is out the window, Minnie. I yelled as we sprinted past. Lock the doors and prep the triage station. We burst out of the main doors into the courtyard. The view was terrifying. The sun was gone. The sky was a swirling vortex of black clouds. And marching out of the forbidden forest was an army. Hundreds of Death Eaters in black robes and silver masks. A pack of werewolves, snarling and pacing. And behind them, towering over the trees. Giants. 12 of them. 20 feet tall. Wearing crude armor made of car doors and scrap metal. They carried tree trunks as clubs. And floating above them, a swarm of dementors like a cloud of gnats. That's a lot of bad guys, Daphne said, her voice steady but tight. Target-rich environment, I corrected. Crash. Another blow to the wards. The purple dome splintered. A hole opened up right over the bridge. There's the breach. I pointed. Herc. You're up. Hercules was already moving. He didn't run. He strolled. He walked out onto the stone bridge that connected the courtyard to the headlands. He stood in the middle, looking tiny against the backdrop of the approaching army. The giants saw him. They roared. The sound shook the stones under my feet. The lead giant, a monster with a scar across one eye, charged the bridge. He raised a club the size of a bus. Hercules didn't move. He stood with his hands on his hips. You shall not pass. Hercules bellowed. Unless you have a hall pass. Do you have a hall pass? The giant swung the club. Hercules caught it. One hand. He caught the massive tree trunk. The impact should have driven him into the ground. Instead, the wood shattered. Denied. Hercules yelled. He punched the giant in the kneecap. Crack. The sound echoed across the valley. The giant screamed and buckled. Hercules grabbed the giant's ankle. You are leaving. Hercules spun. He lifted the 20-foot monster off the ground. He spun once, twice, gaining momentum. Then he let go. The giant flew. It sailed through the air, flailing, and crashed into the two giants behind it. Strike. Next. Hercules roared, beating his chest. The Death Eaters stopped. They stared. They weren't used to physics fighting back. Fire. A voice screamed from the enemy lines. Bellatrix. A volley of spells, green, red, purple, shot toward the bridge. Cover fire. I yelled. From the battlements above us, the teachers opened up. Flitwick, Sprout, McGonagall. They rained down curses. But the Dementors were swooping in. They bypassed the bridge, flying over the ravine. They were coming for the students in the courtyard. The cold hit us first. All the happiness drained out of the world. I felt heavy. Expecto Patronum. It wasn't one voice. It was 20. Harry led the charge. He stood in the center of the courtyard, his wand raised. A massive silver stag erupted from the tip. Around him, other patrons formed. An otter, Hermione, a terrier, Ron, a swan, Cho, a boar, Ernie Macmillan. The silver light pushed the Dementors back. Nice work, Specs. I shouted. But the Dementors were just the distraction. From the shadows of the ravine, the werewolves were climbing up the walls. They were bypassing Hercules. Greyback, I growled. The alpha wolf pulled himself over the railing. He saw me. He grinned, his face still swollen from where I'd punched him earlier. Round 2, Godling. Greyback howled. He led the pack. 20 wolves charged across the courtyard. Daphne. I said. Ice. Daphne stepped forward. She didn't use a standard spell. She moved her wand in a complex, jagged pattern. Glacius Maxima. She slammed her wand into the cobblestones. A wave of ice shot forward. It covered the ground instantly. The charging werewolves hit the ice. They couldn't stop. Their claws scrambled for purchase, but they slipped. They went sliding, crashing into each other, piling up against the fountain. Strike. Daphne smirked. My turn, I said. I didn't have lightning. But I had bronze. I ran forward. I slid on the ice, my boots had grip, and engaged the pile. It was messy. Close quarters. I dodged a claw swipe. I kicked a wolf in the snout. I used the hilt of my knife to smash a snatcher's temple. Greyback scrambled up. He lunged at me. I caught his wrists. We grappled. He was strong, fueled by dark magic and rage. You smell like blood, Greyback snarled, snapping his jaws at my face. You smell like wet dog, I retorted. I headbutt him. Again. He stumbled back. Reducto. Daphne yelled from behind me. A blue spell hit Greyback in the chest. It didn't kill him, his hide was too tough, but it blasted him backward, over the railing, back into the ravine. Bye-bye, puppy, I waved. But the victory was short-lived. The ground shook. A massive tremor knocked us all off our feet. I looked at the bridge. Hercules was fighting 3 giants at once. He was winning, but he was occupied. The real threat wasn't the giants. Voldemort was walking across the air. He was floating over the ravine, the shield of Deimos glowing with a sickly purple light. He ignored the battle below him. He was heading straight for the castle gates. He reached the boundary of the inner wards, the ones protecting the stone itself. He raised the shield. The face on the shield screamed. It wasn't a sound. It was a frequency. The stones of Hogwarts groaned. The gargoyles shattered. The windows blew out. He's breaking the foundation. Dumbledore yelled from the steps. He is using the frequency of fear to shatter the bonding spells. Voldemort pointed his wand at the massive oak doors. Open. The doors didn't open. They disintegrated. Turned to dust. The entrance to Hogwarts was wide open. Fall back. I screamed. Into the entrance hall. Create a choke point. We retreated. Harry, Daphne, the DA, the teachers. We backed into the massive hall with the marble staircase. Voldemort floated through the dust of the doors. He landed on the floor. He looked huge. His horns scraped the ceiling. His marble skin was glowing. Behind him, Death Eaters poured in. Welcome to class, Voldemort smiled. Today's lesson is extinction. I stood at the bottom of the stairs. Harry was next to me. Daphne was on my right. Dumbledore stood at the top of the stairs, radiating power. You shall not harm these students, Tom, Dumbledore said calmly. Tom is dead, Voldemort laughed. I am the Titan's vessel. He raised his hand. A wave of black force shot out. Dumbledore blocked it with a wall of fire. The two energies clashed, creating a shockwave that shattered the hourglasses holding the house points. Rubies and emeralds rained down like hail. Bolt, Harry whispered. What do we do? He's too strong. We hold, I said, my knuckles white on my knife handle. We hold the line until. Until what? I didn't have an answer. Dad wasn't answering. Hercules was busy. I was empty. Suddenly, the roof of the great hall exploded. Not from a spell. From a fist. A massive, golden fist punched through the enchanted ceiling. Debris rained down. A figure descended through the hole. He was bigger than Voldemort. He was dressed in golden armor that shone like the sun. He wore a helmet with a red plume. He held a spear that crackled with red lightning. Ares. The god of war. But not the human-sized Ares I knew from training. This was his avatar form. 10 feet tall. Radiating an aura of pure violence that made everyone, Death Eater and student alike, want to drop their weapons and vomit. Ares landed between Voldemort and us. The floor cracked. Voldemort looked at Ares. He didn't look scared. He looked pleased. Lord Ares, Voldemort bowed slightly. You have come to witness the ascension. Ares looked at Voldemort. Then he looked at me. He took off his helmet. His face was scarred, his eyes burning with fire. Witness? Ares laughed. His voice sounded like tank treads crushing bones. No, you little snake man. I came because I was bored. And because you stole my shield. He pointed his spear at Voldemort. That toy belongs to me. Voldemort's smile faltered. But I dedicated the kills to you. I am your champion. You're a parasite, Ares spat. You're drinking from Cronus's sippy cup and thinking you're a big boy. It's embarrassing. I like war. I like conflict. I don't like cheaters. Ares turned to me. Hey, nephew, Ares grinned. A shark's grin. You look like crap. Thanks, uncle, I said, standing up straighter. Rough night. You want a boost? Ares asked. I thought you weren't allowed to interfere, I said. I'm not interfering in a mortal war, Ares shrugged. I'm just retrieving my property. And if I happen to drop a little excess energy while I'm doing it, well, accidents happen. Ares slammed the butt of his spear into the ground. A red shockwave rippled out. It didn't hit everyone. It hit me. And Harry. And Daphne. And every student standing their ground. It wasn't pain. It was rage. Strength. Stamina. The blessing of the berserker. My fatigue vanished. My broken ribs knit together instantly. My magical core didn't just refill, it overflowed. I felt like I could punch a planet. Game on. I yelled. I charged. This time, I didn't hold back. I had the war god's juice in my veins. Voldemort saw me coming. He raised the shield. I didn't try to go around it. I jumped. I vaulted off a stunned Death Eater's head. I came down on Voldemort with a double axe handle smash. Boom. I hit the shield. The impact created a shockwave that blew the doors off the Great Hall. Voldemort stumbled back. His knees buckled. Get him. I roared. The students charged. It was glorious chaos. Harry was firing spells faster than I could see. Stupefy. Expelliarmus. Reducto. He was a machine gun of magic. Daphne was moving like water, freezing Death Eaters in blocks of ice, shattering their wands. Fred and George Weasley were throwing fireworks, enchanted fireworks that turned into dragons and chased the bad guys. Neville Longbottom was wrestling a Death Eater, actually wrestling him, and winning. Voldemort roared, pushing me back with a wave of force. Insolence! Voldemort screamed. I am a god. You're a tenant. I yelled, dodging a blast of green fire. And rent is due. I engaged him in hand-to-hand. He swung the shield. I ducked. I punched him in the ribs. I felt the marble crack. He tried to curse me. I grabbed his wand hand. I squeezed. Drop it. He headbutted me with his horns. It hurt. Blood ran into my eyes. But I laughed. Is that all? I spat blood in his face. Hercules burst into the hall. He was carrying a giant's club. He looked delighted. Party inside. Herc yelled. Why didn't you tell me? He swung the club, clearing a path through a dozen Death Eaters. Herc! The shield! I shouted. We have to get the shield off him. On it! Hercules tossed the club aside. He charged Voldemort. Voldemort saw the freight train coming. He turned the shield toward Hercules. The fear aura flared. Hercules didn't stop. I'm too stupid to be scared. Hercules laughed. He slammed into Voldemort. Two titans collided. The floor of the entrance hall collapsed. We fell. Me, Voldemort, Hercules. We fell into the dungeons below. We landed in the Slytherin common room. The stone ceiling crashed down around us. Voldemort scrambled up. He looked rattled. His god persona was cracking. He was fighting two demigods and losing. Enough! Voldemort screamed. He slammed the shield into his own chest. The face on the shield bit him. It drank his blood. He grew. He tore through his marble skin. He became something else. Something darker. A true avatar of Cronus. Shadows swirled around him, forming extra arms. I will eat your souls. Voldemort bellowed. Gross, I said, standing up and wiping dust off my jacket. I looked at Hercules. Fastball special? I asked. Hercules grinned. Fastball special. Hercules laced his fingers together, forming a cup. I stepped back. I ran. I stepped into his hands. Hercules lifted. He threw. I launched into the air. I became a missile. I didn't aim for Voldemort's body. I aimed for the shield. I pulled out my celestial bronze knife. I channeled every drop of the Ares blessing and my own Zeus spark into the blade. Break! I hit the shield. My knife drove into the screaming metal face. Crack! The shield shattered. It exploded into 1,000 shards of black metal. The shockwave knocked Voldemort backward. The shadows clinging to him screamed and evaporated. He was vulnerable. He shrank back down to his 8-foot form. He looked at his arm. The shield was gone. He looked at me. I was standing on his chest, knife in hand. Hi, I said. I punched him. Right in the nose. Crunch. Voldemort went down. He hit the stone floor of the dungeon and didn't get up. I stood over him, breathing hard. The blessing was fading. The exhaustion was coming back. Hercules jumped down from the hole in the ceiling. He landed with a heavy thud. Is he dead? Hercules asked, poking Voldemort with his toe. No, I said, looking at the slow rise and fall of the monster's chest. He's durable. But he's out cold. Above us, the sounds of battle were fading. Without their leader, and with the giants defeated, the Death Eaters were routing. I looked up through the hole. Ares was looking down at us. He gave a thumbs up. Then he vanished in a flash of red light. We did it, I whispered. I sat down on a piece of rubble. My hands were shaking. We won. But as I looked at the unconscious form of Voldemort, or whatever he was now, I knew it wasn't over. You don't just punch a Titan host and call it a day. He was still breathing. And the darkness in his veins was still moving. Herc, I said quietly. We need chains. Heavy ones. The kind Hephaestus uses to bind mountains. I got some in the trunk of the chariot, Hercules said. Be right back. I leaned my head back against a pillar. I closed my eyes. War is hell. But winning? Winning feels pretty good. Even if I was going to sleep for a week. Chapter 9 End. Chapter 10, The Son of Lightning ascends. So, here is a fun fact about divine biology: even when you win, you lose. Winning a fight against a Titan-infused Dark Lord feels less like a victory lap and more like being thrown into a blender set to puree. My knuckles were split. My ribs were knitting themselves back together with a sensation that felt like hot wires being threaded through my chest. My tactical gear was shredded, revealing skin that was currently smoking like a blown fuse. I was sitting on a pile of rubble in what used to be the Slytherin common room. The ceiling had collapsed, letting in a jagged shaft of gray light from the entrance hall above. Dust motes danced in the air, swirling around the unconscious form of Voldemort. Or at least, I hoped he was unconscious. "He looks peaceful," Hercules said. He was standing over the body, holding a coil of chains that glowed with a dull, orange heat. Like a baby. An ugly, snake-faced baby. "Don't coo at him, Herc," I groaned, wiping a streak of black blood off my cheek. "Just wrap him up." "Those are the Hephaestus chains." "The very same," Hercules beamed, shaking the links. They clanked with a heavy, dead sound. "Made from the anvil of the volcano. Unbreakable. Even for me. I tried to use them as a jump rope once. Bad idea. Tripped and caused an earthquake in California." Hercules knelt down. He grabbed Voldemort's arm, the one that had held the shield, and started to wind the chain. "We take him to Olympus?" Hercules asked. "Dad can toss him in the deep freezer with the other bad decisions." "Yeah," I said, standing up. My legs wobbled, but held. "Get him out of here before he wakes up and starts monologuing about destiny again." Hercules tightened the first loop. Hiss. Steam erupted from Voldemort's skin. It wasn't normal steam. It was black. It smelled like sulfur and ozone. Bolt?" Hercules paused. "He's melting." I stepped closer. "What?" Voldemort's physical form, the marble skin, the transfigured muscle, was losing cohesion. It was sloughing off like wet clay. But underneath, there wasn't bone or blood. There was light. Purple, necrotic light. "He's not a body anymore," I realized, the hair on my arms standing up. "He's a vessel. The container is breaking." "That sounds bad," Hercules noted. "It's worse than bad. It's a meltdown." The chains hissed violently as the purple energy began to eat into the divine metal. The unbreakable chains of Hephaestus were turning brittle, cracking like dry pasta. Voldemort's eyes snapped open. They weren't red. They weren't gold. They were voids. Two holes in reality staring straight up at the castle above. Insufficient. The voice didn't come from his mouth. It came from the air itself. It vibrated the stones, the dust, and the fillings in my teeth. "Back!" I yelled, tackling Hercules. We hit the floor just as Voldemort exploded. It wasn't a fire explosion. It was a gravity well. A shockwave of pure force blasted outward, pulverizing the remaining furniture in the common room. The stone walls buckled. Voldemort shot upward. He didn't fly like a wizard. He ascended like a reverse lightning bolt, a streak of black and purple darkness tearing through the ceiling, through the entrance hall, through the floors above. We watched him punch a hole straight up through the castle structure. "He's going for the high ground," Hercules coughed, waving away the dust. "Tactical retreat?" "No," I spat, scrambling to my feet. "Ascension. He's going to the astronomy tower. He wants to open the sky." "Why?" "To let the rest of the Titan in," I said, my stomach dropping. "He's not just using Cronus's power. He's trying to summon the body." I looked at Hercules. My big brother looked tired. He had fought giants, held bridges, and tanked a god-level impact. His golden skin was bruised. "Herc," I said. "I need you to do something impossible." "I eat impossible for breakfast," Hercules grinned, though it was strained. "With eggs." "The castle," I pointed at the groaning ceiling. Voldemort just compromised the structural integrity of the main keep. If he starts pulling on the ley lines up there, the whole school collapses. I need you to hold it up. Hercules blinked. Hold up the school. Like, the whole thing. The foundation is cracked. You need to go to the sub-basement. Find the main load-bearing pillar. Reinforce it. With your shoulders. That's heavy, Hercules mused. Even for me. You carried the sky once, I reminded him. This is just a pile of rocks. Hercules slapped me on the shoulder. It almost dislocated my arm. Go get him, Bolt, Hercules said, his eyes serious. I'll keep the roof off the kids. You keep the sky off the world. He turned and ran deeper into the dungeons, crashing through a wall to find the foundation. I looked up at the hole Voldemort had made. Okay, I whispered to the static buzzing in my blood. One more round. I jumped. I caught the edge of the hole in the ceiling and pulled myself up. I was in the entrance hall. It was a war zone. The battle had paused. The explosion from the dungeons had knocked everyone flat. Death Eaters and students were picking themselves up, looking confused. But the silence didn't last. A scream tore through the air. I looked up. High above the castle, circling the astronomy tower, the sky had torn open. A vortex of black clouds was swirling, and in the center, a red eye was forming. Voldemort was floating at the top of the tower, his arms raised. He was siphoning energy from the ley lines of Hogwarts, feeding it into the sky. Stop him! Bellatrix Lestrange shrieked, pointing her wand at the students. Kill the brats! The Dark Lord ascends! The Death Eaters rallied. Green light flashed. Not on my watch. Harry, Specs, was standing on the remains of the marble staircase. He looked wrecked. His robes were torn, his glasses were gone, and he was bleeding from a cut on his forehead. But his wand was steady. Dumbledore's army. Harry yelled. Shield wall. Now. 50 students moved as one. They raised their wands. Protego Maxima. A wall of shimmering blue light erupted, blocking the volley of killing curses. I landed next to Harry. Nice form, Specs, I said. Harry jumped, nearly hexing me. Bolt. You're alive. Where's the giant thing? Gone, I said. He turned into a cloud. I'm going after him. He's at the tower, Harry pointed. But the stairs are blocked. The Death Eaters have the grand staircase. I looked up. The stairs were indeed swarming with masked figures. They were firing down at us, suppressing the students. I don't do stairs, I said. I looked at Daphne. She was crouching behind a piece of rubble, icing a wound on her arm. She saw me and nodded. Clear me a path. I asked. Daphne stood up. She didn't smile. She looked fierce. Everyone. Daphne yelled, her voice commanding. Focus fire on the central landing. Clear the airspace for the asset. Asset? Ron Weasley shouted from behind a statue. Is that Bolt? Just shoot, Weasley. Daphne roared. The students shifted their aim. A barrage of stunners and reducto curses hammered the Death Eaters on the first landing. The enemy scattered, taking cover. The air was clear for a split second. I crouched. Hey, Harry, I said. Yeah. You're doing good. Keep them alive. I will, Harry said. He looked at me with something new in his eyes. Not fear. Brotherhood. Go kick his ass. I triggered the spark. Boom. I launched myself upward. I didn't take the stairs. I jumped straight up the central shaft of the stairwell. I flew past the first floor. A Death Eater tried to grab my ankle. I kicked him in the face without slowing down. Second floor. Third floor. I was moving fast, but the air was getting thicker. The magic radiating from the tower was heavy. It felt like swimming through syrup. I grabbed the railing of the 7th floor landing. I swung myself over, skidding to a halt. The door to the astronomy tower spiral staircase was ahead. But it was guarded. Not by Death Eaters. By Dementors. A swarm of them. Maybe 100. They were clustered around the door, a vortex of cold and misery. They saw me. They sensed the soul. A bright, burning, demigod soul. A feast. They rushed me. I don't have time for ghosts. I yelled. I didn't have a wand for a Patronus. I didn't have happy thoughts. I had rage. And rage produces heat. I reached into my pocket. I pulled out the celestial bronze dust I had brought for the ball. I clenched it in my fist. Eat this. I charged my hand with lightning. Superheated plasma. I threw the dust. The metal particles ignited instantly in the air, turning into a shotgun blast of microscopic stars. Flash. The Dementors shrieked. The light burned them. It wasn't the gentle push of a Patronus, it was the searing burn of a solar flare. They scattered, their cloaks smoking. I kicked the door open and sprinted up the spiral stairs. The top of the astronomy tower is usually a nice place. Good view. Chilly. Romantic, if you're into that sort of thing. Right now, it was the eye of the storm. The parapets had been blasted away. The floor was etched with glowing purple runes that were eating into the stone. Voldemort was floating in the center of the platform, about 10 feet in the air. He didn't look like a man anymore. He looked like a tear in the universe. His body was a silhouette of darkness, outlined in purple fire. Only his eyes, those two golden voids, remained constant. Above him, the sky was open. A tunnel of cloud stretched up into space, and something massive was trying to push its way through. I could feel it. The Titan. Cronus. The pressure was immense. Gravity was warping. Loose stones were floating upward into the sky. You persist, Voldemort's voice boomed. It wasn't angry. It was dismissive. Like you talk to a cockroach. I'm stubborn, I said, walking onto the platform. The wind whipped my torn clothes. And you're trespassing. This is a school zone. Speed limit is 5. This world is rotten, Voldemort intoned. IT requires purging. The wizards have squandered the gift. I bring the reset. You bring a headache, I cracked my neck. Come down here and fight me like well, whatever you are. Voldemort looked down. Very well. I will extinguish your spark. He descended. He didn't land. He hovered inches above the ground. He raised a hand. Gravity crush. The air slammed down on me. It was heavier than the graveyard. This was the weight of a planet. My knees hit the stone. Crack. I gritted my teeth. Is that it? I pushed back. My muscles flared with divine energy. I stood up. It was like bench pressing a mountain, but I stood up. Voldemort tilted his head. Interesting. He flicked a finger. Chronos siphon. A beam of gray light hit me. I felt my movements slow down. My heart rate dropped. The world around me sped up. Time magic. Titan magic. I tried to punch him. My fist moved in slow motion. It took seconds to cross inches. Voldemort drifted to the side, easily avoiding the blow. Too slow, son of lightning. He punched me. His fist moved at normal speed. To me, stuck in the time dilation, it looked like a blur. Wham! I took the hit to the jaw. It felt like getting hit by a meteorite. I flew backward, crashing into the stone railing. The railing crumbled, and I almost went over the edge. I scrambled back up. My jaw was dislocated. I shoved it back into place with a sickening pop. Okay, I panted. Time tricks. That's cheating. Power is not a game, Voldemort said. It is absolute. He raised both hands. The purple runes on the floor flared. Shadows erupted from the stone. They formed spears. Hundreds of them. Die. The spears launched. I couldn't dodge them all. Not in this slow-motion field. I needed to break the field. How do you break time? You move faster than it. Dad, I whispered. I need the express lane. I closed my eyes. I visualized the lightning bolt. Not the strike, but the travel. The instant connection between cloud and ground. I didn't try to move my muscles. I tried to move my atoms. Be the bolt. I opened my eyes. They were blinding white. The spears were inches from my face. I moved. Zap. I disappeared. To Voldemort, I vanished. I reappeared behind him. I had moved so fast I broke the sound barrier inside a time dilation field. The sonic boom shattered the spell. The gray light shattered like glass. What? Voldemort turned. Too slow, I whispered. I kicked him in the back of the head. Crack. Voldemort went flying. He smashed into the runes, disrupting the ritual circle. The tunnel in the sky flickered. The Titan trying to push through roared in frustration. Voldemort scrambled up. He looked furious now. The darkness around him spiked. You insolent whelp. He charged. We clashed. This wasn't magic versus muscle anymore. This was raw power versus raw power. He hit me with blasts of necrotic energy. I blocked them with my forearms, my skin hardening into celestial bronze. I hit him with lightning-infused haymakers. Every punch burned away part of his shadow form. We tore up the tower. Stone pulverized. The air turned into ozone and rot. Give up. I yelled, landing a knee to his chest. You can't hold it. The Titan is eating you alive. I am the Titan. Voldemort screamed. He grabbed my shoulders. His grip burned. He headbutted me. My vision swam. He threw me down. He stomped on my chest. You are nothing. A half-breed. A mistake. He raised his hand. A ball of black matter formed. A mini black hole. Goodbye. I looked at the black hole. I looked at the sky. I was tired. My body was failing. The Ares blessing was gone. The adrenaline was gone. I couldn't win this with strength. He had infinite mana from the ley lines. I needed something else. I looked down through the hole in the floor. I could see the battle below. I saw the flashes of light. Harry. Daphne. Hercules holding the foundation. They were counting on me. I'm not a mistake, I whispered. I reached deep. Past the lightning. Past the strength. I reached for the one thing Zeus had that the Titans didn't. Authority. The king doesn't just throw lightning. The king commands. I grabbed Voldemort's ankle. Let go, Voldemort commanded. No, I said. My voice changed. It wasn't Bolt anymore. It was thunder. I deny your access. I channeled the connection. Not to pull power from the sky, but to push power into the ground. I became the lightning rod. What are you doing? Voldemort looked panicked. The black hole in his hand flickered. I'm grounding you, I said. I pulled the storm from the sky. The massive vortex above us. I grabbed it. Mentally. I pulled the entire storm down. Through me. Into him. Lightning rod. Kaboom. The sky collapsed. A pillar of white fire descended. It was wide enough to encompass the entire tower. It hit me. Pain. No. It was beyond pain. It was existence being rewritten. I funneled it. All of it. I pushed it through my hand, into Voldemort's leg, and into the castle ley lines he was abusing. I overloaded the system. Voldemort screamed. It wasn't a human scream. It was the sound of a soul being ripped apart by 1,000,000,000 volts. The shadow form disintegrated. The purple fire was washed away by the white blinding purity of the lightning. The Titan connection snapped. Above us, the hole in the sky slammed shut. The red eye vanished. Voldemort was glowing white. He looked like a light bulb about to burst. No. I am eternal. You're grounded, I said. I released the final pulse. Crack. Voldemort exploded. Not a gravity wave this time. A flash of light. He was vaporized. The physical body, the shadow essence, the Titan magic, all of it was incinerated. The blast threw me backward. I flew off the tower. I was falling. The wind rushed past me. The ground was coming up fast. I tried to fly. I tried to call the wind. Nothing happened. I was empty. Burned out. Well, I thought, looking at the approaching cobblestones. It was a good run. I closed my eyes. Thump. I didn't hit the stones. I hit something soft. And smelly. Gotcha. I opened my eyes. I was in a massive, leather-gloved hand. Hercules was standing in the courtyard. He had crawled out of the basement just in time. You cut it close, Hercules grinned, his face covered in stone dust. I almost dropped the castle. Did you? I croaked. Nah. I held it. Good workout for the glutes. He set me down gently on the grass. I couldn't stand. I just lay there, looking up. The black clouds were gone. The vortex was gone. The sun was coming out. A weak, winter sun, but it was there. The silence was absolute. Then, the cheering started. It started from the entrance hall. Then the grounds. Then the forest. The Death Eaters were fleeing. Their master was gone. Their connection to the power was cut. I saw Harry running toward me. He was limping, supported by Ron and Hermione. Daphne was running too. She didn't look composed. She looked frantic. Bolt, she screamed. She slid to her knees beside me. She grabbed my face. You idiot, she sobbed. You absolute moron. You jumped off the tower. I fell, I whispered, trying to smile. There's a difference. You're smoking, she said, touching my chest. You're literally smoking. I'm hot stuff, I wheezed. Harry fell to his knees on the other side. He looked at me with awe. You did it, Harry said. You actually killed him. We did it, Specs, I said. You held the line. I looked around. The castle was battered. The tower was a ruin. The bridge was gone. But it was standing. Hey, Hercules said, looking at the sky. Company. I looked up. A red flash. Ares appeared in the middle of the courtyard. He was in his human size now. Leather jacket, sunglasses, combat boots. The students gasped and backed away. Even Dumbledore, who had emerged from the hall, looked wary. Ares walked over to us. He looked down at me. He didn't smile. He adjusted his sunglasses. "Not bad, kid," Ares grunted. "Your form was sloppy in the second round. You telegraph your right hook. And you rely too much on the lightning crutch." "Nice to see you too, uncle," I said. Ares looked at the spot where Voldemort had fallen. "He's gone," Ares said. "The Titan signal is dead. You closed the door." He looked back at me. "Zeus is pleased. He won't admit it. But he stopped pacing." "Tell him." I coughed. "Tell him I need a vacation." "You earned a nap." Ares reached into his jacket. He pulled out a coin. A golden drachma. He flicked it at me. I caught it. "Call me when you're ready for the big leagues," Ares said. "There's a war brewing in the north. Odin's kids are getting rowdy. Might be fun." He winked at Daphne. "Nice ice, girl." Then he turned into a column of flame and vanished. "Was that?" Ron squeaked. "Was that the god of war?" "Yeah," I sighed, closing my fingers around the coin. "He's the fun uncle." The aftermath was a blur. Madame Pomfrey tried to keep me in the hospital wing for a week. I lasted 6 hours. Demigod metabolism means I heal fast. By dinner time, the burns were scars and the broken bones were aches. The ministry arrived. Fudge was in a panic. He saw the giants' bodies. Hercules had piled them up neatly by the lake, and nearly fainted. Dumbledore handled the politics. He reinstated Sirius, who had been hiding in the Shrieking Shack, as a free man, citing heroic defense of the school. I sat on the steps of the astronomy tower, or what was left of it, watching the sunset. Going somewhere? I turned. Daphne was standing there. She had changed out of her ruined robes into fresh clothes. She looked tired, but the Ice Queen mask was back in place. "Mostly." "Just thinking," I said. She sat down next to me. "The school is talking," she said. "They say you're leaving." "My job is done," I shrugged. "Voldemort is dust. The Titan threat is neutralized. Specs has his confidence back. He can handle the cleanup." "And where will you go?" she asked. I looked at the horizon. "Herc says there's a Hydra problem in Florida." And Ares mentioned the north. "The world is big, Daph. And I've got itchy feet." "You still owe me dinner," she said quietly. I smiled. "I do." I reached into my pocket. I pulled out a small, jagged piece of celestial bronze. It was a shard from the knife I had used to break the shield. "Here," I handed it to her. She took it. It was warm. "If you ever need a storm," I said. "Squeeze that. I'll hear it." She looked at the metal, then at me. She leaned in. She didn't kiss my cheek. She kissed me properly. It tasted like victory and mint. "Don't be a stranger, Bolt," she whispered, pulling back. "Impossible," I grinned. She stood up and walked away. She didn't look back. She didn't need to. "Ready, bro?" Hercules was waiting at the bottom of the stairs. He was wearing a Hawaiian shirt and sunglasses. He had a backpack that looked like it contained a small car. "Ready," I said. I walked down the stairs. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were waiting by the main doors. "You're really going?" Harry asked. He looked stronger now. He stood straighter. He wasn't the scared kid in the cupboard anymore. "You don't need a bodyguard, Harry," I said, putting a hand on his shoulder. "You're a wizard. A damn good one. Besides, you have them." I pointed to Ron and Hermione. "Will we see you again?" Hermione asked. "Count on it," I said. Try not to break the school while I'm gone. I walked out into the cool evening air. Hercules was waiting. So, Herc asked as we walked toward the gates. Florida. I hear Disney World is there. I want to ride the teacups. We are not riding the teacups, Herc. Why not? I fit. You do not fit. I'll squeeze. We walked past the gates. The winged boars on the pillars watched us go. I looked back at the castle one last time. It was battered, scarred, but standing tall against the night. I touched the lightning bolt insignia on my jacket. I wasn't just Harry Potter anymore. I wasn't just a wizard. I was the son of lightning. And the forecast called for adventure. Race you to the border? I asked. Hercules laughed. You're on. Loser buys the ambrosia. Deal. I triggered the spark. Blue electricity arced around me. Go. We took off into the night, leaving a trail of thunder in our wake. Chapter 10 End.